consciousness. I almost call it readiness training. It's kind of like, and I really think you really got to get ready because the disaster is coming. In case you didn't know, we talked about this before. Most Americans are not ready for retirement. It's really, really going to be a complete mess. An astonishingly large percentage of boomers don't even have $25,000 saved for retirement. If you're a boomer, that means you're not 30 anymore, right? You're either retired already or you're close to it. And to kind of see that was really interesting. But then I did more research and I found out that a lot of millennials are not retired are not prepared. A large percentage of millennials have not been saving or investing for retirement. So that kind of helped me understand like, okay, we need to reframe the retirement conversation, similar to how we had to reframe the whole idea of investing for your children, right? I used to say to people, hey, you got to make sure you invest for your kids so you can leave a legacy so your kids can be financially well off and all that. And then I was kind of surprised by how people just don't give a damn about their kids that much. They kind of care about them, like they feed them and they take care of them, and stuff like that, give them a place to live, but they don't actually think about their future. And at least not financially. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean now. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to beat up on anybody or make us feel like guilty parents because Lord knows there's enough to feel guilty about. But I'm just sitting here trying to say, don't you realize your child is black? Like, did you forget that your child is black? And did you forget that your child is black in America? Did you forget that, or do I? Did you need me to remind you of that? And then, did you also forget that your child is black in America, where money kind of defines their ability to be free? Like, did you understand that people beat up on each other when it comes? You understand why? Like let's go back. Let's talk about Diddy. Diddy's such a great conversation topic, right? How do you think Diddy was able to manipulate all those people? Assuming you believe that he did some type of manipulation or some type of exploitation, how do you think he was able to manipulate people? You got some big tough rapper coming in talking about I'm gonna bust raps and make money and all this stuff. But he's hungry. He ain't got no money. He ain't got no financial security. He has no other way to make money other than rapping. So here comes Diddy, comes dancing in, team much stronger than yours. We ain't going nowhere. So Diddy comes in all flashy and shiny and glistening because he got the baby oil and everything. And Diddy says, I can make all your dreams come true. I can pay your bills. I can make sure you have rent money. I can make sure you're not homeless anymore. But you gotta bend over first. Right? You gotta do a little something for me. You gotta kind of come on back in my office for a little while and we're gonna have a private meeting. Right? This is what happens. I don't think it's a stretch to say that this occurred. I mean, this is all in the indictments and the accusations and everything. Now, I'm not saying that he's guilty or innocent and all that. I don't want to talk about that because I know people have it's a debate, right? Okay, whatever. But I can tell you, as a person who I never met Diddy, I know people that know him, and I can tell you that I know people who were legitimately afraid to go around him because of the things that were happening over there, right? So here's my point, though. Here's my point. How do you think he was able to do this? How do you take a big muscular, tough, masculine rapper and make him into your boyfriend? Well, if he got money and he's financially desperate and he's not economically secure, then you put him in a tough spot where he's got to make a tough decision. Or how do you get a woman to just kind of submit to whatever a man is telling her to do in a relationship? Well, a lot of your daughters are not going to be financially secure because you're not investing and preparing for them. So they're going to be stuck in between a rock and a hard place because there will always be some big, nasty, disease infested man who will tell your daughter, your beautiful daughter, hey, I can help you pay the rent, but you got to do something for me first. Right? Tell me if you know what I'm talking about. Tell me if you've seen these situations. These things happen all the time. My wife actually tells me this interesting story. I hope she doesn't mind me telling her stories. Well, me and her have known each other a long time. And when I tell you she's gorgeous now. My wife's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. When I first met her, I saw her across a crowded room, and I never forgot that day. I wrote about it in my journal that night. Anyway, she told me a story about how there was a time where she didn't have any money, and there was a guy who drove a Mercedes, and he had a big gold medallion, and he was trying to get his life together. He was trying to go to school, but he also was making lots and lots of money doing something. We can only speculate. And he made a little proposal to her. He said, "Hey, I know you're struggling to pay the rent. Um, so how about I give you $3,000 a month if you will just let me keep some stuff in your house, right? Let me keep a box of stuff in your house. Just don't open the box, right? And she was smart enough to say no, thank you. And not only was she smart enough to say no, thank you, but part of what allowed her to say no, thank you is that she had a strong, smart father who was financially secure, who she could then call and say, "Hey, Dad, I need help with the rent money." Right. So whenever people start acting like fathers and family doesn't matter, I just think about stories like that, about how many times kids are vulnerable because there's no security. There's no financial security, no emotional security, no nothing. And then next thing you know, they end up in these weird situations where the devil shows up and makes wants to make a deal. And the other thing about that too is that sometimes the devil can get you when it comes to greed. When you have economic greed, if you are so hungry to be successful that you're blinded to your own values, your own morals, your own everything, then yeah, that's how you end up at a Diddy party. That's how you end up, having these experiences that you didn't anticipate to have. And the black community is especially vulnerable to this because we are so economically desperate. So many of our children are in economically weak positions to the point where if you ain't got a Diddy trying to manipulate them financially, then you've got white corporate America manipulating them financially, creating lots of stress, mental health problems, significant amounts of depression and anxiety resulting from the fact that they're not economically secure and they have to go into this horrible toxic place every day to make sure that they have enough money to survive. Do you understand? So this is one of the things, this is one of the reasons why it just concerns me that it's so hard to convince so many parents to invest for their kids. And I get it, it's hard. I mean, money's tight, I understand, but you had enough money to send them to football camp. You found the money to buy your, the nice car you have in your driveway. You found the money to go on vacation. You found the money to buy shoes and clothes and Starbucks or whatever it is that you like to buy. And really with the investing thing, if you look at things like the $5 a day plan, it's not that much money, but it's massive in terms of the difference that it makes in the life of your kid later on down the line in terms of the types of choices they have to make. I doubt that there was any financially secure person who had to yield to the economic power of a Diddy, right? If you are morally secure and financially secure, then you can say no, thank you, I'm out of here. And in fact, now that I think about it, I'm processing this even in my own life and having a moment of reflection, honest reflection. And I can tell you that when I had an uncomfortable part of my conversation with Kanye West, where he was very disrespectful to me, I remember just kind of saying, "Who do you think you're talking to? Do you think that your money is going to control me and tell me what to do? I don't need your money. I don't have the money you make because I don't know how to sell shoes to white people. I don't sell, those overpriced sneakers you sell to Asian kids or whatever. Like, I'm not as cool as you, but I'm financially secure. I don't want your money. I don't need anything that you have. I just need you to step up and do something for the community with all that money that you're sitting on. Like that's what but if I'd been financially insecure, if I'd been financially vulnerable, then maybe the conversation would have been different. Maybe my ability to kind of stand up and say, get out of my face. Maybe that wouldn't have been there as much. I don't know. I have no idea. But I do understand this, that when you don't get your kids ready for their economic future, you're setting them up for a lot of stress and a lot of pain. So I just really, again, I'm just really confused about why it can be so difficult to get people to make investments for their kids. And then also the other area where it's been very difficult to have conversations is when it comes to retirement planning. The one interesting thing that happens, and this is another reason why economic consciousness must be elevated, is that there are so many young people who think they're never going to get old. There's so many young people who really think like I'm 28 and I'm going to be 28 for the rest of my life. And it's not that they really think they're going to be 28 for the rest of their lives. It's that they never really thought about the fact that this is what they think. Like they never really sat down and processed it. They never imagined themselves being 55, 65, and 75, and then it happens and then you're all shocked and kind of taken aback because you're 42 years old and your jump shot's not as good as it used to be, or you get that belly fat that a lot of men get in our 40s, or or women, maybe you're not looking as cute as you were. When you used to walk in the room and everybody's head would turn, and now they don't look. I talked to a lady who was a supermodel once, and I remember she said that. She said it was really shocking. When I was younger, I would walk in a room, everyone would turn and look at me. And she said, then I got to the point where they didn't look anymore. And it was kind of tough. It was kind of tough to deal with that. So, but we all get older, things change, right? And here's the other interesting thing about retirement that kind of helped with the conversation a little bit. Because retirement planning is extremely important, and I don't think that it's emphasized enough in society, is that when you're investing and saving for retirement, you're not just saving for the future, you're actually investing and saving for the present. If you are 22 years old and you start maxing out your 401k, and then you have $250,000 in that sucker by the time you're 30, well, that's a quarter. That money is your money. This idea that somehow this is only money that you're going to get when you're an old man or old woman, that's not true. That's your money. That's your financial security. That means if you quit your job or something bad happens, you lose your job, you're not going to be homeless. You're going to be fine because you got $250,000 sitting back over. Yeah, the government might charge you 10% to pull the money out or whatever, but you can borrow against it, or you could pay the 10% and still have access to 90% of the money. You understand? So when you are investing for retirement, retirement investing is basically just investing. And everybody should be investing at every age, no matter what. If you die early, guess what? The people you love, your kids, are going to get all that money that you stacked away in that retirement account. So it's not just retirement investing is not just something you're doing for this like magical time when you're like really old and stuff, 40, 50 years down the line. No, retirement investing is something you're doing where you're building a capital base right now. You're building wealth for yourself right now. You're building wealth for your family right now. You should right now, every day, all the time, be building wealth. The idea that we're not trained to do that and to even think about these things is very disturbing, and it's showing in the data. It's really showing in the data. Basically, the data is saying like millennials are not ready for retirement. Gen Z show as hell ain't ready for retirement. Boomers are not even ready for retirement. So it's gonna be an economic shit show in the next 30, 40 years. The Social Security is gonna run out of money in about by about 2035. It's not gonna be empty, it's just gonna be underfunded, which means that it's not like it's all gonna go away. It just means that it's gonna start dropping. They're gonna say, we used to be able to give you this much, now we're gonna give you that much, right? And so effectively, it's kind of like one of those things where it's like hide your wife, hide your kids, save yourself, and get out. If you don't get out of the rut in terms of how people are thinking, then you're going to have a lot of problems later on down the line. So anyway, to help address this issue, I'm doing a special training on retirement plan. I created something called Retire Rich and Early, the Dr. Boyce Blueprint, and I'm going to do this Thursday night. I will send you all a link where you can join for a significant discount. There is a fee attached. I put this all together, these modules together on retirement planning. So if you want to join us Thursday night, make sure you're on the text list. You can get on the text list by texting the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I'll send you a link to join us on Thursday if retirement is something that you're interested in. You want to know the exact right way to do it. All right. So with that said, another thing I want to mention, just as another housekeeping item, is that those who want to volunteer for the All Black National Convention, the convention is going to be October 25th through the 27th. It's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, right outside of Chicago. This is the largest gathering on earth for intelligent Black people who want to build the Black community and focus solely specifically on our community. If you believe in Black love, if you believe in Black health, if you believe in Black wealth, then this is the place for you. And you can be around like-minded people who think the same way. And so this is going to be October 25th to the 27th, allblacknationalconvention.com. That's the URL. If you want to volunteer, here's an email address you can send an email to if you'd like to volunteer. Pull out your pen. I'm going to say this email address 3 times. And then after the third time, somebody could type it in the chat. Because even if I say it 3 times, somebody's going to say, what's the email address again? So get your pen out because I'm going to give you the email address. You can email if you'd like to volunteer for the convention. Everybody can't be selected, though. So just be clear. But the volunteers can get in for free to the convention. So here we go. The email address is bpeventinfo1, bpeventinfo1 @gmail.com. That's BP, like binary Polar BP Events Info One. Don't forget the number one. I don't know why Shar picked such a crazy email address. But BP Events, and thank you, Gigi. BP Events Info One at gmail.com. Okay, I said it 3 times, so now I'm not gonna say it anymore. All right. So, and if you missed it, you have to go back and check the recording and get it. All right. The other thing too, last but not least, my wife, Dr. Alicia, she's a therapist and a professor, a full professor of social work, and she trains other therapists. And so what she decided to do is as the head of our Black Financial Therapy department in the Black Business School, where we work to uncover the psychological barriers to building Black wealth. We're doing extensive research on this. She's going to have something called Mental Health Mondays, where every Monday, if you are struggling with mental health or just want to get better, maximize your mental health. I work on my mental health all the time because we all have stress. We all have things that we're worried about. We all have fears, concerns, regrets, drama, all kinds of, we got crazy relatives, all that. There's science to deal with all this, and this is important because you have to manage all this in order to be successful. If you cannot manage the crazy people around you, it is hard to succeed. If you cannot manage the crazy person inside of you, it is hard to succeed. If you can't overcome psychological gaps, barriers, things like that, voids that came from childhood, it's hard to be successful. If you can't process your past, present, and future in a way that keeps you regulated, it's very hard to be successful. So we created Mental Health Mondays mainly to do that. It's free. What she did. So here's what my wife did, and this is why I think she's amazing. She went out and reached out to some of the best Black therapists in the world, and she's bringing them in to Mental Health Mondays, where each Monday they're going to sort of diagnose, break down some issues that will help you with your mental health. Because as y'all know, a lot of our people are crazy, myself included. A lot of us went through crazy stuff, so crazy stuff creates crazy people, and a lot of us are also struggling with relationships. Maybe we're struggling with coping mechanisms, right? Mental, whatever it is, right? So anyway, Mental Health Mondays. It's going to happen Monday. I think she's going to do it at 8 o'clock. But she can send you a message. So if you want to be invited to Mental Health Mondays, pull out your phone, text the word love, LOVE, text love to the number 87948. And if you text love to 87948, you can get an invitation. Those of you that live overseas, email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and they can give you a link. Because I don't know I know some of you live in other countries and I don't want you to feel uninvited. So just email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They can tell you how to get into Mental Health Mondays. Also, tonight she's doing something on, she's a relationship therapist too. And so she's doing something on how to find the right mate and how to manage that relationship, how to be a great mate and how to find one, right? So if you want to join that, that'll be tonight. And I'll also text that out. So text the word love to the number 87948. Now, what I want to do really quickly is I want to show you all this video. I put this video on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Money, and it's a video of a lady who's got a bunch of gold. Okay, and I just thought this video was really intriguing because the gold just looks fabulous, right? It's got this like heavy clinky kind of thing to it. Gold bars do, and it just looks like wealth, right? Which it is. And let's look at. I want to show you this, right? So I played this clip, right? And I'm not gonna go through the whole thing because I actually started running my mouth a little bit afterward. But I saw this. I just saw all this gold, and it just really it was just interesting. Like there's something mesmerizing about it, something very powerful about gold, and it led me to reflect on gold as an investment. Now, here's the point that I made in the little video, which by the way, again, if you go to Dr. Boyce Money on Instagram, you can watch the video directly. But I made the simple point that actually gold, while it's a great investment, gold is interesting in the sense that it's the kind of asset that will keep you rich, but it will never make you rich. Gold does not really go up in value very much. If I was to show you a chart on the price of gold, um, let me see if I can find something and compare it to like the value of Nvidia stock or Apple stock or something. You wouldn't be impressed with the growth in the value. I mean, it's not bad, it's not terrible. But let me show you. Let me just kind of show you. It's not bad, right? It's not terrible though. And like especially given what's happened with inflation and everything else. The past 5 years, if you bought gold consistently, it would have grown by 74%. The last 6 months has grown by 21%, year to date, 27%, the last year, 36%. It has been a great investment, right? And I mean, if you look at this, you can see where gold for about the last, what, 5 or 6 years, 8 years or so, it's gone up in value. Now, here's the thing. Like, if you look here, though, what's fascinating is that if you go back to 2012, the price of gold was 1700, right? So you had this big decline from 2012 to 2016 where gold dropped tremendously. If you were an owner of gold, you were losing money in terms of the value of your gold. Now, if you bought from here on up, you were killing it, right? This is the big money stage, right? So if you bought gold, or even if you started 5 years ago, you made 74%. Now, if you look at something like, I don't know, let's say Nvidia stock. No, let's not do Nvidia. Let's do Apple stock because Nvidia is not fair. Nvidia is just like, what the hell? So let's look at Apple's. Okay, so 5 years. So gold made us 74%. Apple made us 319.25%. Do you see that? Apple made us 319%. Gold made us 74%. That's good. Apple made us 319%. Let's I don't know. Let's check. I have no idea what these numbers are going to look like. Let's look at Microsoft. Let's see what would happen if we put the money in Microsoft. Let's see what it did. 212% compared to 74%. 212%. Um, and then let's just really act crazy and let's look at Nvidia. Oh, Lord Jesus, that's going to really just blow it out the water, I'm sure. Fast 5 years of Nvidia, 2,585.19%. So literally that means a $5 investment would be worth 116 bucks. A $5,000 investment would be 116,000. A $50,000 investment would be over a million. Okay. So this is what I wanted to show you, not because I'm telling you that gold is a bad investment. That is not what I'm saying. Okay. Give me a yes if you understand that I'm not telling you that buying gold makes you a sucker. I'm not saying that at all. Do you understand this? Are we clear? And also, we know this is not investing advice because I do not give investing advice ever. But what it says is that gold is a very stable kind of asset that is used primarily as what they call a safe haven or a store of value. Gold is good just like you're rich already, and you just want to park your money in a place where it's going to stay liquid and it's not going to disappear. If you're trying to do that, then gold is the place to be. You want to have something in gold. I own some gold. A very small percentage of my portfolio's in gold, though. But I do own a little bit of gold. Why? Because gold is stable. Gold is the homie. Gold is not gonna really do anything too crazy, and so it's okay. But as I showed you, between 2012 and 2016, gold went down, 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 down. So if you were an enthusiast of gold, and you were like the guy in Austin Powers, I love gold. Remember the guy? I love gold, right? He just loved everything that was gold. Well, then you were gonna get killed because you were missing out on all the other areas where wealth is being created throughout the economy. If I were to show you Bitcoin, for example, and the point I made in that video, again, you can check out the video, Dr. Boyce Money, my Instagram page. I literally said, if you bought, what was it, $1,000 worth of gold in 2016, that $1,000 would be worth about 1,500 bucks. Okay, so that's really good, right? 50% increase. That's about like kind of like maybe what a house might do during that time, typically, or something. A little bit, actually less than that, since houses are expensive, but you get the point. So $1,000 of gold in 2016 turns into $1,500 worth of gold by 2024. $1,000 worth of Bitcoin would have turned into $67,000 in that same amount of time. So 1,500, 67,000, 1,500, 67,000. Okay. So now what does this say? What does this mean? Does this mean I'm saying that Bitcoin should replace gold? No, I'm not. Does this mean that I'm saying everyone who buys gold is a sucker? No, I'm not. What I'm pointing to is this is one of the reasons why you diversify. Gold is a great tool for diversification, but then you should also diversify out of gold. Like you shouldn't look at your assets the way you look at, say, romance. Like when we get married, we're supposed to pick one spouse, and that's the only person that we're supposed to want and be with forever. That only works in love. That does not work in investing. In investing, you got to play the field. Investing, you got to be a player. You got to be out here just, like spreading the seed and getting, being planting seeds everywhere, right? Like so investing is not like love in that way. Right. So when it comes to investing, you want to do the exact opposite of what your wife or your husband wants you to do, which is to be out there a little bit. You spread your money, you plant seeds in different places, and then because you don't know what's going to Cam Newton finances. That's funny. There you go. See, Calvin's doing it again. I think Calvin, I secretly believe Calvin might be a genius. I think he snuck up in here with a 250 IQ or something because he always says smart stuff in the chat. All of y'all are smart. I love you all, I promise. But Calvin, you got something, man. All right. Anyway, so yeah, Cam Newton finances. Cam Newton. In case you don't know, Cam Newton is a guy who has, I think he has, what is it, 10 kids with 7 women, or eight kids with 6. It's something interesting like that. And that's, I don't know how well that works in relationships, but I assume he's got that worked out with the mothers of the kids. And we debated that. My wife and I actually did. We have a podcast called Pillow Talk, and we did debate that. Like, what does that mean? What does that look like? Well, I kind of think, if you live in a society where you believe, it's my body, my choice, well, then, it's like, okay, that's your choice. That's what y'all are doing, whatever. I tend to think about the kids and how this will affect the kids. I'm not a believer that children benefit when the family's kind of spread out, because you're talking about scarce resources. And even though Cam is a guy that has resources, the ability to really provide for that many households is really, really difficult, I think. And then also, because you're not just providing financially, you have to provide emotionally. And while money may seem to be of infinite supply, your time and energy does not have infinite supply. So that's the issue. So that's the, like, the Nick Cannon experiment. What's that going to look like 20 or 30 years from now when you ask the kids, how did you feel that you had a famous daddy who you only saw once a month, or you saw him in a Zoom meeting, between TV shows or something, but you never really got a chance to have a lot of that one-on-one time with your dad? What does that look like? And I can tell you, I bet it's going to be kind of spread out. Like, I bet some of the kids are going to say, I hated it. I can't stand him. My dad is a jerk. And then some kids are going to say, I had a stepdad. I'm closer to him than I am my actual biological father, in which I'm sure will upset Nick, because Nick is writing big checks to take care of everybody and everything else. But that time with the kid, that one-on-one time, that person that's just there after school that you can talk to about your problems and how you feel, like that person really means a lot. Like, that's something that's more valuable than money that you get. And then maybe there are going to be some kids who are going to be like, no, no, it was great. My dad's awesome. It was me and my mom. It was amazing. I don't know. I'm curious to see how that plays out. But anyway, well, yeah. So, but one of the challenges there is not just that it's expensive, but eventually, but you have to maintain a high income to be able to maintain that. So, the amount of money that you're making in your 30s may not be the same amount you're making in your 40s, 50s, and 60s. All right. Or what if you run into an economic shock where suddenly your income drops from 30 million a year to 3 million a year? Well, then suddenly you're in big trouble. It's very stressful to kind of maintain all these, what they call fixed costs, these fixed costs where you have all the people that are expecting a check of a certain size. And I can tell you that, and this is just a note for anybody that ever decides to run a big business or you plan to be rich one day, which I assume everybody is. I assume you're here because you're either there or you want to get there. And one of the things you want to be cautious about is locking yourself into economic expectations. Just like the stock market is based heavily on expectations. Your economic life is based heavily on expectations too. Meaning that if I make an agreement with somebody and I say, yeah, I'll give you $3,000 a month, then I've set an expectation. And if I set the expectation at a level where I'm barely able to afford that 3,000 a month, or maybe it's comfortable for me now, well, then I have to consistently meet that expectation. Because if my income drops and then suddenly I come back and say, hey, I know I told you I was going to give you 3,000 a month, and I've been doing that for 2 years, but now I got to drop that to 2,000 because I'm having some hard times. Some people are going to get it. You got some people that are really, ride or die. They love you and they're like, I understand. You've done a lot for me. But that hasn't been what I've seen. That's not been my experience. What I've seen is that there is a habit, almost like a type of economic addiction that can be formed, where when you take away that money, they may not interpret it as, okay, you're giving me $2,000. They interpret it as you're stealing $1,000 a month from me. You're taking money away from me. And also because I think a lot of it is distorted by the anxiety. Financial anxiety is a real thing. People get very anxious, very upset, very stressed when their money gets messed up. Like, think about how you feel if your boss says your paycheck's going to be 2 weeks late, or if you lost your job, right? Think about that stress you feel. So when people get stressed, it ends up causing conflict. And I knew a guy like that. He had a great company. He was making 20 million a year. and he was paying all of his friends really, really well. Well, the company's revenue dropped from 20 million to 10 million. So he said, I don't want to fire anybody, but everybody's going to have to take a pay cut. And he said, I got called all kinds of sons of bitches. And I had people that were my friends for years who hated my guts and started calling me a crook and a dog and all this other stuff. And he said, I couldn't believe it because I'd done so much for these people. These were people, some of them were people I didn't even have to hire. I didn't even have to help these people. Right. So expectations are big. So I think that with a Cam Newton or a Nick Cannon, I would think about expectations. You set a very high expectation from the mothers of your children. Of course, they're happy. You're sending them each, $100,000 a month. What happens when you can't do that anymore? Do they turn around and say, you're an SOB and I'm gonna ruin you because you're stealing from me now? And that's kind of where strategy comes into play. And I don't think I understand, I guess why people want to do what they want to do, but I don't know how strategic it is to go and have that many kids and form that many relationships, that many economic relationships with that many people. Because at some point, it only takes one or two little bad incidents to kind of just blow it all up and make it very difficult. But then at the same time, though, the ability to manage complex relationships is a great skill to have that will make you very successful in business and in life and in love and everything else. And so this is one of the reasons that I encourage you to consider coming to the Mental Health Mondays that Dr. Alicia is doing, is because therapists have a long list of tools for managing relationships. They have tools for resolving conflicts without everybody fighting and tearing each other apart and hating each other's guts and all this other. They have tools for communication, how I can explain to you, hey, look, this is how this thing made me feel. And there's ways I communicate that, right? Because if I accuse you and I criticize you, that's going to make you a defensive. Maybe you're going to counterattack. But if I come to you and I say, look, this is how I'm feeling right now, and this kind of hurt my feelings when you said that, that might produce a very different reaction from you. And then, or even little things like listening. Like so many people don't listen. People, do y'all notice that? Like nobody listens to anybody. Everybody's telling everybody what they think, and especially politically, we do not listen to each other in this country. And so because people don't listen to each other, you just get in these conflicts where nobody's hearing anything and everybody's trying to out yell the other person, and it becomes very toxic. This is one of the reasons why I don't like hanging out. I got tired of hanging out with some of my rapper friends, not all of them, but some of them. It was like, dude, like you just talk the whole time and you just talk over people and you're not even hearing what they have to say. Like nobody wants to be in a conversation like that. That's very stressful and emotional immature. There, see, Calvin, stop it, Calvin. Damn, Calvin, you keep doing it. So Calvin, as he says, I need to make Calvin the teacher. You just sit up here, man. I'm gonna sit in the audience and just enjoy Calvin's analysis because so the term emotional immaturity. That's what it is. Emotional immaturity is a big problem. And I think that it's a big problem in society, a big problem in our community, because because the men that are elevated at the top of the pile are emotionally immature. They're not, Diddy was considered to be, if you taken a vote in 2022 or 23 on who are the most influential black men in America, Diddy would have been right up there next to Barack Obama. I mean, y'all do know a year ago today, Diddy, or close to today, a year ago this month, Diddy was getting the key to New York City. They gave him the key to the city. So the idea that this guy who's, you know, it's not like you had to know he was if he was doing anything illegal to know that he was just kind of immature. I think the man was doing the same dances and wearing the same damn outfits he wore in 1998. If that ain't a sign of immaturity, I don't know what is. I always called him the Peter Pan. I said this man he acts like he's never gonna not be a teenager, and also he would just do other immature things. Like he would talk a lot about what he was gonna do and never ever follow through with it. He met with Dr. Claude Anderson, and Dr. Claude told me about the meeting. And he said it was kind of weird. They was all walking around in tight pants and stuff. And I said, yeah, I think that they're gay. And then and he talked a big game about what he was going to do. Didn't write one single check. Didn't follow through on anything. And I remember saying to him before all this stuff happened, I remember saying, yeah, well, guys like that, they just talk. Rappers are loud. Most of them are just loud. They don't follow through. They're not able to do the boring work. They do the things that are lit and exciting and will get attention. But a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are not built to do sort of that day-to-day grind the boring stuff, the stuff that's out of the spotlight that is required to build an institution, right? And when my in my relationship with Dr. Anderson, I said, look, I can't write a check as big as a Diddy, but I will write checks. I will follow through because support is a verb. Support means I'm going to support you. Support does not just mean I say a bunch of great things and tell you how awesome you are. So many celebrities had called him and just talked about, I love Powernomics. It's so amazing, but they never actually wrote a damn check. In the Jewish community, they will write a damn check. If they want to support the synagogue, they will write a damn check. In the Asian community, when they want to build an institution, they will write a damn check. For some reason, there's something about our folks where we'll talk about it, get hyped about it, get all excited, praise the Lord, let's go get it, and then nothing ever actually gets done or gets built. You know that even that you talk about that school with Umar Johnson that it's 13 years old and it never existed. But for years, everybody was talking about this school that was supposed to be built. And it was one damn school. We couldn't even build one damn school. But then again, it's not that we couldn't build a school. There are lots of people, though, who have built schools, but these are not the people that you see because they're not the loudest. They're not on the internet talking about what they did. They're actually doing it. They're actually doing. Marcus Klein in Chicago is actually doing it. He built Freedom Home Academy International, and that school is extraordinary. They are educating kids at the absolute highest levels. If I ever became the mayor of Chicago, I would instantly want to give $100 million to that school to multiply and replicate everything that they're doing because they are incredibly successful. Now, somebody says that the audio went out, the sound went out. Can you guys hear me? Give me a quick yes if you can hear me. I want to make sure my audio is good. Give me a quick yes. Just confirm. Thank you, Vanessa and Christopher, AC Salam. Okay, thank you very much, guys. I appreciate that. All right, so anyway, and I'll give credit to Ice Cube actually because he's one of the few celebrities that reached out to Dr. Anderson that actually did write a check. I reached out and I called him. I said, hey, I said, here's the problem. There are so many celebrities that call Dr. Anderson and talk about how much they love Powernomics, but they never follow through with any support. I said, I don't want to do that. That's not how I am. And I said, but at the same time, I don't want you to think that I'm trying to exploit your celebrity by asking you to do anything that I'm not willing to do myself. So I said, how about we do this? How about I buy 1,000 copies of his books? You buy 1,000 copies of his books. And that way we put some money, put some fuel in the tank, some financial fuel. And to his credit, Ice Cube said yes. And he did write the check and he sent the money over. And but really, to my knowledge, he's the only celebrity that actually followed through. And that means something. That speaks to the difference between substance and flash. Do you understand? Right? You've got substantive people who might still have some flash and some swag, but they're gonna have something, there's gonna be some meat on the bone. There's gonna be something meaningful beneath all the flashy stuff. And then you just got people that are just flashy, shiny suits, big smile, the loudest guy in the room. Talk is cheap, so they talk a lot. Like Diddy. I'm gonna buy the Carolina Panthers, y'all. And he's doing that because he wants to get 100,000 likes on his post. But then when you're looking like, okay, where are the negotiations? Did you actually purchase this team? There's no follow through. And I just kind of think that that should be kind of spoken about a little bit. I don't want to be overly critical. It's probably too late. I didn't mean to be, but that's how I feel. I really want to see I want to see stuff get done. And I'm gonna tell you the substantive stuff that's gonna really build wealth in the community are basic ideas. For example, I told you our kids are our $1 trillion asset. So pouring into the kids, being very conscious about that, so we can override the flaws and the poison and the toxicity of the educational system. Critical, supplementing their knowledge base so they understand wealth and investing, because wealth will make them free. Money will make them free, especially if they're a good person that has a good head on their shoulders. Money will liberate them from a lot of this nonsense that's out here. Like the way we even confront racism to me is all wrong. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be a social justice component to it. It's very important. I brought in Dr. Melina Abdullah, who is an amazing Black Lives Matter activist and who works with Dr. Cornel West, who I think he might have a little bit of Marxism in there. I don't care. I think the Marxism has some good ideas. But at the end of the day, somebody's got to write a damn check. At the end of the day, food costs money. At the end of the day, even if you're a picketer on the side of the road, at some point you're going to need money for something. And a lot of times, a lot of Black activist movements die because there's no money. Like I think the Black Panther movement, I don't think I don't sit around and get excited about the free lunch program, not because I think it's bad. I mean, don't get me wrong, I ate free lunch and I appreciate that. But I personally think It should have been the 25-cent lunch program, or maybe a program where you have a what they call a freemium model, where you say, look, if you ain't got it like that, if you have no money, then we will feed you for free. Pay attention now. If you ain't got no money, the food is yours. Don't pay us anything. But I bet not see you go down the street and go to the white man's liquor store and give him $20 when you gave us nothing. Right. So if you got it, if you got a couple dollars in your pocket, we need 25 cents. We need 25 cents of that dollar, $2, $10 you got. And we're gonna give you 80 cents worth of food, $1 worth of food. So you're gonna win. You're gonna eat good. We're gonna take good care of you, but we need you to take good care of us. Because if you don't take care of us, then we can't feed nobody. Do you understand? Like that, so this is where I jump in the way when I say that unfortunately many of our civil rights movements were driven heavily by communism and socialism. Some of what we think were black civil rights movements were actually socialist communist movements in blackface. And that type of racism is just as bad as the racism you see on the other side of the aisle for the Republicans, right? It's a type of racism in the sense that the strength of the black community was not the paramount concern. That was not the number one priority. That was not the top agenda item on the list. It was the agenda was how do we use the pain and the suffering of black people and sort of slap them onto and tie them onto what we got going on already, right? And so ultimately, if you talk about, for example, putting things in the public schools and stuff like that, I think all that's good. But the problem though is that if we're not driving the bus, chances are the bus is going to be driven in a direction that we don't want it to be driven. Do you understand that if we are not in control of some part of the process, then don't be surprised when it kind of gets swayed and swerved in a different direction. So even now, I don't even I know people do programs in the public schools and stuff like that. I don't even approach the public schools because why would I go through the public schools when I could talk right to the parents by going through the internet? I can talk right. I talk to millions of parents just like I'm talking to you because the public school system has a set of agendas that are not aligned with the economic sovereignty of the black community nor the economic strength of your children. They're not. They got a whole bunch of other agendas they have to fulfill. They have to take care of the teachers' unions. They have to make sure that they have to, get your kids, make sure they know all their pronouns, so they can pursue whatever agenda they have in that direction. They have to make sure that you understand how wonderful and amazing white people are, because of course the white faces in history are considered more important than the black faces. We are secondary. I don't really think, and then also they get to decide which types of black people are appropriate for your children to even hear from. Like you've got a person who's not black looking at a group of black children and saying, I want you exposed to this black person here, but not this black person here because this black person here is bad. If you don't believe me, just see what would happen if Louis Farrakhan tried to speak in a public school that's full of black kids. We know he'd do an amazing job. We know it would be transformative. We know that it would elevate these children, especially the boys, to a level that a white teacher from the suburbs can't do. We know that would happen because we know what the minister can deliver. Like him or not, he's one of the most powerful thinkers and speakers in the history of this country. But that's exactly why they would block him and they would replace him with Diddy or some safe guy that's gonna tell them things that are gonna help them fit into the system that they want them to fit into. So really, the thing I learned is that if you really want to do the work the right way, you're gonna have to get a lot of things done yourself. So a lot of times the right way is the hard way. And I'm not afraid of the hard way. It takes more time, it takes more energy, effort, stuff like that. But if you get there, if you achieve the goal, you can achieve results that are unlike anything else. Like, one thing I'm super proud of is the fact I'm super proud of the fact that when people have those who've internalized the economic messages that come from this space over a number of years, they and their children are so economically advanced that they understand more about money and wealth and economics than 95% of the population. Like I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud because the deal is that when you can have real conversations, you can really get to the heart of the issue. And so you got to be honest, you got to be specific, and you cannot be scared. right? So when I'm talking to you in my own awkward way, where I don't sometimes I don't even know what words to use. I don't know what I'm gonna say next, but I know I'm committed to telling you what I really see. That's me trying to say, let's get to the heart of this shit. Let's figure out why this isn't working. Let's really figure out why you hate your job. Let's figure out why your kids are financially stressed. Let's figure out why you're not economically secure. And let's really talk about this damn thing. And let's stop focusing on the BS. Let's stop worrying about being politically correct. Let's stop worrying about whether or not Bank of America wants to sponsor my platform. I don't give a shit. I don't want Bank of America's money. Like let's stop worrying about how it's gonna sound and whether or not certain people's feelings are gonna be hurt. We ain't got time for that. Your feelings are already hurt. You're already black. You're already going through hell. You're already frustrated because all the answers, these so-called solutions that are presented to you, do not work. They don't work. So in my view, it's like let's let's stop wasting time, man. We're gonna be dead soon. Life is short. Let's have a real damn conversation and let's really figure out what's really going on here. Let's figure out why our we got some 30-year-old black male who feels financially vulnerable, who's not where he wants to be, who's stressed out over student loans, who doesn't feel like he has opportunities, who feels like he's completely trapped. How did that happen? Let's dissect this. Like let's really do some science right now. Let's get our best scientists on the job. We got black scientists in our community that really care about this stuff. And if we focus, think about this. This is why we created the convention. It's like let's bring together the scientists. Let's have a think tank. Let's think about it. Let's just meditate on it. Let's talk to each other about it. And let's figure out what the damn solution is. And let's do it in a way where we're not living by anybody's rules but our own. The more rules and constraints you have, the lower your probability of being able to find the optimal solution. That is a mathematical fact. When I taught math at the University of Kentucky, one of the biggest rules of linear equations is that the more constraints you put on the equation, the lower your ability to find the optimal outcome. So you are operating in a world that has so many constraints that you can't even find the real solution because they put up a wall blocking the area where the solution is located. So I'm saying let's kick down the damn wall. It's going to make people uncomfortable. Everybody ain't going to get it. Not everybody understands this approach. And I understand. I get it, right? I hurt your feelings, whatever. Fine. Okay. But I ain't got time to be thinking about that right now. I'm trying to solve a damn problem. So let's close out. We'll close out on a couple of quick thoughts. Hopefully we can wrap this up because we don't want to talk all day because it's a Sunday. Y'all got stuff to do. But if you look at the struggle, let's go back to that 30-year-old black male, that 30-year-old black woman who's feeling off balance, who doesn't feel that they're where they want to be in terms of mental and physical health, not where they want to be in terms of relationships, not where they want to be in terms of wealth. I challenge you to consider that there is science and there's information out there such that if children are taught these things at an early age, if we embrace these ideas, most of those problems could be solved. If his mental health is off, we got a gang of damn good therapists that can help with that. My wife is one of them. She has friends. If his physical health is off, we've got medical doctors and holistic health people and people that know all kinds of stuff about nutrition and science that could easily fix that if he started listening to the right people. If his relationships are bad and he's complaining about women and or complaining about marriage or complaining about raising kids or whatever it is, there are people that can help you with relationships, choosing the right relationships, maintaining your relationship, connecting to the relationships that will help you prosper economically, right? If his financial security is off, well, I got you on that. I know 10,000 theories on wealth and financial security. I've read probably 20,000 research papers on these topics. So the answers are out there, but you have to go find them. You have to listen to people that know what's going on. And it needs to be specific to you because the Black experience is very, very unique in America. The African American experience is very, very unique. Kamala Harris, in my opinion, I don't hate her, but she does not really have the African American experience completely. Her and Dougie are not living the life of a black man and black woman in America. They're not. Dougie ain't even black. But Kamala is, she's Jamaican and Indian, and I bless her. I think the truth is okay. She went to Howard. She knows a little bit about being black. Nothing wrong with that. Good lady. Nothing against her at all. Right? I wish her the best. But the African American experience is just kind of different. I just think you have different things to deal with. You have different issues historically that you have to address. You have also opportunities that other people don't have, and you have to be able to see that as well. So at the end of the day, man, I just personally think that's being as specific as possible in terms of how we solve these problems. That's really the solution. That's how we can make sure that we're ready, because it's not that difficult to work with an African American child who's surrounded by people that love him, that are people and people that train him, people that help him become economically ready and educationally ready and ready in terms of self-esteem and emotional balance and everything else. There's nothing stopping that young black boy from being whatever he wants to be. There's nothing stopping that little girl from being incredibly successful and happy at the same time, and prosperous and financially secure. There's nothing stopping that. But it does require us to shift our thinking, and we have to focus on preparation. Preparation is very important. So anyway, all right, so let's see. All right, so somebody said, please stop putting down Caribbean people. I hope I didn't put down anybody. We got people in this class from the Caribbean. I'm not putting down people from the Caribbean. I hope that was not something that was directed at me. Maybe it was directed in the chat, but that's not putting down Caribbean people. It's the different. It's acknowledging that there's a difference. If I go to Jamaica and I want to become president of Jamaica, and I say I'm just like the Jamaicans, that would be a lie. That would not be true. Now, I might have a lot in common. I might care about the people. I might be able to help the people for sure. But if a Jamaican who's born and raised in Jamaica steps up and says, you are a great man, you're a good man, I appreciate you, but you aren't the same. You're not exactly like us. I couldn't stand there and say, no, 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 no. I'm going to minimize everything that you know specifically about your own country, and just say that I can come in as a person from another place and replace you. Or my African American family is just like your Jamaican family. No, we're not quite the same. We have a lot in common, though. We have a lot in common. But it wouldn't surprise me if Jamaican people were like, no, we kind of want the Jamaican guy. We like the Jamaican guy. The African American guy is cool, but the Jamaican guy is the guy we really want. Do you understand? So this is not, there's nothing strange about this. The only reason that I think you're being forced to accept people, black people from other countries, as the same as yourself is because America does not like African American people who are descendants of slaves. America doesn't. If you are an African American in this country, if you ever want to be a dangerous black person, here's what you do. Be an African American descendant of slaves who is in touch with black history and knows the truth. If you are in that category, then there are certain opportunities you will never have. There's certain halls of power you will never be invited in, certain spaces because you are a walking manifestation of one of the greatest crimes in all of human history. That's what you are. You represent, like, you are basically like the bastard child that the husband had when he was not with his wife, and you walk in the kitchen and you don't understand why the wife hates you. Right? Because all you wanted was some milk, but she hates your guts because you remind her of things in the past that she's trying to forget. So your mere existence and your knowledge of truth about how many trillions of wealth was stolen from you, that makes you very dangerous. Your understanding of all the horrible things done to your ancestors makes you very dangerous. The fact that you know and you can prove beyond any reasonable doubt that $14 trillion in reparations are owed for everything that they did to you. Oh, that they don't want to deal with that. Who wants to deal with that? Who wants it? Who wants that type of accountability? So being African American is very dangerous. That's why when you look at certain prominent black people in certain positions, they're almost never African American descendants of slaves. But they're like, oh, but we got a black person. And if you're not thinking, you'll be like, oh, they're black like me. That's fine. No, but no, I'm not saying that they're bad. I'm just saying they're not like you. Karen Jean Pierre, I think that's her name, the publicist or the PR person for the White House, whatever, the press secretary. Thank you. She's very good. She does a very good job at what she does, but she's not African. She's not an African American descendant of slaves. Kamala Harris, great lady, very talented. She's not an African American descendant of slaves. Barack Obama, awesome guy, but he's not an African American descendant of slaves. You can keep going down the list. The lady that they put on the Supreme Court, I forgot her name. She's super smart, but she's not an African American descendant of slaves. First black woman on the Supreme Court was not the first African American woman on the Supreme Court because there's never been an African American woman on the Supreme Court. Okay, so I'm not saying that all these other people are bad. Ketanji Brown Jackson, thank you, and I don't want to disrespect her, but also you got to look at the little social cues. The white husband is a signal like, hey, look, I'm safe. I'm a safe black person. I'm not going to give you a hard time about what you did to black people. But when me and my wife show up and we're like, no, we're both African Americans and we both can trace our lineage back to slavery and we know these things, oh, we become very dangerous. Do you understand? My wife was before she married me, she was the light-skinned black girl who was very articulate and they considered her to be very safe. When she married me and her colleagues all started Googling me, because I guess, I was a little bit internet famous or whatever that is. And then also there was a black man in her department that was being put through hell and very unfair, unjust persecution. And she stood by that black man. Suddenly they lumped her in with the field Negroes. Suddenly she started getting treated very differently. They started really treating her very poorly. And I said, this is why. And then this is why I respect you and admire you, because only the realest of black women will stand by the black man when we're going through hell. And only the realest of black men will stand by black women when y'all going through your stuff. That's why I stand by black women 100% of the time. And I think that that's extremely important. So long story short, but again, I'm not disrespecting anybody else's choice or anything like that. I'm not disrespecting anything, but I am giving extra credit to those of you, those women who dealt with our crazy asses because of what we go through. The trauma's real. My trauma is very, very high. My trauma is extremely high, and I can be triggered very easily, and I don't want that to happen, but it happens. It's the curse you carry, right? And so for her to understand that, I don't think anybody other than a black woman can really get it the way I need somebody to get it. Do you understand? So anyway, that's it. I'm done. I'm not going to keep going. And I know we were talking about the economic stuff, and I do think it actually relates to the economic stuff, actually, if you really go into reparations and how much money's owed, and we could talk about all that. But I did kind of spin outside of that a little bit. And I also want to make it clear I'm not here to tell you what your politics needs to be. Okay. So give me a yes if you can agree with me that I'm not telling you who to vote for. And also when it comes to money, I do not give invested advice. So I'm not telling you what to do. I'm giving you a perspective to consider, something to kind of chew on and think about. Okay. All right. So anyway, a couple quick items I'll share with you. Number one, I want to mention Aisha Verzi is in class and she has some good stuff. If you're looking for life insurance or something like that, Aisha is a great person you can reach out to. If you go to drboyceoffers.com, her phone number is there. You could talk with her about what you're trying to do in terms of insurance or legacy planning. Everybody should have insurance. So feel free to go to drboyceoffers.com, and she's at the bottom. Number two, Thursday, we're going to do a special session on retirement planning. I'll go through kind of the breakdown and blueprint and slides and notes and put all that together, and that'll all be packaged, and you can participate in that. I'll send you a link where you can join that. There will be a fee, but I'll cut the fee for those that are in this class. So make sure you're on the text list to get that information. If you're not on the text list, text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send that to you. Number three, if you want to volunteer at the All Black National Convention, you can email, I'm going to say it, the email address 3 times, bpeventsinfo1@gmail.com. That's bpeventsinfo1@gmail.com. bpeventsinfo1@gmail.com. Next, last but not least, my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, she's a therapist. You guys know this, and a professor. Tonight, she's going to do the session on how to find the right mate and how to maintain that relationship. And then on Monday, she's doing Mental Health Mondays, where she's bringing in some therapists, and they're going to talk about mental health. So if you'd like to be invited to that, you can text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948, and we'll send you an invitation. All right, guys, have a great day. God bless you. I will see you all tomorrow morning. We do this every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So have a great day, everybody. And I love you, and I'll see you later. You guys are doing well. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I am here with my good friend Tiara KJ Williams. How you doing today, T?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing very well, very well. Yeah, so I sent you this video of a poor girl who has broke Negroitis. Apparently, that's It's a common disease. It's not even rare. It's kind of everywhere. And she also did something that a lot of people, a lot of like Gen Zers do that or wait, I'm a Gen Xer, right? So the Gen Zers do it and we don't understand it, which is like thinking that crying on the internet is going to fix a problem, and we don't understand. But well, I'm not making fun of her at all. I don't want to do that. But she was crying. She was really sad because she didn't have enough money, and she said she makes 80,000 a year, and was kind of shocked she couldn't like pay her bills and stuff. Did you see the video?
I did see it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's kind of surprising. And so what I want to do is I actually want to show this clip because I want everybody to kind of see it and kind of give an assessment on it. And also, as you come into the chat, I know some of you are going to arrive. I want to remind everybody that this podcast is on Spotify. So if you look up Dr. Boyce Watkins on Spotify, you can find the Dr. Boyce breakdown, and you can also find Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, where I also do some stock market analysis all day long. So let me grab the clip and play the clip, and then as folks come in, I'll play it again for those who don't get to see it the first time around. All right, so here we go.
Here we go.
All right, so give me 1 second here. So this is on my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Money, and I want to make sure the audio comes through. So T, let me know if you can hear the audio. Here we go.
Okay.
2 college degrees and
Yes.
close to $80,000 a year. I still cannot keep up with the cost of living. I still cannot afford all of my bills every month and have to live paycheck to paycheck. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. I am sacrificing my mental health, my time, and my energy to take care of people in their most vulnerable moments. And a lot of the time, they do not make it. At the very least, I should be able to pay my bills. And for anyone who's thinking, well, you shouldn't have chose that job, somebody has to do it. And you know damn well if your loved one was critically ill, you would want somebody to take care of them, right? Something has to give. I cannot keep doing this. I am so tired of living my life in survival mode because despite having 2 college degrees and making close to $80,000 a year, I still cannot keep up with the cost of living. I still
Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing right there. All right, so T, I assume you were able to hear her commentary about her. So a couple things that stood out to me was one, she said she has 2 college degrees,
Mm-hmm.
and she makes $80,000 a year, and she can't pay the bills. What are your initial thoughts?
That she's doubly in debt, right? Like it's doubly. You got 2 college degrees. That means that right now, traditionally, if you just have one, you at least like $100,000 in debt from student loans. But if you got two, that means that doubles, right? So that means that she really can't pay for that. I just thought that I could identify with her, right? I feel like $80,000 seems like when you hear it, like, oh, that's enough money. You should be able to survive off that. But once you start to go through all the checklists of what needs to be paid for, you realize that it's going to leave you with about $200 per month. My little breakdown that I got over here left her with like $200 per month to pay her bills, depending on, certain factors. So I just, that's what I thought initially. Like it sounds good, but once you break it down, I could see why she's crying on the internet.
Yeah, it's sort of like you have the realistic or the natural way to look at it, which is it's $80,000 a year. What are you complaining about, right? Like stop
Right.
overspending. That's ridiculous. But then you kind of have this weird, almost like this Instagramish reality that says, like, no, you can you really afford to live the way a lot of people expect to live, on that income. Like really, when you really break it down for real, maybe that's not a lot of money. Um, and I know a lot of people, who just would have a very hard time making it with that salary. So it's kind of like it's a little confusing at times because you'll see these statistics that will talk about what average incomes are, and if you look at it in an honest way, it almost seems like those numbers are just not enough. You
Mm-mm.
know, um,
Mm-mm.
yeah. So I was kind of being silly in terms of talking about what I saw in the video and kind of this whole phenomenon of crying on the internet. But I really do kind of feel bad for her, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is play it again because I actually have another angle I want to take as I address this. And by the way, I want everybody please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And you're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. I'm here with Tierra Williams, aka Miss Black Hollywood, and I will put Tierra's Instagram up here so y'all can follow her on Instagram also. All right, so let's play this again. I like to do analysis. I like to analyze things and think them through.
Okay.
So let's look at this again.
Mhm.
And there we go. All right, so I'm going to play one more time, and I'll tell you why. Here we go.
Okay.
Still cannot afford all of my bills every month and have to live paycheck to paycheck. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. I am sacrificing my mental health, my time, and my energy to take care of people in their most vulnerable moments. And a lot of the time, they do not make it. At the very least, I should be able to pay my bills. And for anyone who's thinking, well, you shouldn't have chose that job, somebody has to do it. And you know damn well if your loved one was critically ill, you would want somebody to take care of them, right? Something has to give. I cannot keep doing this. I am so
Okay, so you heard her mention mention that somebody in her life is critically ill.
Mhm.
Did you catch who that was? I didn't. Maybe I missed that.
No,
Was it like
I
her mother or?
no, I thought that maybe she was maybe a nurse or somewhere like maybe a home healthcare staff or something like that. Like she took care of loved ones and maybe got paid for that. Something along those lines.
Okay. All right. So let me kind of start in the beginning. I'm going to start with some data. And by the way, everybody, welcome. It's good to see you. I know some of you are coming into the chat right now. And make sure you make yourself seen. Shout out what city you're from, stuff like that. Okay, so here is some data on how much where your income lies in the whole range of incomes in America. So they, according to the Census Bureau, I guess this is 2023 data. Low income is less than 40,000 a year. Lower middle income is 40,000 to 65,000 per year. Middle income is 65 to 100,000 a year. To be upper middle income, you make 100 to 150. High income is 150. Now, if she lives in a big city like a New York, 80,000 is at the very bottom of middle income. In New York, to be upper middle income, you got to make 150 to 300,000, and to be considered high income, you have to make 300,000 a year. Okay, so that's what the data says. Now, let me tell you what Dr. Boyce says. Um, First off, I'd love to talk to her and ask a few simple questions like, tell me about your student loans. You said you have 2 degrees. You probably have debt. A lot of people don't know that I want to say 60% of Black income goes towards servicing debt. So if anybody wants to know where your Black wealth is going, why it's disappearing, just go look at the university you went to. You went to college because you thought you were going to better your life and create opportunities for yourself. Well, I hate to tell you, but you got hoodwinked, you got bamboozled, run amok, led astray. They lied to your Black ass because these white folks literally lined everything up so they can get more of your money. And I just can't help but to say it that way because it's scamish in the sense that and I say this as a college professor. I mean, I've taught at University of Kentucky, Indiana University, Syracuse, all that. Y'all know my history, and there's no reason that it should cost $200,000 to get a bachelor's degree, and there are mechanisms that were put in place that led to this particular outcome. So, and I can go into that one day, maybe during Money in the Morning class. If you want to join us in our free financial class, just go to b1moneytips.com. The URL is right there on the screen. So that's the first thing. She probably has student loan debt. And
Mhm.
now the second thing that I want to draw everybody's attention to is she mentioned somebody being critically ill. Now I don't know if she's referencing her job as a nurse or if she's talking about somebody in her family being critically ill, like a parent or something like that. Now let me say this: she could be part of what they call the sandwich generation. Have you heard of the sandwich generation, Tiara?
Tell me about it, boys.
It's not where they eat sandwiches.
Okay.
It's yeah. So it's the sandwich generation is they probably do eat sandwiches though. The sandwich generation is basically people. I think the age range is like 40 to like 55, where you're young enough to have young kids maybe, and but old enough where your parents are aging and you have to take care of parents. So when
Yeah.
she said terminally ill, that shot up my spidey senses. Like I wonder if she's got somebody that she's taking care of financially because I know that with my parents being ill, there are bills that come up.
Yeah.
And I did explain to my parents. I said, yeah, we were part of your retirement plan. Like you have people that talk about, like, oh, why would any man take care of another man's kids? That whole conversation. And my father and I laugh about that because he took care of me. He didn't have to. And I said, well,
Mhm.
here I am. I'm your return on investment. So whenever I
Yeah.
buy you something and you're all appreciative, like I didn't have to do it, I'm like, no, I owe that to you because you put up with me for all those years. You could have been out. You could have been out getting ass. You could have been living your best life, but you didn't. You came home. You did what a man does. You took care of me, loved me as a son when my own father was too busy pleasure seeking. Right?
Mm.
You stepped
Mm.
up. Now that means, okay, you want a new truck? I bought his truck with cash. You want your car? You want your house paid off? Done. I'm writing that check. Right? Whatever you need, I'm here. Right? And I think that this leads to my third point with this young lady. I'd be curious to know: do you have a family?
Mhm.
Meaning, like, do you have a man in your life, even a woman? I mean, do you friends? Do you have somebody in your life that's helping you pay the bills? Because we make the mistake of believing that family and relationships is all about having sex with the cutest person you can find or being
Mhm.
happy all the time. No, relationships are about survival.
Yeah.
Like, it's about survival. Like when you have two people paying bills instead of one, it's easier.
It's, it
If
makes a difference.
the house is making 80 and you making 80, my 80 plus your 80, that becomes 160. But guess what? There's also what they call economies of scale, or AKA synergies. Synergies means that it's not like my 80 and your 80 are paying two sets of bills. I'm not paying rent and you're paying rent. We're sharing the rent, right? I'm
Right.
paying, we could share a car, we could share utilities, we're sharing all this stuff. So not only is your income going up when you're in a good relationship, but your bills go down.
Yeah.
And nobody talks about this. And everybody thinks dating is all about fun and games. And then you see videos of people crying on the internet because they can't pay the bills. And I'm sitting there thinking, yeah, it's probably hard to do it all by yourself.
Yeah.
Tiara, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, so I did an analysis of myself, just thinking about all of that, right? What you just said. And before we started, I was thinking, okay, so there's $80,000 here, but at least like, let's say the range is like 16 to 28,000 of that could be going towards taxes. But we'll just, for the sake of this conversation, take it from 16. So 80,000, take 16,000 off that just for taxes and things that the government want to take from you, right? That leaves you somewhere around what, 50, let's see, 60, 80, um that leaves you with still having to pay for rent, which you said is like, let's just say it's 20, $2,000, right? 2,000 for the whole year, that's somewhere around 24,000. You just and then if she does have kids, like you said, boys, there's childcare, there's things that you have to do for your child. You have to buy them things, you have to feed them, you have to feed yourself, you have to pay utilities. There's just all of these things that you really have to worry about as a woman, especially if you're a single woman, especially if you have children. So once I broke all of those things down, car note, I mean, really, like, you make money literally to pass it off. It leaves her somewhere around like $200 a month, right? Just for savings and investing or whatever. Which is just not a lot of money. And I can see why she's crying on the internet. Because I'd be crying on the internet too,
Mm-hmm.
for sure.
Yeah, yeah. I think that um, what I think is important for any smart people to really understand is that it's not going to get easier in the future. It's going to get harder.
Hmm.
Things are going to get more expensive. Artificial intelligence is eating jobs up like crazy. Amazon, they love to lie to people. They tell you, "Oh, we're hiring these robots. They're just going to assist our employees. We're not looking to replace anybody." Oh, that's a bunch of crap.
Yeah.
No, no. Amazon, their number one job as a company, the job of the corporate manager is to maximize shareholder wealth. So they understand that if we hire 10,000 robots, 100,000 robots, we can replace people with AI that doesn't need a bathroom break, that isn't going to ask for a pay raise, that isn't going to complain, it's going to work 24 hours a day. It's going to cost us 1/1000th of what it costs us to deal with a human being. And I'm not saying that that's okay. I'm saying that that's just what it is. And so there's so much more in terms of the dynamics. And I really wish, I also would need people to understand this. In America, it's almost impossible to really build significant amounts of wealth if you're not participating in the stock market. You have to be in the stock market. The stock market is the leading number one wealth generator in the history of this country. You can't really, it's, with the way workers are paid, it's very difficult to work your way to wealth. It's very difficult to save your way to wealth. It's very easy to invest your way to wealth. And I want everybody to pay attention to how much money. How many of you are stock market investors? Give me a guess in the chat if you are investing in the stock market, consistently on some level. Give me a yes. Okay, good. T raised a hand. Great, great. Yeah. If you follow, you might have noticed this week was a great week for the stock market. A lot of money got made. And think about this though. There's millions of people who miss out on it completely. The money flies right over their head. They're not even looking. They're scrolling through Instagram and paying attention to their favorite rapper, and they're missing out on all this money. And then they turn around, they say, "I don't have any money. I'm broke." Well, of course you're not going to have any money because your financial consciousness is not where it should be. Your consciousness, in terms of what you're paying attention to, needs to shift a little bit. And so when I saw this video, I felt kind of bad for her because I think that she's in a situation that a lot of people are in, and I think that the solutions are out there, but you have to seek them out if you want to have them. Tiara, did you have a thought on that?
I think you definitely said it. I was about to say, I noticed that a lot of people are distracted, right? This week we weren't paying attention to the stock market because we're watching Diddy, right? There's all
Right.
these other things that are happening. And when you start to talk about money, what I noticed that when I work with a lot of clients, obviously through my business, Real Virtual, a lot, if you start to mention new things or new habits or new things that they can do, it's just like, well, I don't want to do all that, I just want to do this, right? Like
Mhm.
people get really resistant to the idea of new things because it feels so hard for them. So I would
Mhm.
just say to keep your mind open and keep your heart open, because I sometimes, even when I come to Voice and he tells me things and I'm like, well, wait, we go back and forth sometimes about that. Well, just be open. That's what I would say.
Yeah, I would say that too. By the way,
Yeah.
everybody, you're watching drvoicetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. This is Tiara KJ Williams, aka Miss Black
Mhm.
Hollywood, and you can follow her actually online at Miss Black Hollywood. So I'm gonna put her Instagram up here. So go follow her on the gram.
Yeah.
Also, she is a story selling expert. She can help you to implement storytelling into your business and what you're doing as an entrepreneur and shape your ideas. So if you'd like to meet with her and have a consultation, her email address is right here on the screen. It's info@realvirtual.net, and real is spelled REEL, and it's .net, not .com. So feel free to reach out to Tiara for a consultation. Did I
Actually,
get everything
boys, they
right?
can they can actually go just straight to to the website and book a 30-minute consultation.
Okay, so
Yeah.
realvirtual.net, the website.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I'll put that on the screen. Okay,
Okay.
perfect. So hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. All right, so we were talking about this video with this poor young lady who was really, really stressing out over money. And I'm gonna play the
Literally.
video one more time because I like to see things 2 or 3 times just to really analyze it. And I wanted to analyze it for those of you that really want to understand that the solutions are out there. It's not a mystery. Wealth is not a mystery for the people that understand wealth. If you
Mhm.
think it's a mystery, then you got to find a different crowd to hang out with. You maybe
Mhm.
come hang out with us. Again, we do financial consciousness class every morning for free. That's the best I can do, is offer it for free. So you don't have to pay money, but you got to pay attention. So the URL b1moneytips.com is right there. You can also text the word morning, morning, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. All right, so let me pull up this video one more time. I think we should watch it once more just to kind of uh see if we missed anything the first time around. And this is on my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Money. So feel free to follow me on the gram. All right, so here we go. I'm gonna play this clip, and here we go.
So tired of living my life in survival mode because despite having 2 college degrees and making close to $80,000 a year, I still cannot keep up with the cost of living. I still cannot afford all of my bills every month and have to live paycheck to paycheck. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. I am sacrificing my mental health, my time, and my energy to take care of people in their most vulnerable moments. And a lot of the time, they do not make it. At the very least, I should be able to pay my bills. And for anyone who's thinking, well, you shouldn't have chose that job, somebody has to do it. And you know damn well, if your loved one was critically ill, you would want somebody to take care of them. right? Something has to give. I cannot keep doing this. I am so tired of.
Okay. So when she says I can't keep doing this,
Yeah.
you think she's talking about the job? So it almost sounds like she's saying I'm struggling financially, I'm living paycheck to paycheck, it's really hard, and my job is a really depressing
Hard.
job
Yeah, it's
because I'm
stressful.
taking care of all these people that are dying.
Hmm.
Um, what were you hearing in her conversation?
That's exactly what I was hearing. So it just really makes me think like home health care, nursing, hospice, that kind of and actually like we actually work with a home health care staffing service. So I know that like once people get old, they're dying. And to be honest, I want to say the wages are between or they earn between like 13 to $17, boys. Like I want to say like that's the starting range for like people that take care of family members and all, like they don't make a whole lot of money. So if
Wow.
I was her, yeah, like if I was her, I couldn't believe it. But just working with this company that we've been working with, that was like they literally start at $13 an hour, on the East Coast in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And I thought that was so insane. But that's what they are paying people to take care of people. So if I was her, I would definitely choose another lane, another job. It's obvious that she has 2 degrees, so she has skills. She has to have skills.
Hmm.
She's like a couple $100,000 in debt. She got to have a skill.
Well, she says she has 2 degrees, right? So she's,
Right.
according to the old rules, she's kind of done everything she's supposed to do. She went to school.
Right.
She's a hardworking person.
Yeah.
She seems like a good person. I don't know her specifics of her situation.
Yeah.
Um, and she's a pretty lady, right? Like,
Yeah.
like she could grab up a man or two if she wanted.
Yeah.
Um, and not that that matters or anything other than me just processing just how I think that there's something going on here where it's almost as if people at the top of the food chain, the financial food chain, they kind of like to see us sort of separately scrambling individually
Mm.
for the same reasons that companies don't like when employees unionize. They don't want to see people working together, right? Because if you're separately scrambling, then you become economically desperate. Like does anybody remember like after the pandemic when they were really upset because people didn't want to come to work because they were getting the money? They got the stimulus checks and they didn't have to pay student loans for a couple of years. So people were like, what was happening was it was like an awakening. People were discovering the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
They were really exploring all the things that I had been talking to Alicia about for years. Alicia didn't, even my wife didn't know. I'd been telling her, I said, people don't know how much. This is back in 2014, before the pandemic. I remember saying, people don't realize how much of their life they're missing by going to work all day.
Yeah.
It's not healthy to be at work all day. It's just not. You're missing life. And during the pandemic, I think people started to get a glimpse of that and they didn't want to come back to work. So when I'm watching CNBC, I would hear people that run businesses and millionaires say, you got to go back to work. If you don't work,
Yeah.
then something's wrong with you and you're not an American and you're not a good person and just all this other stuff. But basically, they were like, we need employees.
Yeah.
We need people that are going to do the work so we can get the reward because most of these people telling everybody to go back to work, they were not living paycheck to paycheck. They're not
Yeah.
making $13 an hour, right? But they'll pay you $13 an hour, and
Yeah.
that's okay. And so I wrote down, I took notes as she was talking because I thought this was kind of symptomatic of what a lot of people go through. And as a lot of y'all know, by the way, Alicia has a lot of workbooks on financial anxiety. As a therapist, she's done a lot of financial therapy for people. So if you want to actually go to drboycebooks.com, you can take a look at some of her workbooks on financial anxiety. I'll put the URL on the screen at some point. But what I was really hearing was a type of anxiety. She talked
Mm.
about mental health,
Yeah.
how this is affecting her mental health.
Yeah.
And and this has always been my argument in terms of why we want our kids to be financially secure. Like you want to invest for them, you want to show them how to make money, because if you don't have enough money, it will affect your mental health.
Mm.
If you're under that kind of pressure, under that kind of stress, you're unhappy, you're miserable, you're sad. And life is, I mean, you should be enjoying life. Why would life be sad? It shouldn't
Yeah.
be sad.
Yeah.
But it's sad for so many people. 60% of all people live paycheck to paycheck. Did you know that?
Mm. Yeah. I know
And that and
something like
that's
that.
and it's interesting to me because it's an easily solvable problem, you know. It's almost a little bit well, but then again, it's a hard one to solve in terms of implementation and changing habits, right? It's almost
Yeah.
like so many 40% of all people I think are going to die of cancer, and a lot of it comes from processed food, right?
Yeah.
Simple answer is stop eating processed food,
Yeah.
but that's not so simple because the shit's good,
Right.
right?
And people won't do it. I mean, every time I'm like, I want to go vegan, right? I hear people say, "Girl, I'm just not gonna stop eating my pork chops, kill
Yeah.
me or not." I be like, that's crazy. Like that's crazy for and a lot of people feel that way about whatever their vice is, whatever their thing is. Like I'm not gonna stop doing it, so it don't matter, So I think
Yeah,
it comes at
yeah.
that. Mm,
Yeah, so that maybe that's part of it too, right? I mean, when you're really thinking about like what is going on. Um, let's see here. Now, what I like what Ty says is this is one of the videos I showed to my budgeting students. Yeah, I think that's a great thing. I think that's really good to show young people and to kind of help it, bring it home to say, if you don't prepare, this is what life will be like.
yeah.
Does she look happy? No. Because my father used to teach me that way. My father would show me older black men who had spent their whole lives drinking and using drugs. And
Yeah.
there would be some raggedy, stinky bum on the street. And he would be like, "Do you want to be like that?" And I'd be like, "No."
Yeah.
He was like, "Then stay away from drugs and alcohol because that's what got him."
Yeah.
Right. So when I see, and then when you see all this stuff going on with Diddy and all that stuff with the drugs and all that, it's like, oh, there's another black man going down because you got into the drug culture and you think that was okay. So I almost feel like there's almost like a financial version of that, in terms of taking just smoking from the pipe of the people that are or drinking the Kool-Aid
Mm,
of what they tell you to do to be successful. Because what makes me sad about it is that a lot of the people struggling, they're not lazy people, they're not criminals, they didn't squander away everything. These are hardworking. She worked hard. She went to school. She got 2 degrees. She's
yeah.
making 80 grand. She's doing a noble profession. Shout out to all the nurses, and she doesn't have
Wow.
enough money to get by. That
Yeah.
is wrong, right? So in my mind, if that's my daughter, then what I'm talking to her about might be, you got to supplement your income some way.
Yeah.
Either supplement it, maybe you supplement it with a husband, right? Or you can
Yeah.
supplement it with some, side hustles.
Yeah.
Supplement it with some stock market investing. In this country, a lot of workers can't afford to live solo with the money they're making from their job. So you have to find some creative way to just sort of get the extra things that you need. So even little things like, if you notice people that come from other countries, what do? They all pile up in one house.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, all 8 of us live in the same house, so we can all share the bills. We don't all need to have our own house because then we'll all be individually drowning. But instead, we're doing fine because now it's easy for all 8 of us together to pay 5,000 a month or 4,000 a month in a mortgage or rent or whatever. And then
Yeah.
also because what's happened there is really you're creating one of those keys to wealth, which is a surplus. A surplus is real. That's real income, right? Most people have no income. Julian Gordon actually made that point. I thought it was great. He said no. Most people have no income. I said, explain that. He said, well, if you look at a company and you look at how they measure income, they take revenue, they subtract expenses, and the
Mm-hmm.
difference, the surplus, that's your income.
Mm,
But if your revenue is below your expenses, you have no income. It's negative. So you
yeah.
think about it. Most people, their expenses are here, their income, their revenue is here, so they have no income. So
Yeah.
what you need is you need that gap. You need some type of gap between what you need to survive and what you're actually making. And what you do is that gap, that is your opportunity to build wealth.
Mm-hmm.
But what you do with the gap is what determines, how you're going to do, how financially secure you are. And to me, the big race is how do I really utilize what's in this gap so I can start storing my nuts for the winter to be ready for whatever next economic tragedy is around the corner. And so the reason I'm a big advocate for stuff like family, like working it out, figuring like pick a good partner, get the tools to really get along with that person, is because you have a greater opportunity to create the gap because you get together with a solid earner. Then your income's gone up and your expenses have gone down or they've remained the same. So you've got that gap, which then is like, okay, this is the money that we're putting into the investment accounts. Those are the people that are financially secure, the ones that have, and I got students like this. I got students that got over like millions in their 401ks, millions in real estate, millions in stock, making 10,000 a week selling stock options. I kid you not. I have students like this And and you see typically in those cases, it's usually either a person who's got a solid family and some guy who's like, yeah, I've been married to my wife for 30 years and we've been building together. Or it's like maybe it might, so if it's a single person, it might be like a mom who's just a big time saver, who's been saving and maxing out her 401k, and now she's 45, 50 years old and she's got like $250,000 in her retirement account. Right. So, or maybe another 100,000 in home equity. That's another thing. When people own houses, that's another area where you build wealth. So you got to get on one of those wealth trains, right? And if you
Mhm.
don't, then it's kind of tough because you're kind of always on this slippery slope.
Yeah.
Tierra.
Yeah, I agree. I'm listening. You preaching in here. You preaching here. I do want to add that we do have a list of side hustles. I want to say like 40 side hustles from a previous podcast that we did. So if somebody
Wow.
wants that list, just to start getting your mind going and ideas of way of things that you can do on the side, I have a list for you.
Oh,
Just
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
You guys can actually, yeah, if you want to get the side hustle going,
yeah,
you can set an appointment with Tierra. I'm going to put her
yeah,
website here. There we go. So you can go to
yeah,
realvirtual.net and talk to her
yeah,
directly. So if
yeah,
anybody has any questions, actually, I can answer some questions. I'll put, or have comments. Let's do some of the comments. So Ken Rue says, so glad I went to trade school. I made more money being an industrial plumber. Good for you. Yeah,
yes.
there's a big movement now, Tierra, where a lot of people are not doing college. A lot of young people aren't. They're
Mhm.
going to get in trades and skills and all that, which I think
Yeah.
is great actually.
Yeah. I said if Hollywood doesn't work out, I'm going to be an electrician.
For real? For real?
I'm about to go be a plumber too.
You
Hey,
better
listen, I'm
stop.
coming with you.
I thought you were serious. she needs she needs to lose the W-2 job. Too much coming off the top, and surely she's underpaid. Most of us are.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
great.
When average people get that gap, they buy something else or they spend it on doodads. That's true. It's a good point. Stop
Hmm.
gathering from low hanging fruit, which is buying materialistic things. Absolutely. You know what I found? Actually, a great way to make extra money, or a great way to really meet your budget and still have the surplus, is sometimes it's not about what you cut out. It might be just adding something in. Like I've seen people change their whole lives by just getting together with like a group of family members and just talking about money each week and just coming up with side hustle ideas, like
Yeah,
ways to make money. Like if you got a cool relative or a friend and y'all could just talk, like, okay, what are some ways we can make some money? We gotta get some money up in here,
yeah,
and maybe you take a class together on how to make money. Like literally that I think the kids should just be taught that as when they're young, like just how to see the money, how to find the money. I knew a guy like that. Did I ever tell you about the guy I met who was 62 years old and he never had a job in his life?
no, tell me.
Yeah, yeah. So he was the limo driver of a car that took me to the airport when I gave a speech somewhere, and he owned the limo company. And he was like, he said, yeah, I've never had a job. I said, really? So tell me about that. He said, man, when I grew up in one of those steel towns. My dad was a steel man, and all the steel jobs disappeared. He said that was when the wino thing started. He said because you had all these black men, all they knew how to do was go to work for that white man, and they didn't have anything to do. He said so that's
Yeah.
when they became a lot of them became alcoholics because
Hmm.
you're sad or you're depressed and you sit at home and just medicate. You just drinking liquor all day. And he said,
Hmm.
I watched that happen. And I said, that's not going to be me. So he said, I've never had a job. He said, what I do is I know how to go get money. I know how to go
Hmm.
make some money. And so he told me all the ways he was making money. He was like, I drive my limos. I run a car wash. I do this, do this, do this. That was his goal. His goal was to just make money. And he seemed free. He seemed happy. He seemed proud. That's really important too. I think a lot of men lose their pride when they can't provide,
Yeah.
and so I think having that skill to know, okay, if this doesn't work out, I can go somewhere else, or if this isn't giving me what I need, I can supplement. And I think that that's really the big goal. It's like I need everybody to know that there's like a billion different ways to make money,
Yeah.
not just that job application.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm constantly talking to my daughter. My daughter works here in Hollywood, and sometimes, we went through a strike. So for like an entire year, she wasn't on set. I said, well, listen, there's other ways you can make money. Why don't we go to Costco and get some Gatorades and get some snacks and whatever and go out to the park? And literally, you can take your little bullhorn out there and sell some. It's hot. She was like, okay, let's do it. And so I
Ah,
want to say she doubled our money that day. And just doing that, like I want to say I spent $60, y'all. I think that day we made maybe $250. And I gave her, yeah, just with Gatorade. So if ever I'm broke on a day, I don't know. We just get really creative around my
Yes.
house about, what this looks like. Can we take a little bit of money and make it and double it? Can we figure out how to do that just at the park across the street from my house? We don't got to go
Mm.
far. We don't have to do much. Like, how can we do it? And so we're just always
Wow.
having fun and doing things like that. She's 13 now, and in a little bit we're going to start a little podcast, and she's an artist, so she draws. But I told her that I wanted her to design she wanted to design journals and little sketchbooks. And so obviously, Boyce, we help clients do that, design, create books and all of that. And so I was like, oh, that's easy. Let's so design a book, and then we'll get on a podcast and we'll sell them. She was like, okay. So that's our project that we're working on now.
Wow. I completely love that because that to me is, I mean, that's that black mama genius. Like, I mean, black women are survivors, right? And I think that it's amazing, like, that you're kind of showing that to your daughter, like, and that's what we've always done. We find a way to make a way. My
Mhm.
grandma used to do that, and I personally think that we got away from that when we gave up, owning businesses and land, and we traded that in for student loans and corporate jobs.
Yeah.
That's what happened, really, when affirmative action came along, and we thought that was going to be, early reparations for us, and we ended up just, you know stuck now that,
Yeah.
people just are like, we don't like DEI no more, or if we do have an affirmative action program, we're going to hire an a gay Indian woman. We ain't hire no black people.
Yeah.
Like that. So I kind of feel like, you can't be economically independent or economically dependent on other people. You have
Yeah.
to, um if always have a plan B, right? And
Yeah.
I think that for her, here's the thing, when I look at her situation, um she's very skilled. She's a
Yeah.
hardworking person. She's got
Yeah.
all this medical knowledge. She's a nurse. I would probably advise her to consider, either taking an entrepreneurship class,
Yeah.
listening to some entrepreneurship podcasts, talking to people about possible side hustles, something that you could do in your spare time that's going to maybe add an extra 1,000 a month to your bank account. Little stuff like that makes a big difference. I,
Absolutely.
I would tell her to sit down with you. I know you're creative, and you just showed that, right? So,
Yeah.
Tierra's website is right there if you guys want to connect with her,
It
because I
sure
have
is.
found, like, in terms of all of our work in the Black Business School, the greatest impact that we've been able to have is when we have stuff like in the Prime program, where I simply showed people how to make a few hundred extra dollars a month with stock options. And that was explosive. And it was like, yeah, this is not hocus pocus. This is real. I'll show you exactly what to do. And I sit down with students. I don't know, I've probably done hundreds of consultations right by now, where I'll just be like, "Oh, yeah, you got some money saved up in stock. Let me show you. Here's buy this. I would buy this. I would buy that. This is not investing advice, but this is what I would do. And if you do this, boop, 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 you'll have $400 tomorrow." And it works. It
Yeah.
really works. And
Yeah.
and that's what I find is, like, when you talk about economic needs, you got long term needs, like, I've got to build wealth, generational wealth for the children and grandchildren. That those are big picture things that are very important. But then you got the short term stuff, like, I need $500 by Friday, right? And
Right.
so being able to kind of be a sprinter or a distance runner, depending on the race, I think is a skill set that should be indoctrinated into kids early, because they don't have that.
Yeah.
Their whole economic plan is go to school, go in debt, and then somebody from another community is going to offer you a job if you're lucky, as long as you don't do anything that's too black, because then
Yeah.
they're not going to hire you. Right? That's what
Yeah.
so I don't know, I kind of think we got to change the whole protocol. What do you think?
Yeah, if I was her, I would probably tell her all the creative things that she could probably do on her own, like you said, as an entrepreneur. But there's a nurse that I came across that I really like, or like a healthcare worker. She's a nurse, but every time she'll do these little story times, and she'll tell us stories of her working with like the most outlandish things that's happened from a day to day. Like, I was helping a patient and her husband came in and was trying to talk to me, and then just always wrapping things around story. And I think that story is everything. This person has gone on to create a massive following just telling stories. And I'm sure she's been able to monetize that in different ways. She has products and all of the things. I mean, I would encourage her to do something like that. Just get online and tell stories.
Wow. I mean, and I like that. I like that idea because I know you're an expert on storytelling and story selling and stuff like that. And I almost feel like that's something, I don't know, anybody who sees your website realvirtual.net, Tierra is an expert storyteller. So if you're trying to learn to tell your business story, I have seen people tell their story in the right way, and it's led to a great product and a great outcome for them. And just know, I would encourage people to also know this too. Think more of in an abundance sort of framework. Like
Yeah.
scarcity thinking is where we say, okay, gosh, I'm struggling financially. I got to cut things out. It's my
Yeah.
fault. I'm spending
Yeah.
too much. I bought Starbucks yesterday. I want to now jump off a building because I shouldn't have enjoyed my caramel macchiato latte or whatever the hell that is. Right. You know what I
Boys.
mean? Like, you know what we do? Like we beat
Yeah.
ourselves up. And
Yeah.
instead of thinking in a scarcity mindset, I want to challenge everybody to think in an abundance mindset like this. Here's what we're going to do. Y'all ready? This is what we call a financial consciousness exercise. I need you to reflect on the fact that you live in the richest country on earth.
Yes.
Like there is no country on earth that has more wealth than we do. So there's money here. The money resides right here. It's right under
Right.
your feet. It's right there. The gold is buried in your backyard. You just got to get a shovel. You got to go digging.
Yeah.
That next $100,000, $1 million idea is in the ether. It's there. You just have to find some way to reach out and grab it.
Yeah.
And I say this as a person who has found ideas that were right there. Like I kid you not, I have had times where I had an epiphany with somebody I was talking to because I talk about money a lot with family members and friends and everything. And
Yeah.
we would be like, oh yeah, we could do this and this and this. And then it would all this money starts coming out. And I'm like, shoot, I get mad because I'm like, that idea was sitting there waiting to be discovered like a pretty girl waiting for me to ask her out on a date. Don't tell my wife.
Mm.
For 5 years, just sitting there, like, "Hi, I'm here. You can come talk to me." And and it wasn't until I had the consciousness to notice, like, "Oh, hey, how you doing, girl?" I'm playing.
Mm.
I'm being silly. Don't tell my wife. But really, I did. But because sometimes I go too far in my analogies. But really, to just know that it was always there.
Yeah.
That's what makes me mad is that I'm like, it was there when I didn't have enough. It was there when I was, stuck in the little world I'd created for myself. So sometimes we build a tiny little world. This is the problem economically, is that, and this is why financial consciousness matters, Tierra, is because a lack of consciousness is where somebody builds a tiny little world and you feel like that's all that there is. And you live in this tiny little world and you get frustrated because the little prison that you're in, which is a prison of the mind, is
Hmm.
not big enough to give you all the things that you want. So what I'm here to do is I'm just here to encourage you to bust your ass out of jail. Like when you bust out of jail, it's no different from like a bad relationship where you're being mistreated and being dogged out and everything else, and you forget, like, hey, wait, you're attractive, you go to the gym every day, you're a good person. There's thousands of people that would love to be with you, but you're focused on the wrong person, right?
That's
you're,
right.
you're in this little horrible little world where you think everything's bad. Sometimes you got to come outside and breathe, and that's all consciousness. Like, wait, I need to make myself aware of the abundance that lies around me and go get me some of that. And I guarantee you, if you do that, if you have that exercise, sit with some other people that don't do this with your small-minded friends. It won't work. They're going to just
No.
complain and bitch about what you don't have. Get
Yeah.
with the people that are fellow dreamers like you, people that are not scared to try, not scared to explore, and
Yeah.
just have those conversations. And I guarantee you, at some point, you're going to find that idea that's going to put some money in your pocket.
Sometimes the idea wants to come to you. I think sometimes people are so busy chasing and running, and like you said, just kind of running in the wrong direction. They're so busy. They're so
Mm,
busy doing nothing but just for the sake of, like, I'm hustling, I'm out here grinding, I'm killing it, but really you're just running around in a circle.
yeah.
What's the little rat? You're in a rat race. You're in one of those little rat wheels, right? So something that I do daily, and I'm just going to offer this, is every day I take a long walk. Every day I take a long walk, and I allow myself. They say when you go outside and you ground yourself, your feet touches the ground. It's almost like the universe, God, whoever it is that you believe in, has the time to to talk to you if you walk long enough. If you're able to just, like, decompress for long enough, ideas will come to you. I typically listen to YouTube myself. Like, I'll ask for the spirit to guide me to what I need to hear for the day. And sometimes, and most of the time, I'm like, oh, or if I'm feeling like I'm feeling fearful, I'm feeling fear today, I'm feeling insecurity, I'm feeling whatever it is that you're feeling. It's like, lead me to the video to watch or the person to watch. Sometimes it's Boyce, sometimes it's Les Brown, sometimes like, I'm led. It'll pop up. I'll listen and be like, God damn it, that's exactly what I needed. Thank you.
Mm,
And then I'll leave that feeling. And so sometimes those ideas come up for Real Virtual. The idea came up right before there was a huge 6 months before there was a huge strike here in Hollywood. 6 months before the I had an idea to start Real Virtual, and I said, okay, I don't have time. I printed out all the flyers and I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it. And then I didn't do anything. And then the strike
mm,
happened. The strike happened and I was running around like a chicken with my head cut off for weeks. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. The town is shut down. I woke up one morning like, Real Virtual. Okay, and here it is. And I want to say 2 weeks after that, we had our first client. Boyce, you might have been our first client. Were you our first client?
I could have been. I mean, I
You
might have
could have
been.
been. You always be like, I'll do it. What you doing? Get you some friends
Yeah,
that'll support you
yeah.
too. Get you
Well,
some friends that'll support you too. Huh?
well, that's I got you back 100%. I mean, I
I
think it's
appreciate that.
and I know vice versa is true, and
Yeah.
I think that I like what you're saying. I like that idea of kind of getting out of the rat race, and
Mm,
like that's another thing I would call a financial consciousness
yeah.
exercise. When we do, by the way, we do morning financial consciousness training every day. You can go to b1moneytips.com. And I see someone in the chat mentioned that I'm in desperate need to find like-minded people. Well, we meet every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, and there's over 1,000 people that come together every morning. We basically go through streams of consciousness in terms of really seeing the economics around you. So if you want to join us, it's free. Just go to b1moneytips.com, or you can also text the word morning to 87948 because I call it money in the morning. And then another place to meet like-minded people would be the All Black National Convention. The All
Yeah.
Black National Convention, Tierra will be there. You can meet her
I
directly.
will.
The All
Hey.
Black National Convention is the largest gathering of intelligent Black people on the entire planet. My wife, Dr. Alicia, is there as well. And then also, we just have tons and tons of smart people that get together and just want to build, want to do good things for our community. And that's what the convention's all about. And the same way you were saying, Tierra, that idea came to you, Real Virtual just kind of popped to you. Like
Yeah.
that's what All Black National Convention
I
is.
was just about to say, I was just about to say that, voice. I remember when it came to you. You were like, I had this idea for this convention. I was like, okay, tell me about it. Because he said you got to talk to dreamers, right? Let me tell the
Yeah,
story, voice. So
please.
one day, one day, voice called me and was like, I have an idea to do this convention. I was like, okay, what does it look like? Right? He was like, well, all these Black people get together and we learn financial stuff and we just talk about things that Black people go through and have to deal with, and but for most part get together and like-minded people fellowship in that way. I said, okay, like next year. He was like, no, like in 3 weeks. The first Black National Convention was in Atlanta 3 freaking weeks later. And you know what? I was there passing out flyers.
Oh,
I was there. I was there, like, handing out books and what I was like, oh my God, yes, I want to come.
yeah.
It was 3 weeks later, boys.
Wow, I do remember that. I still have no idea how we did that first one. I have no idea how we pulled it off. 3 weeks. I
It
mean,
was
now
three
we
weeks.
spend a year preparing for the
Yeah.
convention. I'm like, what was I thinking?
Well, what, to
Because
get it
because
done.
the beauty of the crazy, and shout out to Laneja Vet and the other people
Yeah.
that helped make it happen. Alicia and I were not dating at that time. Like she was my friend, but we were not a couple, so she wasn't at it. But it was like that was a damn good convention.
Yeah, it was.
I mean,
And
Killer Mike and David Banner came in and set it off.
yes. Yep.
Judge Olu Stevens was there.
Yep.
A lot of really amazing people. Malik Zulu Shabazz, the attorney,
Yeah.
and a lot of great. I can't remember everybody who was there, but
Yeah.
I remember all these big panels with all these people. I'm like, how did we organize all those people in such a short amount of time?
Y'all, I'm telling y'all, 3 weeks. That's not an exaggeration. It's not. And sometimes, like, things come, and obviously, when you have the team like Boyce to move, if you guys need the team, you can definitely call us at Real Virtual. But Boyce just happens to have good people around him. I believe, like the people that are around him are eager to help, because we see that there's this person here that can dream beyond the moon, I think, and can take you with them. Like, yeah, we going where? Okay, we going to Saturn. Okay, well, let's go. And it's so energizing for fellow dreamers. And so I would just say, I'm thankful to have Voice as my, in my circle to dream, and we can all dream together. But that actually do. You want doers too.
Yeah.
That, and people that will just, because boys, there's a population of people be like, yeah, they'll dream it and they'll talk about it and then it'll stop. I think the difference is the doers that's like, okay, we said we were going to do it. Now let's do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, dreaming is fun. Dreaming, it's like I don't know. I would almost say dreaming is like having sex, but doing is like raising the baby.
It's
Like,
hard.
giving birth to the baby, feeding the baby, raising the baby, being it's a long, drawn out, tough, boring process
Yeah.
sometimes. And I always say that most dreams die because the dreamer doesn't have any discipline.
Yeah.
And that's not just true for other people. It's true for me. There have been times where I had a great idea, but I didn't have the discipline to follow it through, and it just died. So those dreams really are like a newborn baby, where you got to, if you don't feed it every day,
Yeah.
even if it's a tiny little malnourished ugly baby, you still got to feed it consistently. Like even the NFL started off as a ugly little malnourished baby.
Yeah.
You could buy the Chicago Bears for $500 100 years ago, and
Wow.
now these teams are worth billions, and that's because over the course of a century, there were dreamers who saw the vision, and maybe they didn't see the whole vision. They saw just enough of it to pour into it, because
Yeah.
they could have been off working at the factory.
Yeah.
They could have went off and got a job, you know. But instead, they had this vision. They worked on it together. They built it. Even Silicon Valley started off as property that nobody wanted. Nobody would. They bought the Orange Grove property because it was so cheap, because nobody wanted to live there. and
Mhm.
and so these like six guys all signed a napkin to say, okay, we're going to start this business together. And they wanted to the Orange Grove territory, because not just because it was cheap, but also it was near Stanford. They said we can recruit students from Stanford and come work here, and that
Mhm.
eventually became Silicon Valley, where now
Mhm.
there's so much wealth created in Silicon Valley that the cost of houses and everything has like skyrocketed. You can't even buy an average house for less than like 1.5 $2 million,
Yeah.
because they make so much freaking money, right? So ultimately, I would say, see your vision, get together some other visionaries, pour into it, commit to it, and
Commit to it.
go for it, man. So Tiara, I'm gonna give
Yeah.
everybody your email address, or your
Yeah.
not your I'm sorry, your website.
Yeah.
Tiara is a story selling expert. She also has a great team that can help you to see your vision. You can have people to talk to about it, work through it, and make a plan and execute. So if you'd like to do a consultation with Tiara, you can go to realvirtual.net, REEL virtual.net. And also, you guys know that tomorrow morning we're doing Money in the Morning. So that is economic consciousness training. So if you'd like to engage in the act of economic elevation, just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And don't forget, this podcast is also on Spotify. So look me up on Spotify there. All right, everybody, have a good day. God bless you. Thank you, Tierra. It's good to see you.
Of course. Bye,
All right.
guys.
Have a good night, everybody. Hey, what's up, everybody? How you doing? My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. It's so good to see everybody, and I hope you all can hear me okay. I wanted to come in to talk about something that I saw on IG. There's always financial lessons everywhere that I think we can all learn from, things that we see that can actually help us to understand money a little bit better. And before I move on, though, I'd like to ask you if you could hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. We don't get corporate backing. We're not trying to be mainstream and all that stuff, but we are looking for intelligent Black people. And so, if you are in that category, if you are a person who wants to do better, if you love your community, if you love your family, love your people, then we are your people. So feel free to hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And also, as I begin, I want to remind you guys that every single morning, 7 days a week, at 10 a.m. Eastern, I do financial training for anybody that wants to learn about money, anybody that wants to learn about economics. And I see Yoshika. How you doing today, girl? Good to see you. Tony Brown is FBA. All right, Foundational Black Americans. Shout out to all foundational Black Americans. Give us our reparations. Give me a yes if you agree that we deserve our reparations. All right, so one of the things I wanted to show you guys is a clip that I found of a young lady who is apparently from Nigeria, and she says her dad pays all of her bills. And I thought that would be an interesting financial lesson because a lot of y'all got kids. How many of you got kids? Anybody got kids? Give me a yes if you got kids, and give me a yes if your kids get on your nerves sometimes. If you got kids and they annoy you sometimes, then you put a yes in the chat. We got 3 kids in the house, and I'm their bonus dad, so I didn't actually give birth to these kids. Our son is 6'9", so if you saw him, you would know that I cannot have the biology to produce a 6'9" kid. But I love him. I love him very much, and shout out to all the people out here that are taking care of their kids, whether you gave birth to them or not. So let me go ahead and play this clip. Give me a quick yes if you guys can hear the clip. There's a young lady that should be on the screen. If you're on Instagram, you won't be able to see the video, but you'll be able to hear it. Also, those of you that are listening on Spotify, same thing for you, but I'll explain what we're seeing here. So hopefully you guys can all hear it. So let me know if you can hear it. Here we go. I'm going to play it right now. It's on my Instagram page, which is Dr. Boyce Money, and here we go. Oh.
And what do you do for a living?
I vibe. I'm joking. No, I do acting and social media.
What would you say you spend in a typical month?
I can't say this online.
Roughly.
Between like 5 to 8.
How do you spend that money?
Shopping and Uber.
And rent and stuff?
My dad covers my rent.
How much a month are you paying in rent then? Or is your dad paying?
I pay yearly. My dad covers. I'm Nigerian. For everyone out there, in the culture, that's just how we are. But yeah, my dad covers everything. My dad covers my life.
How much do you think you need to earn a year to be comfortable living in London?
I don't know how it works in terms of like how much people make in this country. I can't lie to you. Me personally, I need a lot. Because I spend a lot. I need a lot.
How much do you earn a year?
I don't really have like a base for how much I earn. If we're talking about what I get from my dad,
yeah,
I can't say. Unfortunately, I have to keep that one to my chest.
Above 100K?
Just know I'm enjoying life, and that covers my life.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
And what do you do for a living?
I vibe. I'm joking. No, I do acting and social media.
What would you say you spend in a typical month?
I can't say this online.
Roughly.
Between like 5 to 8.
How do you spend that money?
Shopping and Uber.
And rent and stuff?
My dad covers my rent.
How much a month are you paying in rent then? Or is your dad paying?
I pay yearly. My dad covers. I'm Nigerian. For everyone out there, in the culture, that's just how we are. But yeah, my dad covers.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing right now. I hope you guys, let me know if you were able to hear that. Give me a yes if you were able to hear that. I know some of you are on Instagram. Dr. Boyce Money is my Instagram page. So feel free to follow me there. I'm going to go live on Dr. Boyce Money in the mornings when I do my morning class. So if you want to follow there, you can. Let me know if you guys can hear that. Okay, so here's what was going on in this video. This young lady basically says that she's 23 and her father pays all of her bills. And she spends $5,000 to $8,000 per month, and she said mostly shopping. And here's the thing: I think that that was inspirational. First off, let me ask you all a question. How many of you give me a type the word good if you think that that's a good thing. Type bad if you think it's bad that a 23-year-old can do whatever she wants because somebody else is paying the bills. So give me a good if you think that's good. Give me a bad if you think that's bad. What do you all think? I'd be curious to know what you all think about this. Interesting thing. Okay, I see a bad from Angela Africa. Okay, Vanessa says bad. Jay says good. Jay says she's honest. Yes, honesty is good. Kim Hitchcock says bad. Okay, Emma says bad. Who else? Okay, April says yes and no. Okay, that's interesting. All right. Let's see. Moyo says good. Yoshika says I'm torn. Yeah, you know what, Yoshika, I'm with you. I am torn. Todd Buchanan, you said both. Yeah, I'm gonna give the short answer on this. Again, in my simple opinion, I'm not an expert on being a dad. I'm considered an expert in finance, but that does not mean I know everything. So I'm not a know-it-all. First thing you learn when you get a PhD is how little you actually know. So your opinion really does matter to me, and I like hearing perspectives because I like learning from you. Let me go ahead and give you my answer. So the Dr. Boyce answer to whether this is good or bad is that the answer is both. It is good and bad. So what I'm gonna do is give you some pros and cons so that when some of y'all are doing well, some of y'all are making money. You're gonna have kids out here that are gonna, go out in the world and they're gonna say, anybody. I don't know if y'all remember the Cosby episode where one of the kids was like, "Yeah, Dad, we're rich," and he was like, "No, we're not rich. I'm rich." and so it's kind of like sort of letting kids know, like, "Hey, I learned it. I figured it out. I got it out of the mud. You have to get it out of the mud too." A lot of us have families like that. But then there's that other extreme of saying, like, well, just because you got it out of the mud, just because you struggled and strained and stressed to get ahead, that does not mean your kids have to stress. Just because you were traumatized does not mean your kids have to be traumatized too. And I think that that's the balancing act, right? That's what we're all grappling with as first generation middle class, upper class people. I don't Give me a yes. In fact, let me just do a quick check. How many of you, give me a guess if you are kind of considered first generation of middle or upper class in your family? Give me a yes in the chat if you started off poor and now you become successful. You started from the bottom, now you're here. All the people that are in that category, put a yes in the chat. And I'm going to put myself out there too, because I was, born to a 16. Well, my mother was 16 when she got pregnant. When we was 17 when she gave birth to me. Shout out to the mothers that they gave birth to their kids even when they didn't have enough money, because I know Planned Parenthood had another plan for me. They didn't even want me to be here talking to you. I'm not going to lie. But anyway, my mother had a really hard time. When I was a baby, we did live in the projects. I didn't know they were the projects, but that's where we lived. It's called the Sal Place. And so money was really tight. It was really hard. We had to kind of work to get ahead. And in the midst of that struggle, we picked up a lot of excellent values when it came to work ethic, delayed gratification, hard work, consistency, all that stuff, long-term planning, right? So I learned that from my family. Well, you know what? Our kids are some suburban kids. Suburban Black kids don't have those same skill sets all the time. Suburban kids don't have to go through some of the challenges we might have went through, some of the life or death experience some of us went through, and or just all the other things. And I'm kind of glad they don't, right? I'm kind of glad they don't have to struggle like we do. But at the same time, there's a type of strength you gain from struggle. Okay, let me know if you get what I'm saying. Like there's a strength you gain. There's a set of abilities, superpowers you get. If you watch any Marvel movie about any superhero, they will tell you that superhero got their superpowers from some really difficult experience. They were challenged by the experience, they overcame it, and because they overcame it, they became very powerful. So a lot of you have your innate superpowers because you did come out of the mud and you did go through hell in order to create your own heaven. I learned that heaven is a place I had to build. Heaven was not a place that someone was going to ever give me. And that resilience has been beneficial to me. And that's something I'd love for the children to inherit. But the truth is, they're just not. They're not going to ever really, they're going to be who they're going to be, but I don't know if they're going to be who we are. Right. So anyway, with that said, though, here are some pros of what I see. First of all, if you have kids that are able in their early 20s and 30s, or early 20s at least, to be able to live their lives without financial stress, you'll find that they're able to focus on activities that build their long-term career. They won't have the immediate stress of financial burdens. A lot of research shows that early support in a young person's career can lead to positive long-term outcomes. So if you take that financial burden off of the plate for them, they're able to make long-term decisions as opposed to making short-term decisions, putting out short-term fires. You know what I mean? So I remember when I was 23 and I was working hard. I was a straight A student. I was trying to get my PhD, but I would have to distract myself from my long-term career building activities so I could get $500 to pay the rent. Okay. That was not beneficial. That was not something that was not a character building experience necessarily. That was something where if somebody had said, hey, let me write this check for the rent so you can focus on school, that would have benefited me, because it wasn't like I was going to take the money and go out and become a thug or go out and start gambling with it. I was going to pay the rent with it. So that is one benefit. Also, when you delay financial stress, research shows that young adults face significant financial pressure in early adulthood. Give me a guess if you've noticed how many young people are on TikTok literally crying and breaking down in tears because they can't pay the bills. Has anybody noticed this? This is a really popular trend right now of just falling to pieces on TikTok, as if the internet cares about your feelings. And I guess that maybe those are the only friends that they have. And they're all crying. They're all sad because they don't have enough money. And I feel so bad for them. And I say, why didn't your daddy invest for you? Where's your daddy at? I believe every little girl deserves a daddy. I hate the fact that we have become so distorted in our community that we somehow have become used to the idea that 76% of all black girls don't have a father in the house. I think every black girl deserves a daddy. Every black boy deserves a father. Every black boy deserves a mama and a daddy, right? We all get a mama. Most of us get a mama. Almost all of us get a mama. But unfortunately, the majority of black children don't have a daddy. And if they do have a daddy, a lot of daddies can't do for them what this young lady did. So I think a lot of young women were watching this and really happy for her because they were like, gosh, I wish my dad was able to do this for me. So, to all the daddies that are being good daddies, shout out to you for holding up the standard. I think that we should be the protectors and the providers. I provided for kids that wasn't even mine because I just believe deeply in the ability to be there for our kids. And we're not there for our kids. And that's why they struggle. As much as we might want to point fingers at them and be mad at them, a lot of them are just making it the best way they can. It's a complex world. We didn't teach them nothing. We ain't leave them nothing. We don't leave them any assets. We got people that die and leave a damn GoFundMe account. All that is unacceptable. All that is unacceptable. We cannot do that. You have to invest for the kids. We have to leave them something. You got to have the life insurance policy, man. Get your trust, protect your assets, man. You put something together for the kids. Start buying stock for them when they're babies so that they don't have to struggle. So that's what I like about it. I like the fact that she's got a man in her life who is not trying to sleep with her, who is there for her on a financial level, who's not trying to push her to go 50-50 and not telling her she's a gold digger because she don't want to eat at the Cheesecake Factory. I think all of that is a beautiful thing. And I'm going to tell you, all this goofiness with the dating where the women are getting yelled at because they have a standard in terms of what they would expect from a man financially. I think that comes from the fact that a lot of these poor girls don't have fathers that can help set that standard. But at the same time, though, that goes to the other side of this argument. So I'm actually going to point that out. So the last benefit I'd say is that it does enhance family bonds. Research shows that if you're supportive of the kids, you're going to be more connected longer term. Why is this a benefit? Well, because one day you're going to get old and you're going to need that young brat to take care of you one day. So you want to make sure that they love you and they don't sort of remember like, well, you left me out to the wolves. You threw me out there and left me with nothing. So now that you're 85, I'm going to throw you out there. Okay. So anyway, do me a favor. Please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Let's see. Talisa says, what is this notification? I don't know what that question means. I'd like to ask, what is this question? Because I don't quite know what you mean, but I hope you got a notification. Anybody get a notification? I'm gonna tell you, when you talk about black people stuff, they tend to mute your channel. You have people that'll do goofy stuff and they have 10 million views, and I'll do the same topic, and it's very difficult to get people in. We have to sort of reach out to you on our own. And in fact, speaking of that, if you want to follow me in the morning, I will go live at Dr. Boyce Money. So on Instagram. So follow me at Dr. Boyce Money on Instagram, and you get a chance to see me go live. I'm gonna go live tomorrow. I'll probably go live once a day or so. And if you're interested in your economic development, then I can sort of help you with some of that. Secondly, don't forget also that tomorrow we're going to do stock options. If you've ever seen how much money and income you can generate by selling stock options, you'll be very impressed by that. I'm going to literally show my students exactly what I do to make money. My wife and I do this. This is how we make our money. So if you'd like to do the $1 trial for the Prime program, which is a very popular stock options income program that we have in the Black Business School, just check the link in the bio. If you're watching on drboycetv.com, the link is in the bio. And also, I have a training called How to Make Money Without Working that'll knock your stocks off. It's totally free. Just text the word money to 87948. So text money to 87948. Okay, all right. So let's see. Ricardo says notification from Twitter, not the text number. Oh, okay. So Twitter gave a notification. That's good. Well, that's better than nothing. I'll take that. All right. Thanks to Elon Musk. I guess he's helping us out. All right. So here's the three cons that you might want to consider when you're talking about taking care of your adult children. The first is kind of a delayed financial independence. So while the support is helpful in the short term, it may undermine the child's ability to develop essential financial management skills. This young lady is spending $5,000 to $8,000 a month with no responsibility whatsoever. She didn't mention that, like, I'm working really hard to finish medical school or I'm busting my butt to build my business. She kind of seemed like she was really living the soft life. And the soft life is good for your mental health to a point, but it can also create a type of stagnation that you don't have when you have a purpose. So a lot of studies show that when a child is able to depend on others financially for a long time, it can delay their transition to full independence. So if you notice in this video, when he asked her basic questions about like, well, how much does it cost to live here? How much do people have to pay to live in London? She had no idea. She had no idea. So to me, that's a sign of a what I call in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I refer to that as economic immaturity. The economic immaturity showed itself in the sense that she didn't even know what people pay in bills to live in that place. So what if one day she has to pay the bills? What if one day daddy's money runs out and he can't do it for her anymore? She's going to kind of be stuck. That's going to be a real problem for her. And so feel free to go grab a copy of the book, actually, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can go to drboycebooks.com and I'll even sign your book for you. And actually our 17-year-old, we don't give our kids the soft life. They work for us. So our 17-year-old is actually the one who will send you your copy of the book if you want to order one, and she'll even have me sign it for you before we send it out. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and just search for the word autograph, and you get autographed copies of my books. All right. So the next reason why you want to be really careful about that soft life sort of thing is that it can create a little bit of entitlement. Okay. If you give a lot of financial support to a child, especially a child that is an adult, technically, they can have a sense of entitlement and financial dependency. A lot of research shows that young adults receiving significant financial help may struggle with personal responsibility and motivation to achieve financial autonomy. Now, let me explain it like this. How many of you remember just being hungry? How many of you became successful because you just really wanted it and you felt it? You felt the fire in your belly. You woke up with it. You went to sleep with it. You were hungry like a Rocky movie. Hey, anybody ever have that feeling? Anybody just sort of go through it where you're just feeling like, I got to go do this. I got to make it happen. Ain't nobody here for me. I got to go get this, right? Give me a yes if you've gone through this. I know that was my experience all through my doctoral program. Every single day I woke up, I would study 8, 9, 10 hours a day. I don't think I would have done that if somebody was paying my bills. I was in school for a very long time, and I was just a fighter, man. I just fought. And that fighting ability has really helped me a lot in my life. I'm not scared of nothing. I'm just not scared of nothing. I ain't scared of nobody. Can't nobody get in my way and make me flinch. I'm going to fight until the end, until the finish line, because that's what I was trained to do. And I got that through what I call God's training camp. And that's where you want something, you feel like you deserve it, you worked hard for it, but you still didn't get it because the universe has decided that you're not worthy of it yet, right? The world does not give you what you want. The world does not give you what you want. The world gives you what you deserved. The world typically gives you what you earned. Now, sometimes there's exceptions. Sometimes people get lucky, sure, but we're not going to sit around and hate on that. It's random luck, but you can't rely on luck forever. Typically, life gives you what you pay for. So if you don't get what you feel like you deserve, that means you didn't pay a high enough price. That's what it is. So ultimately, that hunger, that thirst, that push, that's something that entitled kids don't tend to have. And also, it can be the last reason why this could be a problem, taking care of your adult children in that same way, is that basically it can put strain on the parents. I don't know if anybody's seen these studies, but did anybody see this? This was actually in major news media recently. The Surgeon General came out with a report where they basically said that parents in America are in a health crisis. They're in a mental health crisis that literally you're getting crushed in what they call the sandwich generation, especially those of you between, say, the ages of, I don't know, maybe 35 and 55. The sandwich generation is where you've got kids to take care of and you got aging parents to take care of. And you got your job, and you got the bills, and you got inflation, and you have unprecedented amounts of credit card debt, unprecedented amounts of auto loan debt, unprecedented amounts of student loan debt. You're dealing with all of that, right? So you are literally under a lot of pressure. And the Surgeon General literally said, this is a public health crisis of epic proportions. Like, this is a big deal. So really, the part of the reason that I'm a little bit concerned about, taking on a financial obligation like that, $5,000 to $8,000 a month, is because, if you run into a financial strain and your child is saying, hey, daddy, where's my $8,000? And you're down to your last $2,000, that can be a problem because you're trying to maintain this image of being the strong man financially. And maybe that image is one that you can't handle at the moment. Maybe you're having a tough time. Maybe your business is struggling. Maybe your savings have been depleted. So ultimately, that's one of the downsides that I see. So if you want to know my 2 cents on it, I think I'm definitely a big believer in investing in kids. I believe you should invest in them in terms of time, invest in them in terms of money, invest in them in terms of energy, invest in them emotionally. All these investments matter. I think some financial support is certainly beneficial, especially if they're doing good things for themselves and if you got it like that. Maybe when you do make those investments, not get to the habit where you create it as a fixed cost. A fixed cost is where they know they're getting the money every month. Instead, make it like a sporadic gift. Like, okay, here you go. I just decided to send you $500 today. And I just want to say I'm proud of you. You're doing a great job. But don't say, hey, I commit to sending you $500 a month forever, because eventually when that relationship comes to an end or when that financial thing ends, you might have some friction there. You're going to have some financial anxiety. Financial anxiety causes people to start fighting with each other. It causes a lot of conflict in families. My wife is a therapist and she deals with that type of stuff. In fact, I'm going to bring my wife to class later on this week. She's a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. And so if you want to join us for Money in the Morning financial consciousness training, where we train on the art of economic elevation, how to get your finances right, go sign up at b1moneytips.com. The class is free. It's every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So feel free to go to b1moneytips.com and you can join us. And this week, I want to say Wednesday or Thursday, I should be able to get my wife in there to bring her by so she can kind of talk to you guys about financial anxiety and how to deal with financial psychology, the emotions of money. Money is very emotional, and it's something where you don't want money to destroy you and your best relationships. You want money to enhance these things. So that's what we're going to do later on this week. All right, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Reminder, this podcast is on Spotify. So if you look up my name on Spotify, you can find me there. I'll also be live tomorrow morning at Dr. Boyce Money. So feel free to check that out. And last but not least, don't forget the All Black National Convention is happening October 25th through the 27th. This is where we get together. It is a Black sponsored conference with the smartest Black people on the planet coming together to solve problems specifically for Black people. The politicians aren't doing anything specifically for Black people. The corporations are not doing things specifically for Black people. The government ain't doing nothing specifically for Black people, but Black people are doing things specifically for Black people. So if you're into that kind of thing and you want to be around other people that are looking for solutions for their families, that want to build wealth, that want to educate their kids, that want to build a stronger community and want to just connect with each other, go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. We usually have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people there. We're almost out of tickets. We're going to sell out. We always sell out every year. So you may want to get your passes now. I don't expect there'll be any passes available at the door. So I hope to see you guys in Chicago, October 25th through the 27th. So anyway, I'm out of here, guys. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. And don't forget, if you want to do the $1 trial for the stock options income program, it ends tonight at midnight. You can actually look for the link in the bio. It should be in the bio. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
I'm good. We've been up for a while, haven't we?
We were in the 5 a.m. club.
5 a.m. club. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. You know, it's funny. She woke me. Here's what she did, right? So she wakes me up and she goes, "Boyce, we have 8 minutes to be in the car."
That's true.
And I'm like, "Oh, I don't want to move." And she's like, "You'll be glad you did it." I said, "Okay, all right, I'm gonna get up." So I rolled out of bed. It is so excruciating every day to do that. But the good thing is that you get to later on then brag about it. Like I got up at 5 in the morning and lifted weights and
Well, if you skip it, then you just feel bad all day. Like, oh, I skipped it. I should have
you
not
know.
stayed in the bed.
That's true, but sometimes like because you're so like ready to get to boot camp on time, it like I don't get time to like take my supplements because I started taking like creatine and omega-3. I
Oh my
take that now.
gosh.
Yeah,
You better be buff.
I have a whole regimen. Yeah, well you've been seeing my muscles.
I know I have
Don't
seen your
lie,
muscles.
and you're looking pretty good yourself.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, boot camp is something because if you're late, you have to do all these burpees.
I don't even know what a burpee is.
It's not fun at all. It's 25 burpees, I think. So
That
I
doesn't
don't want
even
to be
sound.
late
I mean, when I think burpees,
on top of what we
I
already do.
right. Burpees don't even sound like an exercise.
It's not fun.
Somebody just made that name up. Anyway, what's up, everybody? How y'all doing? And first off, I want to start off by first asking you, can you give us a quick sound check? Let us know you can hear us. Give us a quick yes if you can hear us. Shout out your city too. I see Nikki from the UK. Oh, we're gonna talk about the UK today because y'all got some podcasters who really messed up. And we're gonna break that down. Karen Dorsey from Gastonia, North Carolina. Good to see you. El Hodge, Deja Vu from Alabama. Shout out to the Crimson Tide and also the Auburn Tigers. I don't know which side of the fence you're on in that. You were born and raised in Tuskegee.
Roll Tide.
Yeah,
I'm
Roll
an
Tide.
Alabama fan for sure.
Okay then, okay then.
Yes.
All right, Justin Pender from New York City. I see you. Yoshika. How you doing, Yoshika? LaShonda Cooley. Good morning to you as well. Darlene X, Dupree Wade, Rise and Shine Sky Dwellers. Sky Dweller. What's a Sky Dweller?
Mm.
Oh, well, it sounds good. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, so Dupree Wade, let's see who else is in here. Larry C. Good to see everybody. All right, so let's jump into the topic for today. So there apparently was this interesting controversy that got my attention this morning involving this comedian. I'm gonna put his face up here. His name's Andrew Schultz. And
Let me
you
take a
see
look
him?
at him. I've never seen him before.
Yeah, well,
He's a famous comedian.
well, he does a he
I don't know
he
anything
does
about him.
like a podcast stuff with Charlemagne.
Oh, with Charlemagne.
Yeah, and you and I.
Charlemagne's crossed over now.
I don't know what that means. I mean, I
What's
guess
up?
if you work with white people, that
He
means.
done made it.
Well, he does a lot of stuff with white people. You know, he was on the Comedy Central and stuff.
He was on Comedy Central. It was pretty funny.
I thought he did a good job. I did. You know,
No.
he did. And Charlemagne, I'll always respect him for the fact that back when I met him on the Wendy show, he asked for a copy of my book. What if George Bush were a black man? And I was like, yeah, sure, here you go. And I just give out the copies because I assume famous people don't have time to read your books. I came back, he had read my whole book. I was like, okay, that's a smart dude right there.
Did he like it? What
Um,
did he say? He
he
gave you some feedback?
you know what? He didn't say anything, so maybe he hated it.
No, because if he didn't like it, he wouldn't have mentioned it to you.
Oh, that's so true. I
You
think it
know.
was a damn good book. I thought that shoot because Damon Wayans when I met him,
Which book was it?
what if George Bush were a black man?
I read it.
It was like
I read it.
yeah.
It was funny. It was entertaining.
I didn't even plan to be funny when I wrote it. I just
Really?
yeah, the funny just spilled out of me.
Maybe you should be a comedian.
I think so. I think I could do it. What do y'all think? Anyway, so the so yeah, but I gave a copy to Damon Wayans and he didn't. He was like, I want to read your book. And it's like,
Damon Wayans?
yeah, he's really big in person. He's really tall.
Is he really?
Yeah, I think all the Wayanses are tall people.
Especially the sister.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
and there's just some big old Negroes. But anyway, so apparently Andrew Schultz is this guy who he does stuff with Charlemagne. I like Charlemagne. I don't know how I feel about Andrew Schultz because I never met him, but I can say this: he made some comments that just were a little bit baffling. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to play what was said, and it had to do with black women, and it really set the internet on fire. It also, in my view, was reflective of a deeper discussion that I think has to be had about how the world kind of views black women and black men. Like, and then also if you really even compound that with what's going on with Diddy, that also reflects the image of the black man around the world and what hip hop unfortunately has done to that image. So let me just play the clip here and then we can kind of discuss it. So, and our goal is to have an elevated conversation, not just to gossip about it. So here's the clip. Here we go.
Podcasts have been under immense pressure from their audience because they laughed at jokes on the Flagrant podcast, but not just any jokes. This one seems to be the one in particular. Take a listen.
Meghan Markle, she's cool, man. She's cool. She stole your ginge. How you feel about that?
I'm here for it, bro.
I'm here for the multicultural.
Really?
Yeah,
Black
man.
girlfriend effect.
Yeah.
You're
into that.
Yeah,
And Meghan
She
Markle's
came
fine.
in.
What's black girlfriend? They just come in and start fighting?
Nah, bro. It's not black girlfriend effect. She just.
Wait, what is the black girlfriend effect? This
Oh, you might not know about
glow up the other culture.
Yeah, so you'll see a guy who's had a black girlfriend. All of a sudden, he's got buzz cut, like clean shaved.
Yeah,
glows up, bro.
I like that. I like that. They shave their hair because they start losing it. Because they're so stressed being around this black girl complaining about shit. That's why they got to shave their hair.
Nah, bro. White guys with black girlfriends,
they grow a beard because there's more cushion when they get slapped Got it, bro. I think the black girlfriend effect. It might be a protective instinct, bro.
You think?
Protective. Yeah. Do you guys? Have you ever had black girlfriends?
Yeah.
Have you ever had white girls?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. What's your favorite?
We love them all.
Yeah. Oh really?
We love them all.
Yeah. That means white.
Yo, who gets
translation?
Kendrick fans? Throughout the podcast, the jokes were all cultural based in that realm of this is a white guy, this is an Indian guy, you guys are black guys, but you guys are black guys from the UK, and we have a black guy from America. So we're all just talking from that perspective. It's not really deeper than that, but that's
Okay, so give me a quick yes first off. Let me know you were able to hear and see that clip. If you're on Spotify, which by the way, this podcast is on Spotify. If you like intelligent black podcasts, then I hope you'll look us up. Boyce, just look up my name, Boyce Watkins. But also let me know, were you guys able to hear that and see that? Okay, give me a quick yes so we can have our discussion about it. Okay, thank you, Rudy Dolomite, and Rudy, that's a great name, Rudy Dolomite. That's awesome. Dupree Wade, good to see you. All right, so did y'all catch the points that were in there? So basically, he made a couple points, and then I'm gonna pass the ball to my wife because my wife has actually done lectures on the stereotypes, the major stereotypes of black women that have been around for hundreds of years. And so first off, what I picked up on, babe, was there was first this discussion about let's see what the comment about like they get the buzz cuts or something because their hair's falling out because dealing with black women can be so stressful. And then he said that when they grow the beard, it's to cushion them from being slapped, as if black women are more likely to be violent, more likely to hit you. And then he compares black women to white women. And when the guys say, we love them all, he says, "Oh, that means you like white women better." Your
He
thoughts?
didn't correct them either. And he's doing this podcast in the United States that they come and visit the United States.
Yeah,
They're
basically.
here in this country doing a podcast tour, and on their tour, they're going around having these conversations.
Yeah, it's like these two brothers. They've already apologized, by the way, which I think was a good move on their part. I don't have the
Yeah,
name of the
because
podcast. It's like it's something weird, like shits and giggles or something. I don't know, but I mean, I probably
okay.
said it wrong, but it's something like that. Anyway, they got checked immediately. Like
Yeah.
they immediately were like, "We're sorry, we didn't," And I think a lot of people, like Ryan Clark, who I really respect, who's a former NFL player who has a great podcast called The Pivot. D1 was on there, our buddy D1. Ryan stepped in and was like, "Yo, you don't say this about black women. Like this is not appropriate." So, what are your thoughts on it?
Okay. So here, essentially, these are visitors. So they're visitors, like someone's visiting your house and they come into your house and then they insult your woman.
Hmm.
So that's what's essentially happening. So they're coming to visit. We're trying to be gracious host, but their whole thing in trying to have this podcast to be funny is they come into your house and then they insult your woman. Okay,
Well,
so
but
that's
let-
the
but
first
well,
thing.
well, but let me just clear that part up though.
Hmm.
Um, they didn't say anything. These two guys didn't say anything. The black guys didn't. The white boy was
Wait,
the one because they were actually talking about the black girl effect in a positive way, and the white boy was the one who said, "Yeah, your hair's falling out because it's these
oh,
black
he
women."
was the one who
Yeah,
said
yeah.
that.
So it's the white boy Andrew Schultz who made the comment, and what the black guys are being criticized for is
Not
just
saying
sitting
anything.
there and not correcting him.
Oh,
And
they laughed.
yeah, they were
I
giggling.
heard some laughter. Not one time. I mean, they could have said, "Hey, hold on." So, okay, all right. So they're inviting, okay, so that's a different context. I thought it was those two gentlemen, the British gentlemen that came here to United States and insulted us. How do you do that? But
Mhm.
no, the host let them come in, and then the host took that opportunity to just lash out at black women. And he's from America. He's from here.
Yeah, Andrew Schultz, the
Andrew
white boy
Schultz
who
is
made
from
the
here.
comment, that's Charlemagne's partner. And what Ryan Clark said was Ryan
Oh,
Clark actually called on Charlemagne, which I do as well. I call on
yeah.
because I haven't talked to Charlemagne for years, but he knows me. We know each other. I call on him also. Like you need to correct your boy. Like this is not because that's the thing. Like we think that
Mhm.
money and laughs is makes everything okay. Nothing's out of bounds. And I got enough of a sense with Charlemagne. He has a black wife. Um, there's something about being a man in a community where you just can't be letting other people from other spaces come in and insult the
What you
women
gonna
there.
do? What's
Right.
he gonna do? I mean, he
Exactly.
hasn't had a chance. This must have just happened, so he hasn't had a chance to
About 3
say
days ago.
anything. About 3 days ago,
Yeah.
that's enough time to push out a statement.
Right.
I'm surprised because Charlemagne, he kind of comes across as pro-black in a
Well,
lot of ways.
I think he is. I think he is.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I would like your assessment just as a professor who has taught classes
Okay.
on
Yeah.
black female stereotypes.
Okay.
You actually broke down the four major stereotypes of the black woman. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I do want to talk about now that I understand like the context and what's happened here. Okay. So yeah, so there he is what he's doing is he's perpetuating the angry black woman stereotype.
Mm-mm.
That and it's terrible. I mean, think about the angry black woman. What are all the things historically that black women can be angry about? The lynching of their husbands and their sons. They're angry about injustice and slavery and lynching and all of these things that black women are legitimately angry about. And instead of connecting to their pain because they've seen their husbands, their children, all of these things happen to them. Okay. What you do is that you turn them into the aggressor. You make them become the angry black woman. So it has no compassion at all, no humanity in that at all. That stereotype comes out of the inhumane conditions of black people and black women's reaction to being wrongly um, treated and their family members being treated and having to witness all of these things. So the angry black stereotype is turned around and placed against the black woman like she doesn't have the right to be angry and making her pathological when the system of racism and white supremacy and privilege and all these things, that's really what's the tragic piece in it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the angry black stereotype.
Okay. And then you
So
also
it's a lie.
and then I remember you informed me on like the Mammy and the Jezebel and the Sapphire, right? Like those that's
Yeah, so another stereotype is the mammy stereotype. And
Oprah. Yeah.
well, okay, so you mentioned Oprah. So the thing is that all black women in media usually they take on the characteristics of one or many of those stereotypes of black women, and it's because we do not own the media, right? Other people own the media, like this gentleman who have these negative stereotypes, negative images and portrayals of in their mind because out of slavery about black people in general. There's stereotypes of black men too, but for black women, that's all they see us in. It's oppressive. It puts us in a box. We're objectified and we're not seen in our totality. Who and what we really are, we're not seen. We're just seen through the lens of the stereotypes.
Mm. Okay.
Hmm.
So yeah, like what that analysis did for me when you explained the those four major stereotypes, it made me look differently at kind of how the world views black women. And then you're right, like people like Andrew Schultz. I'm
Hmm.
assuming Schultz, could I'm not sure if he's Jewish or not, but his community owns a lot of media, which probably played some role in his success or his opportunities. I'm sure there's people out there that are funnier than him, but maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe I'm making an assumption. But either way, though, they have these beliefs about black people, and if you bring a black person to the table, you're looking for one of those stereotypes. Like, it's a black man.
Not looking. You can't come to the table unless you sign up and agree to portray one of those stereotypes.
Okay. Well, Jay says Schultz is Irish. Okay, so he could be Irish, which unfortunately the Irish community has, some racism issues,
But you know what? Not the
especially in
people.
places like Boston.
I have heard of black people. That's really interesting. I've heard of black people going to Ireland and getting a lot of love in
Right.
Ireland because they hear about our struggle and they struggle just as much. So they kind of almost like relate to us in a lot of ways.
Mm.
The Irish, because of what the British did to them, it's like really awful
Yeah,
historically.
well,
But
and I think that what that speaks to is that you can't put a group of people in one box, right? I'm
hello.
sure I can meet I'm sure I can meet an Irishman who hates black people, and I can meet an Irishman who admires black people, right? Just like you can meet a black person who behaves according to the stereotype versus a black person who doesn't, right? So I think it's when you laid out those four stereotypes,
Well, I
it
just
helped
talked
me.
about two, but
Well, no, well,
oh, you're talking about in general. Okay,
yeah,
go
when
ahead.
you explained those to me,
Mm-hmm.
it helped me to understand, like when I had such an issue with the record labels that had Lizzo kind of behaving in a way that I thought was not representative
Yeah.
of. You helped me, you were like, okay, she's doing this is the mammy stereotype, like the sort of big black woman that white people love. And
With a
then
smile on her face.
right, and then you have the was it
But
the
mhm.
sapphire? Is it wait, no, which one is the one that's it's like hypersexual? Is there which group with
Oh,
that?
the black whore stereotype.
Yeah,
She's both of them. She's how can you be the mammy and the black whore at the same time? But boy, she nailed it.
yeah,
She
yeah.
nailed that stereotype. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Mhm.
I think it's important to understand these things, right? Because a lot of us don't get it. Like we just think that's that's just being black, or that's black culture, and it's very dangerous to fall into that trap because then next thing you know, you're starting to feel as a black person like, okay, because I don't fulfill a certain stereotype, I'm not black enough, or even other black people may not accept you, right? It like even
Yeah,
as a black.
because it's internalized. Of those stereotypes, we internalize them and we use it against each other. And it's so fascinating. Like it even happens in like romantic relationships. Even black men and black women, when they get together, they're looking at each other through those stereotypes.
Mm,
It's really sad to see, but it's what makes, black couples unique is how do these stereotypes play out in the relationship in how you relate to each other. So
yeah,
like if you're late with something, I'd be like, them black men sure can't come through for us. I can say something
right.
like that, which is not, it has nothing to do with a stereotype. You're just late. But here I am throwing these things at you, and it happens in our relationships.
Yeah. By the
Hmm.
way, everybody, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I'm a professor of finance. My wife is a professor of social work and a licensed therapist. And so, if you'd like to get to know more about what Dr. Alicia does, you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. And what we do is we literally lay in our bed and we do pillow talk and try to have fun and thoughtful conversations about things happening in our community. So, feel free to hit that thumbs up button. Also, if you want relationship advice from Dr. Alicia sent to you via text the word love to the number 87948. If you text love to 87948, she'll send you some stuff for free. All right, so here's the thing that's interesting about this, right? So we were talking about Andrew Schultz, the Irish comedian, and he's on a podcast where he makes a comment about black women, and basically they're talking about the black girl effect. And for those who just got here, he kind of just basically said black women were violent and that they stress you out. That being in a relationship with a black woman is stressful and violence. And maybe he's speaking from his experience, right? He sounds like a guy. I notice this. Like sometimes when you have white people that are really comfortable around us, they'll feel okay like saying certain things. Like they'll say, "Oh, I have a license from Charlemagne to talk about your women." And that's okay, right? And they don't understand that just because Charlemagne gave you a pass doesn't mean the whole community gives you a pass.
I doubt Charlemagne gave him a pass.
I think Charlemagne does, honestly. I
Oh,
think I
really?
think
Okay.
because the thing is that people are all enamored with fame and money. So the fact that Schultz has a decent sized platform, and I'm sure there's some financial benefit of that affiliation, people let a lot of stuff go because of money. Remember money, that's my thing. Like the psychology of money and what money does to people's mindsets, and how money will cause you to lower your standards, lower your values. You'll value, like there's nothing extraordinary about this weird looking, dorky looking white guy. But so when I saw him, I was like, okay, he's kind of funny, not that funny. There's nothing he's not extraordinarily intelligent, but he must have some money behind him. He must have a big platform or something. And what tends to happen is that, when white people put a person on TV, we tend to think that they are more relevant than the people who are not on TV. Like, why do you think the whole Diddy thing is happening? Diddy has been a weirdo and a pervert and a goofball for 30 years, but we respected him as one of the most honorable black men in the community. He was telling,
I don't know if he's honorable
not
black.
honorable.
I don't see him in that
Well,
way.
when I say honorable, I mean he was on the cover of freaking Forbes. He was
Oh,
a
they saw him
They
that way.
celebrated him as a billionaire. He was telling black people who to vote for. He was building schools. Yet all the while he had 1,000 bottles of baby oil and dildos in his bathroom
Oh my
because
God.
so sometimes celebrity and money can cause us to really think a person is more relevant than they actually are.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, my kids are texting me.
Oh, okay.
Like they got me off.
Is everything okay with the kids?
I have no idea. It
Listen,
is. It's homecoming weekend. It's a lot going on today.
lot of big stress
I'm a bit.
happening.
Let me tell you, I'm a busy mama. I can't take this.
And I'm in a house with full of y'all crazy black women. Maybe that's why I'm bald. Maybe that's why my hair's. I just talked to Andrew Schultz. Apparently, he's an expert on black
Really?
women.
Crazy black women?
Uh-huh.
Okay,
I ain't
so
got no hair.
did you
It's y'all's
enjoy
fault.
did you enjoy your dinner last night?
I did.
You ate
It was
from through
good.
the hands of a black woman.
Yes, I
How
did.
about that?
Black women been feeding me since birth, so I know when to shut up.
Yeah.
Shout out to the black
So how
women who
about
take care
that?
of us. That's right. Yeah, actually, Coco made the food. It was really good.
Yeah, she made good
Yeah,
job.
yeah, it was great. So
Yeah.
anyway, but by the so here's speaking of like quality men who say who are able to understand the world in a way that I think deserves respect. Ryan Clark, I don't have his image, but Ryan Clark made a statement about this, and he I saw he did a video on Twitter. I wish I had the video. I don't have it, but I want to give a shout out to Ryan Clark, and he basically says he runs the podcast called The Pivot, and Ryan Clark is a former NFL player. I think he's won a Super Bowl. He's a really damn good player, and he's retired. And now he's got a great podcast. And he says, "I'm not sure what black woman experience Andrew Schultz has had, but it hasn't been the real black girlfriend effect. To insult black women and describe them as complainers and abusive isn't just untrue; it's disrespectful. Even worse, James Duncan and Fuhad Dawodu." Allowing him to say it is even more insulting. Andrew Schultz spoke that way in front of two black men because they allowed him to. They made him comfortable enough to disrespect black women because they didn't force him to respect them. My
Hmm.
experience with is that black women are powerful, beautiful, strong, and supportive. They prioritize black family, community, and culture. They take steps back to push their men and families forward. So no, Andrew, the black girlfriend effect is nothing like what you described. I'm just upset that you don't have enough solid black men around you to tell you differently. I got a thought
It's
about
not his place. It's not his place to speak on black anybody. You know,
mm,
if you are, if you are raised as some white man, it's not your place to speak on it. And you haven't. That's not part of. You're not in it enough to even come up with something intelligent to say. All you're doing is, I mean, think about what makes a black woman hurt. What makes a black woman want to say, here are some needs that need to be met, and I want you to meet those needs? Why would you talk about complaining? Like, here's a black woman opening up her mouth and saying what she needs from you, and your response is stop complaining. Like, I don't understand that. How do you not value black women? Even in his experience, if he's dated a black woman and they're saying, okay, Boyce, I need this from you. And you're gonna look at me and say, stop complaining? Like, I don't get it.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, I got a take on what Ryan said. First off, I like Ryan Clark. I respect it, brother. And Ryan reminds me of the fact that I'm gonna just be biased and honest here. Solid black men can identify other solid men, and we also can identify flimsy men. Like we can tell. Like when I heard what Ryan said and how he described black women, it told me a lot about his family to the point where when I read his background about his mother and his father, hardworking, intelligent people, he didn't have to tell me any of that. I literally knew these things just by the way he made that statement because, Ryan is a guy who is um, interesting in the sense that it's like I saw it immediately when he made that comment. I kind of knew what was going to happen. There were literally black men in the chat who were like,
What
"Oh,"
they say?
some of them called him soft because he
Wait,
defend.
he was soft
Yeah,
because he said
yeah,
positive things about black women.
right. And this is how distorted the
Yeah.
community's gotten: is that you have a lot of black men who feel okay insulting black women. And I think that's where the Andrew Schultzes come in, and they say, "Well, your own men are dissing you, so I can diss you." Right, and that's where I love about Ryan Clark is that if he and I were to sit down and talk about our black wives, he and I, first of all, we have a license to talk about black women that a lot of men don't. A lot of men will not have not married a black woman, would not marry a black woman. You over married to Becky, and you up here talking about black women. You need to shut up. First off, just shut your damn mouth. You have no license to speak here. But if Ron and I were to sit and talk about our black wives and the nuances that come with being around black women, if we had a day where we were frustrated and complained, we would understand. It's like, yeah, I get it, man. You know how black women can be. But then if we sat around and praised black women and how they've come through for us, how they had our back, how they were on the front lines of so many struggles that we've had in our lives, personally and professionally and otherwise, he would get that too. Because the truth is that black women, like everybody else, they're not a monolith, right? There's a diversity, there's a spectrum, and what happens with stereotypes is you get reduced from being a human being with
Hmm.
where there's a
You strips
variety
you of
of
your
outcomes.
humanity.
Right. It
Yeah.
strips you of your humanity and puts you in this stupid little box.
Hmm.
And the Andrew Schultzes who come along and they're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have me a black girl effect experience. I'm going if I date a black girl, she gonna get me fly, she gonna give me a fade, I'm gonna get a beard, or I wanna sleep with a black woman because I heard they do this and they do that. Well, a lot of times they're just picking women that fit whatever stereotype they have. Bill Maher was like that. Bill Maher was one of those guys who was real comfortable with black people to the point where he would say some crazy, disrespectful stuff, and you could tell he dated black women, but he always
Hmm.
sort of would pick certain types of women that fit his little weird fantasy of what a black woman's like, instead of seeing them as human beings who are diverse. Right.
Hmm.
So I like what Ryan said. Last thing I'm gonna say about Ryan that's really interesting. When he said that, I want y'all to peep out this last one. I like to read between the lines. Let me just point this out real quick. I gotta point this out. At the end, he said, "I'm just upset that you don't have enough solid black men around you to tell you differently."
Hmm. So he's talking about the other.
He's talking to
He's
Charlemagne.
talking about
He's
Charlemagne.
talking to Charlemagne. He's like, "You punk." Yeah, and remember, Ryan is not a punk. Ryan is a football player. He was one of the hardest hitters in the NFL. He won a
Hmm.
Super Bowl, and he played defense.
Hmm.
That's a
Hmm.
mindset. He defends things. That's what you did. If the Pittsburgh Steelers defense was one of the toughest defenses in the
Oh,
NFL.
that's interesting.
Yeah,
So.
so that's
Hmm.
his mind. That's his defender mindset, stepping up and saying,
Mm.
"What's wrong with you, you little punk?" He's just being diplomatic, and I'm the one who becomes politically incorrect. So I want to be, and I hope Brian doesn't get upset about this because I don't even know if he knows me or not. I've never met the guy, but I like him. But I think that's what he's saying. He's saying defend your women, defend your people. That's what you're supposed to do.
Oh, that's an
I'll,
interesting
I'll let
play
you
on
respond.
words.
Yeah,
Didn't really recognize that.
and you can
Wait, what are
you,
you
you can
doing?
reply. I got to run to the bathroom. You
You
can
gonna run to the
yeah. You
bathroom? You
give
gonna leave me
give
here
your
by
response.
myself? Okay. Okay. So, what do y'all think? Bill Maher was with Superhead. Oh my gosh. So he was with certain types. Um, Let me see. Okay, what y'all think? I feel more comfortable talking to someone. So stereotypes of black women. I went through two. So let me go through the last two. The last two is the first two I went was the angry black woman. I went with the black whore. The black whore comes from slavery. And out of slavery, during slavery, black women were sexually assaulted and they were raped. And what happened, and they were raped by white men. And so when the white women would know, they would realize that their husbands were raping black female slaves. What they did, instead of putting their anger toward their husbands who were raping black women, what they did was they blamed the women for being raped. They said, if you would just dress appropriately, if you wouldn't walk around in this way, provoking my husband to rape you, it's your fault that you're being raped.
Ooh,
And so that sort of thinking is where the black horror stereotype comes out of. It comes
wow.
out of that. So that's the third stereotype. Um, and what's the other stereotype? Oh, gold digger. That you just all you're interested.
Is the sapphire the same as a gold digger?
The sapphire is the angry black woman
Okay,
stereotype.
keep talking.
Yeah. So it's kind of like the gold digger. You're just shallow. You're not interested. You're not really interested in a man for who and what they are. You just want to get what you can get. So that's
Mm,
the other stereotype.
wow,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, so stop stereotyping each other. We can't do that. By the way, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins. And if you want a free copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking, you can actually go to boyceandalicia.com. We're into all topics related to uh, money, mental health, relationships, and just things that are going to help our community. We want to see you live your best life, man. That's what we believe in. And also, you can follow Alicia on Instagram at Coaching with Dr. Alicia. So, if you like intelligent black content, she provides that on a regular basis. She's very good at what she does. So anyway, all right. So let's sort of close this up. I'm gonna make sort of a final remark on this. So we were talking about Andrew Schultz, the comedian, and I know he's a comedian. I know that comedians, take risks, and I know comedians like to be edgy and controversial. But I think that beneath that desire to be edgy and controversial, there are just certain red lines you can't cross. Like I think that he would understand there's certain jokes you cannot make about Jewish people. Like you could not make a joke about the Jewish community during World War II or involving Hitler or something and think that they're gonna just let that slide. So I think with black people there should be red lines where you just say, look, man, be funny, but don't be getting too funny because we're gonna get funny with you if you start acting like that, right? And these brothers here, they've apologized, right? I don't know the name of their podcast, but they're from England, and they have their black experience in London, and I love the black people in England. Remember we had a great time.
Yeah, these two men, do not represent the black men I've met in London, who have
Hmm.
been they came across to me as extremely respectful. I don't know what's going on in their heads,
Hmm.
but they were very respectful when we were there.
Well, and I feel like these
Yeah.
guys, were respectful in the sense that
Nah.
no, listen, let me explain. Let me explain. I read their apology and I kind of saw, and it seemed like they were like, "Oh shit, we messed up," right? And they're young, and I think that there should be some grace. Now they're gonna be apologizing for you. They need to do an apology tour now,
And about they need to change their
right? And I
sure.
don't think it was built around like, oh gosh, we got to just say this to get it out. I think that they apologized because they knew genuinely they messed up, and they were probably a little nervous and laughed at something they shouldn't have laughed at. Because I did that. One time my father chewed me out. I was on this show, this ESPN show years ago. Stephen A. Smith used to have a show called Quite Frankly with Stephen A. Smith, and I was on the show with Method Man, the rapper, and Meth started saying something ignorant, and I just kind of laughed along because because it's awkward. You don't want to be you're nervous. You're on TV and whatever. And my father called me. My father was like, I was like, so did you see the interview? He's like, yeah. And I was like, what'd you think? He said, I didn't like it. I said, why not? He said, because you should never. He said, don't be. He said you were laughing along. He said you never agree with ignorance. You don't agree with ignorance.
Mhm.
And that was him setting me straight. And so I do have empathy and grace for these guys because I get a sense that they're like really trying to say that they're sorry. Now maybe if they have a trend of disrespecting black women, then that's another thing. I don't know of any such thing. There are some guys, there's some guys that have black guys that have a podcast. Oh, there's a lot of black podcasters, black male podcasters who literally have built
Who
their
trash black
well,
women?
they built their whole career around providing a highly imbalanced, a constant criticism of black women because they know black women are an easy target. And I don't, I have a problem with that because I think that as a man, you can express your frustrations without being just fundamentally and consistently, deliberately disrespectful. So, now let's see.
Yeah. So what
Oh,
am I?
go ahead, babe.
I got parting words. My
Hmm.
parting words is that here we are coming up on a presidential election where you do have a black woman running for president. And I think,
You have a Jamaican and Indian woman.
stop it, boys.
She's not African. She's not a descendant of slavery.
Can I please stop? Could you please stop and let me say something?
Yes.
Okay, here you have a black woman who is running for president. And I predict that there's going to be, just like there was an Obama effect, backlash. There's going to be, well, it was backlash when Barack Obama ran. He was biracial also. So the first black president, male president, I think with Kamala possibly winning this election, we don't know. I really do predict that there's going to be more backlash for against black women if Kamala wins. I really do predict that.
I can see that. Well,
Yeah.
Kamala to me is I don't call her black per se. I call her non-white, right? And I do
Mm-hmm.
think that non-white is gonna get a backlash, and I will give her
I think
that.
it's gonna come
Oh,
for black women. I don't think it's gonna be for anybody else but black women.
for you, I mean, backlash coming from
The
black women
black, no, the
or toward.
backlash is
Oh, you
coming
think that they're gonna have a
for
backlash
us.
against black women
I
because
really
y'all look
do.
like you look Kamala like?
Yeah, because no, you can think that maybe she's not black, right? You say she's non-white, but how it's going to be seen by the public? She's going to be seen as a black woman who is president, and
Mhm.
therefore it's going to be a backlash. That's my prediction.
Well, she's interesting because she's racially ambiguous enough that she can get into the halls of power. If you notice,
Mm-hmm.
they don't, if Kamala would not be running for president if she looked like Wesley Snipes.
You're wrong for that.
Real,
Okay.
no, really. If she was like pitch black, just
Well, maybe
clearly
because she's married
like,
to a white woman,
well,
a
yeah,
white
yeah.
man.
I mean, the white husband, all that fits into the narrative. The white
Hmm.
Jewish husband. Let's just be clear. So, that's what tends to happen whenever black people get to that level. They're
Hmm.
not usually African American descendants of slaves. They don't want to deal with those people.
Okay,
We,
but
we're,
all
we're,
of
we're
that is
considered
true.
dangerous. We're dangerous to them.
All of that is true. But that aside, can we put, listen, can y'all understand levels? There's levels to this, right? There's levels to this. Let's just put the politics aside. Let's just put your nuances to the side. The thing is that if we do have a female black president, and that's what she's going to be seen as, let's just take away the nuances. That's my prediction, that there's
Mhm.
going to be a backlash
Yes.
because black women are not respected in America like they should be.
I do agree, and but I
Yes.
also think that there should be room to respect those who've gotten past this idea that you should support anything black that they put in front of
Now
you on
that's
the screen,
true. I
right?
agree
And
with that.
that's so anything that's a black Democrat, we're supposed to automatically support it. Anything that's a black Republican, we're supposed to say, "Oh, you're a sellout," and I don't like that at all. I think that that limits our freedom.
It
I'm not.
does.
I do not agree with the idea of us living in a one party system as
Mhm.
black
I'm
people.
not going to vote for you just because you black.
Right.
I'm
Right.
not just not going to do that. I'm going to look at the issues. We've already talked about this.
Yeah. Yeah. So
And what values closely adhere to my values. That's what I'm going to vote for.
yeah, yeah,
Hmm.
absolutely. So yeah, so we can debate on Kamala, but I look forward to seeing an African American descendant of slavery as president one day. We still have not had that.
Yeah,
Like
that would be great.
they specifically selected Barack specifically because he didn't have that lineage. If he'd had that lineage, he wouldn't have got that opportunity.
He would not have. But he
Yeah.
was still a black man who was president of the United States, and there was a backlash. I witnessed a backlash.
There was a backlash, and he
Hmm.
was good for America, in my opinion, in the sense that, um, he's articulate. He's better. He just he presented so well, and I thought
Oh,
that
he still
I
presents well.
he did a very good job for America.
Oh, great.
I don't feel I'm not impressed with what he did for Black people per se.
No, I mean, he kept those systems going very
Yeah,
well.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
He did the job of the presidency, you
Well,
know.
I compare. I look at a Barack Obama in a way. It's almost. I look at him like if you got a family where you're starving and you're really hungry, and one of your relatives gets a really good job at the Ford plant, and he
You're
becomes
happy for him.
right. You're happy for him, and he does a great job, and you're really proud of him. But let's say he doesn't send any money home. He gets the good job at Ford, and everybody at home is talking about how proud of him they are because he's got the good job at Ford. But nobody in the house benefits from him having that job.
And they and why should they?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
inspiring enough to make me want to apply.
maybe, maybe.
Maybe I too can be president of the United States.
Right, right. And then you have the Hunger Games. If you watch the Hunger Games in detail, you'll see that that's all that is. It's literally we maintain our oppression by picking a couple of people out of the oppressed group and then
to
parading
prop
them.
up. Uh-huh.
Yeah, prop them up and parade them as like a symbol of hope. That's why that word hope is so powerful.
Yeah, I don't need hope. I got enough hope on my own. I do not like inspirational speakers.
Mm,
Like speakers who come and inspire me get on my nerves.
mm.
I like speakers like you boys.
Hmm.
You're the kind of speaker, you're giving me information. I want some information I can use. I don't need anybody to hype me up, to give me some hope. I definitely don't need inspiration. I get that from inside.
Well, I also like, and also when I speak, I like to provide solutions and a plan, a
Yes.
strategy. I don't want to just get us all pumped up over
I don't want
nothing.
to be pumped up.
Right,
That
right.
irritates me. It even irritates me in boot camp where they're like, "Good job." I'm like, "Shut up." It's 6 o'clock. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm tired. I'm sleepy. This hurts. My body hurts. I don't need a good job. I need like cuss words going
Well,
on.
you know, and I actually I'll say this. I think that that's what leads me to admire your success is that that's the difference I noticed because because I've before we got married, I had other relationships and stuff, and what I like about you is you are a doer. If I make a plan, I say let's do this by Friday, you'll be getting it done.
I do
Like
get
that,
it done.
you be
Now, let me tell you, it's not perfect. And
that's
I
okay.
do be messing up sometimes.
Mm,
But hey, I messed up. I learned from it. But I dive right on in the deep
yeah,
end.
yeah, and that's what I'm gonna tell you that I can't tell you how many people I meet who will come to they'll go to the seminar, get all pumped up, get riled up, talk all day about everything they're gonna do, and
And do
God's gonna
nothing.
guide them to success, and they're gonna fight through it, and then they don't follow up.
They
They
go
don't.
back to their old ways.
Right. It's a lie. It's
Yeah.
a over reliance on emotional arousal and not a reliance on discipline. The motivation will get you to that'll get the motivation will help you take the first step. The discipline will help you take the other 9,999
Oh
that's
my
required to get
God.
there.
Black people. Now I'm talking about black people.
See, listen to you spread the
Black
stereotypes.
people. So be
And
loving a nice sermon.
we like a good
We
sermon.
like a good sermon.
We like a good motivational speech. And I think all that can
I
serve.
can't stand it.
I
If
don't.
I went to church and like a preacher like started doing a sermon to rile up the crowd, I would
Mm.
get really annoyed.
Well, the
I
funny
don't
thing,
know why I cannot sit through speeches like that.
well, you know what? Preachers are some of the best speakers I've ever heard, especially the real good ones. And
Yeah,
what's crazy about it is like if you're an analytical thinker and
like
you
me.
right and you really analyze like what they're saying, you'll realize like
They ain't saying
some of the
nothing.
pastors literally will spend a whole hour saying absolutely nothing and
Absolutely
have the whole
nothing.
church jumping up and down.
I'd be like, oh my God, I can't. I just can't with the church.
And Jesus
I'm
said that we gonna climb the rock.
let me tell you,
He said that we gonna climb it.
I can't
He
stand
didn't
it.
say we gonna climb down. He said we gonna climb up.
Oh my God. I used to go to church.
We're gonna climb up in the sky.
Let me tell you, I used to go to church and just I know people probably be like, she's a heathen, but I used to go to church and then one day I was like, Alicia, you wake up early Monday through Friday. You wake up early on Saturday. The one day you're gonna wake up early just to sit here for some inspiration that you really don't need.
Mm.
And it just bothered me so much. And I don't know why. I just don't like church is good for the people that it helps, but there's certain people that just don't need it. I just don't feel like I need it.
But
And
you
that's something that I don't
but you gotta
share. I've
remember.
now shared with everybody, but I don't share
But
that.
Alicia, but then Jesus climbed the rock
Yeah,
and he kept
Jesus can
climbing
keep on climbing that rock.
and he went up. He didn't go down.
I don't need
He didn't
that.
go in a circle. He didn't go sideways.
I need to sleep in.
Yeah, but that's what I found to be real interesting. Same thing is true with rappers, which rappers are basically preachers. They just maybe their
I
religion is
can't with the
can
raps.
become more demonic like Diddy. But no, seriously though, like rappers, the again, same thing I would do with pastors where I analyze exactly what's coming out of your mouth to see what I'm learning.
Yeah.
The same thing's true with artists. Like I'll listen, I'll read their lyrics and I'll listen. And a lot of times we get so caught up in the beat and the music that we're not hearing. Like I'm like,
They have nothing to say.
either they have nothing to say or they're saying something that's like horrible. Because I remember talking to somebody about a Little Wayne lyric, and I said, "You do know that he just said that he was gonna have sex with you and then chop up your dead body and mail it back to your ex boyfriend." Like, does that not concern you? It's like, no, but it's got a nice beat.
Well, listen, the thing with Little Wayne is so interesting. He really is a genius
He is.
because how could he put out all of that music and write all that stuff? As terrible as it was, he put out a lot of music. Like a lot. I couldn't believe, like, I was actually like digging into it. Like he was writing song after song, album after album, hit after hit. Like he was really just something was coming through him that was just like a lyrical vomit that he was doing for a long time. Now the content of his stuff is just horrific.
Well, Little Wayne is a
But
preacher.
is it? Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
he's a pastor. That represents the gospel of black self destruction.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, like
But he's spitting the lyrics.
that's what it is. It's like, unfortunately, because of the trauma he went through. I mean, little boy, I think he got shot when he was 11 years old or something. You know,
Yikes.
so he spent most of his life sort of, unfortunately, using his tremendous power in a way that is not gonna help, not beneficial to the community, which is why I was very happy that Jay-Z took a stand and picked Kendrick Lamar for the Super Bowl and not Lil Wayne, because unfortunately, as much talent as he has, talent can't be your only criteria for who
Well,
you
Little
select.
Wayne is not happy about that.
He,
I would have been cringe. I think Little Wayne in front of a Super Bowl audience would have been a little too much for the audience.
yeah, I think
It
so.
just wouldn't have
But
come across.
but you know what? I think that what they're gonna probably do is they're gonna probably include him, because I don't think you can just leave New Orleans artists off because their
Mm.
contribution was so impactful. Also, I would love it if they brought D1 in there. Like, I mean, D1's from New Orleans.
D1 would be
Yeah,
amazing.
I mean, Kendrick shouted him out in this song, and I was like, huh, I wonder if he's shouting him out because he's
Oh,
kind of
Kendrick should bring
helping to
out.
elevate his profile. Because D, I mean, D's, he's our buddy. D's like a relative for us, and I love it. I love him a lot. He's a great guy, and I love the fact that he has the courage to just say, like, hey, can't we still have fun with hip hop and be great at hip hop without allowing others to use hip hop to destroy us? He understands how the money for
Mm.
other people, other communities use money to get black people to take the gun of hip hop and turn it to our own face.
Y'all gotta listen to D1's new album. We were listening to it. Me and the kids were listening to it. He's got some really good. There's like two or three songs that I'm like listening to over and over again.
Well,
I love.
I bet if you looked at the discography of D1
Uh
and
huh.
in terms of how much music he's put out and compare it to Lil Wayne, I bet you it's similar. I bet D has put
Oh,
out
I don't know.
I
Lil
bet,
Wayne was
I bet D has put out more music than Lil Wayne. And also,
really.
yeah, and D told me a funny story where he said,
Huh.
I made a comment on Vlad TV where I said D1 and Lil Wayne are actually similar. They're just dark and light sides of the same culture. I said, yeah, they
Interesting.
both have dreads, they both have that New Orleans accent, but one raps about horrible things, the other one raps about positive things. So this shows the power of hip hop. It can be used as a positive or a negative. And do you know, I didn't even know this until it was done, but D1 went and made a whole album on what I said.
That's
Yeah, and he
right.
had his picture, his baby picture next to Lil Wayne's baby picture, and I think he called it "Separated at Birth," and it was so brilliant. He took all of the Cash Money Records beats and rapped over them with positive lyrics to see what that would sound like, and he said he could not put out the album because
They wouldn't let him.
Little Wayne's people found out about it, and they called D's record label. I guess he was with Epic at the time, and and they basically said we can't put this out because we're gonna get sued.
I wonder if he could eventually get the clearance for that album to release
I need
because
him to send it to
I
me.
that would be so great.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, but it'd probably be some copyright violations.
I
You
want.
all
I
violating
want. I
stuff.
want to hear it. I never got a chance to hear it, and I was so flattered. I was like, "You did all that because I made one little
You
comment."
gotta text him when we're done. Text him and ask him to send the album
We
over.
got
We
to.
all
We
want to
got to
have a
have an
listening.
album release party.
Could you play it at the convention?
I might try.
Ain't nobody gonna stop us. Who's
D,
gonna stop you? It's your
yeah, I
convention.
wish D could come to the convention this year.
He can't make it.
No, he can't make it this
Oh,
year.
but then we gotta play his music.
We will. Well, D1 is my. That's a great guy. He's a great. If y'all don't know who D1 is, you need to look him up. He's a great
We gotta hang
human
out.
being. He's very talented, and we love him and we respect him. And he was actually on Ryan Clark's podcast, The Pivot, and that was a perfect connection.
Ah.
When I love to see great men like that get together, because those are the men that are going to lead our families and our communities out of the darkness. Those are the men that are going to make black people great again, because they're tough, they're
Mm-hmm.
fearless. Ryan won a Super Bowl.
Ah, okay.
D will take on anybody, anywhere, anytime. And so they got the courage, but also they have an understanding of structure and what our community is supposed to be. So that's why I have a lot of admiration for those guys, and I just applaud them in every way. So anyway, all right. So
Okay,
let's
we're
hop on
done.
out. Yeah, it's
We're
time
not
for
even talking about the
we're gonna take our
topic.
morning nap. So anyway, guys, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. If you want a free e-copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking, you can actually go to boyceandalicia.com. And also, if you want to check out what Dr. Alicia does or make an appointment, she is a therapist. Feel free to go to coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. And then last but not least, we do economic elevation training. I do this every single day because I want you to get your money right. I want you to understand finances. I want you to understand investing. So I do it every single day at 10 a.m. for free to anybody in the community
It's
who
free?
wants to listen. Yes, yes, you don't have to pay money, but you got to pay attention. So if you want to
Mm.
join us and get an invite, we're going to start at 10 a.m. this morning Eastern. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948, and I will send you an invitation. Text morning to 87948. So you guys have a great day. God bless you, and thank you so much for listening. We'll see you soon.
Goodbye, everyone.
And to not go to places where there isn't money. That's kind of a big deal. And so the stock market is where the money's at. And a lot of you know that today was a big day for the stock market. Were you aware of that? Give me a yes if you knew that. Today, the Federal Reserve was going to make a decision about whether or not they were going to reduce interest rates, which they were. And the bigger question was, how much are they going to reduce interest rates? So the big question was, are they going to do it by a quarter of a point, or are they going to do it by half a point? And a quarter point, I thought, was the expectation. But then late last week, the numbers kind of started shifting where there was a higher probability of a half a point. That became a talking point. I thought it was going to be just a quarter of a point, but I was hoping for half a point, and they gave us half a point. So I was wrong, but it was a good thing because a lot of you saw your stocks go up. A lot of you made money because of that. So if you're in that category, I applaud you. Now, one thing I also wanted to tell you guys, for those of you that asked me about that earlier today, is that this also is kind of cool because the data shows that typically in the year to a year and a half after a rate hike occurs, the market continues to go up. So if you are thinking about investing, if you're trying to get started and you're not sure what to do next, just know I got you. You ain't got to be scared. There's nothing about the stock market you should ever be afraid of because I told you all the story about the monkeys. They actually taught monkeys how to invest. And I assume all of you, I know all of you are smarter than monkeys. I'm not even going to assume it. I know that you are. So if you're smarter than a monkey and you know this, then you got to get started and be consistent. Remember, you and your future, your children's future, that's just as important as the other bills that you pay regularly. You pay your cell phone bill on time every month. You pay your landlord rent every on time every month. You're paying for a car note every on time every month. Well, one of your biggest and first and most important bills to pay should be the bill for yourself. You should also take care of yourself in your future because these folks ain't gonna show up for you if you have a financial problem. So start investing. Let's just get started. Feel free to go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. The $5 a day investing plan, which we're really talking about. We're trying to get everybody to participate at least at that level. That's one of the goals of the Black Business School is to get as many of our people invested in the market as possible. So just go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's a place to get started. Also, I have a whole stock market program. If you want to give that a try, you could try it out for free for 30 days. It's very popular. So feel free to go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com, THE. That's theblackstockmarketprogram.com. All right. All right, so one thing I want to talk about is something that Dr. Anderson writes about in his book, The Black History Reader. And he kind of talks about black jobs, right? Black jobs, what they are and why they are so scarce. And really why they're dangerous. Because basically the black job that liberates you from poverty kind of locks you into middle class or perhaps even lower middle class living. It locks you out of the possibilities of wealth. And so while I'm okay with people getting their black job, and there's no job shaming that happens here, there I am going to push you a little bit in terms of challenging you to understand the value and the importance of ownership. Right. So I'm not really here to tell anybody that they should quit their job or that you're a sucker for going to work every day. I admire you for getting up and going to work every day. I admire you for having work ethic. I admire you for having consistency. What I challenge you on is your economic self-esteem. I challenge you on why you set that as your final standard, your final destination. In my view, it's one thing if you run 2 miles because that's all you can do, right? Sometimes, like me, I'm fat and I'm huffing and puffing and So 2 miles is the most I can do. But there's some of y'all that can run a whole marathon, right? If you are a runner that could have kept going and ran 26.2 miles for a whole marathon, then you got to keep going. If you're capable of going to the highest levels of society, why would you stop on the bottom rung? You understand? You deserve the penthouse. So why would you settle for the second floor? That's my issue with the black job thing. It's not so much to say, oh, black people that get jobs, y'all just stupid. What's wrong with you? I don't do that. I don't want to make you feel bad about the choices you made in your life. The only time I will allow you or support your effort to feel a little bit bad about your choices is if you agree with me. If you're aligned with me and you say, man, I went to level 2. I could have went to level 10. Then I'm gonna say, yeah, you could have went to level 10. What's wrong? Why you operating on a level 2 vibration when you a level 2, a level 10 black person? I don't understand that, right? So I'll support you. If you're beating up on yourself, I might jump in and throw a couple jabs too. Like, yeah, we're gonna beat up the old you so that the new you can be born. That's called challenging you. That's called it might be called constructive criticism. It might be called setting a higher standard. In fact, I wrote a whole book about that actually. The title was "It Takes a Village to Raise the Bar: A New Paradigm for Black America." It's actually in my in drboycebooks.com if you want to get a copy. I don't know if they have a digital copy. I don't know if the team put it in there or not, but you can feel free to take a look. And literally, my whole argument has always been that sometimes we get cursed by low expectations. I believe that when we go to school and because we show up and we're black and everyone trains us to feel sorry for ourselves, even if there's nothing to feel sorry about yet, like it just kind of diminishes all the great things that you're capable of doing because nobody sat there and kicked you in the butt and said, come on, you can keep going, try harder, push harder. And that's what I loved about my grandma. Like my grandma Felicia, that she's the Panther, by the way. I just in case you're new, Felicia's always with me. I take my grandmother with me everywhere I go. My grandmother was like a lot of your parents and grandmothers. Anybody have a parent or grandparent who used to tell you stuff like when you're black, you have to work twice as hard to get half as much? Anybody remember hearing that growing up? And I don't know how many old school like souls are in here, but yeah, maybe heard that, and it's kind of an unfair statement, right? It's kind of a testament to the unfairness of America. It's a testament to the fact that the American dream doesn't really exist for black men and black women. You kind of have to create the black American dream or the black people dream because the white American dream isn't really always as accessible to you as it should be. America definitely is a little bit of a line bastard, and they've kind of broken a lot of commitments they made to black people in the civil rights movement and all that. But the bright side of that standard that my grandmother gave me, where she said you have to work twice as hard to get half as much, is it set the tone for my expectations for myself. It told me, hey, you're going into a difficult situation, so you're gonna have to be ready. It gave me something that a lot of our people don't always get, which is preparation, just readiness, pushing yourself to your limit, just being the absolute best you could be. Resilience. If it doesn't work out, you try again. If it doesn't work out, you try again, try again, try again, try again. And what you'll find is that those simple characteristics and those behavioral traits tend to lead to success in almost everything. So if you ever want to be an entrepreneur, you want to be great at something, you want to go make $1 million, well, if you've got enough resilience, you can do that. You just have to be the kind of person who says, I'm not going to stop. I would say can't stop, won't stop, but that would be a bad thing to say at a time like this for reasons that I won't go into, because we ain't trying to pull out the baby oil in this conversation now, are we? But you get it. But really though, if you are a person who's resilient, who refuses to stop, refuses to take no for an answer, will keep trying no matter what, then you will win, you will succeed. So I think that when you're talking about inheritance for your children, don't just let them inherit the money. You're gonna have the money. A lot of y'all gonna have the money. I'm telling you, I can already tell. Most of you are invested in the market. Most of you are investing consistently. Most of you are building wealth. A lot of you have businesses. You're gonna have the money, but I want you to give your kids the things that are more valuable than the money, right? So give me a yes if you're gonna do a consciousness sort of exercise and just sort of imagine to yourself like what things I can leave my children that are more valuable than the money. Let's make a pledge right now that with the kids and the grandkids, we're gonna leave them the bread for sure. You need the money, but I'm going to also leave you some things that will shape your character in such a way that if the world tries to knock you down, you will stand up and kick the world in its whole entire ass. That's what I think. I believe in being just just mean with it. Like you not taking me down. You not gonna stop me. You can't slow me down. I don't play that game. You're not talking to your average Negro here. So anyway, so because it's a spiritual game, I really believe that. And I'm not just talking about religiously. I'm talking about spiritually in terms of energy level. Because a lot of times I think we don't accomplish the best we can because they just make us so sad and depressed and scared and getting us in that low vibrational sort of mindset. And then we end up losing. And it's like, well, of course you're going to lose because you're thinking like a loser. If you think like a loser, then why would you think you're going to win when you're thinking like a loser? That don't even make no damn sense. All right. So anyway, let me read. I'm going to read Dr. Claude Anderson's book. It is The Black History Reader. You can get a copy of this book by going to powernomics.com. And on page 196 of this book, which is The Black History Reader, I say the title over and over because every time I do it, somebody will be like, what book are you reading? What page are you on? Right. So I'll just do that. So if I sound like I'm weird and repetitive or like autistic almost, it's because I want to make sure I get it out for everybody. All right. Because there's a few hundred of you here and I want to make sure we get it right. All right. And if y'all can help me out, like if somebody asks a question that you know already answered, if you can answer it for me, I'd appreciate that because y'all smart people and you can, we can get this done. All right. So page 196, Black History Reader, question 68. Dr. Anderson says this. He says, why is Black unemployment always higher than that of whites? Why is it that Black unemployment is almost always double that of white unemployment? He says a number of factors cause unemployment to be higher among Blacks than whites and other population groups in the U.S. Some factors are structural and some are economic and societal trends affecting the entire world. Although most things are beyond their control, there is one thing over which Blacks can exercise some control. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reported in November 2016 that the national unemployment rate for Black Americans was 10%. Or twice as high as the unemployment rate of 4.4% for white Americans. So they're 4.4, we are at 10. These statistics underreport Black unemployment and do not explain why it is consistently much higher than unemployment among other groups. So what he's saying is that not only is the official number higher, but the unofficial number is even higher than the official number. Okay, do you understand? So there is a lot of, think about this. How many people, give me a yes if you know somebody who's not going to show up on the official unemployment roll because they ain't even looking for nothing. They're not trying to do, they making their money in the street. They're just, whatever, right? Like there's a lot of people, a lot of our people, a lot of us know somebody who's almost like they're an illegal alien to some extent. Like they just don't have any sort of connection or validation within the system. So they operate in the fringes of society. And I think especially a lot of Black males are marginalized. That's what they call it, marginalized, where it's not like you're quite in jail, but you're just kind of not really mixed into the in crowd. And it's not limited by how much education you have and all that. I'm kind of a marginalized Black male to some extent. I mean, I show up on official statistics, but ain't too many white folks that are gonna hire somebody like me. If they go Google me, if you're white, why would you want somebody like me like sitting at the desk next to you? Like I scare white people. So in academia, where I come from, I was a refugee. It's like, okay, well, I got this whole PhD, I earned it, I'm good at what I do. I got to go create an opportunity for myself because the world is not going to do that for me. Okay. And this is, I think, something you want to give to your children, especially your sons, your Black male sons, because what you're doing when you do that, when you train the Black male on how to create his own opportunities, how to create his own business, how to make investments, how to partner with other men and women that have a similar mind, what you're doing is you're strengthening the Black family. You're strengthening the Black family because, as I talk extensively about in my book, Financial Lovemaking, there's just clear biology on a man's ability to provide and whether or not he's even eligible or feels like he's eligible for marriage. I mean, it doesn't mean that his wife wouldn't marry him if he's broke, but he's not going to feel prepared to be a provider for other people if he can't provide for himself. And there's also biology, and it's not politically correct to talk about this, but there's extensive biology that says women are not attracted to men who can't provide. It's not as appealing. Everything dries up. Even if you bring out the Diddy oil, it's still gonna be dried up. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, I'm being silly. And the point is to say that you have to prepare men that are ready to get out here and get it done. You have to do that. You have to do that. You have to do that. And I say that because I had a conversation with my dad the other day, and it was a great conversation. We're having a lot of, he's hitting up on his 50th wedding anniversary with my mother. And we had a great conversation where I got a chance to really understand what he's made of. And he talked about tough experiences he had where he could not get what he needed for his family. And the situation just called for him to figure it out. He said, he said, your mother told me, we're your family. You need to go figure that out. Right. So she put that pressure on him, which has got to be, I mean, some guys break under that pressure, but he rose to the occasion and he went out. He said, I realized I got to go out here and make it happen no matter what. And he did. Right. And so I really personally think that if we're building these boys to start businesses and invest and partner with other people in their community, we're getting them ready for a reality where they're not telling their children, I can't pay for you to go to school or pay for you to have clothes because this other man won't take care of me. This other man won't do things for me. That's not the natural order of things. Do you understand? And I know it's important for the girls too, but I think it's the reasoning is different for the boys and the girls. Like when I talk to our son, I talk to him differently from the way I talk to the girls. But doesn't mean I don't expect them to all be accountable and all be capable, but boys and girls are not the same. I know that they're telling us gender is a figment of our imagination and that girls can be boys and boys can be girls. I didn't grow up in that reality. I grew up in a world where men and women are not the same. And it's a lie. It's a damn lie, a lie straight from the pits of hell, in my opinion, to tell them that it's all the same, that a boy can operate in the world as a woman and it's going to be all right. It's not always going to be all right. Again, I say that without disrespecting anybody's preferences and who you are. I just think that this is the reality that we live in. So we need some realistic education and not just the fluffy stuff, the politically correct nonsense. Let me keep going. Let me keep reading here. All right, so we're talking about economics and why Black people tend to have a higher unemployment than white people. So Dr. Claude Anderson on page 197 of Black History Reader, he says, the two most impactful social trends that affect general unemployment, and particularly Blacks, are technology and immigration. Write that down, technology and immigration. The massive application of technology brought about by advances in the capacity of computers, robots, and artificial intelligence has had an enormous job-killing effect on both skilled and unskilled unemployment. Did you know that for Amazon will always issue statements to say, no, the robots we're hiring, they're just going to make our employees more productive. We're not replacing people with robots. How many of y'all believe that? Do you believe that? Do you believe that Amazon is not going to replace any people? Give me a yes? Because I need to figure out. I need to look for one yes of a person who believes the BS that they're writing. So I'm gonna call your house and we're gonna talk. I'm gonna come to knock on your door because I need to know how many of y'all believe that this corporation whose number one sole objective is to maximize shareholder wealth, meaning cut costs, who's been accused of mistreating employees, who's been accused of overworking employees, who's been accused of underpaying employees, who's been accused of stressing the employees out to the point where they can't even take bathroom breaks. How many of y'all believe that they're not buying 1,000 robots a day so that they can make sure that human beings are pushed out of the equation? They're not going to get rid of every single human being. No, they're going to have people around, but they're not going to have the same number they had before. And the data supports this. Actually, there were people that did studies, and they found out that for every one robot that Amazon buys, they drop 3 employees. Did y'all know that? For every one robot they buy, and think about this: robots are stronger, smarter. They're getting smarter than us. They don't require bathroom breaks. They work 24 hours a day. They will never unionize. They're never going to complain about their wages. So why in the world would you ever think that Amazon wouldn't be the first to try to replace people with robots? That's exactly what's happening. So Dr. Anderson is pointing this out. And I've talked to you guys about investing in things like artificial intelligence. In fact, if you text the word stock to the number 87948, you'll get a list of AI stocks I think you should invest in so you can make sure that your family benefits from the AI revolution. The AI revolution started, it is out the gate. They are spending hundreds of billions of dollars on data centers. They're going to zap up enough energy to make up several small countries. They're spending tens of billions of dollars on literally these massive plans to build these AI data centers that are going to suck up so much power that they're literally thinking about owning their own nuclear power plants just to fire up their data centers because AI is here. AI is coming. AI is going to be inside robots. In a few years, everybody's going to have a humanoid robot in their house. This is the direction the country's going. And here's the thing. It's not even just the things we know about you should be thinking about. It's the unknown unknowns. It's the things that you don't know about that you should also be trying to think about. This is where consciousness comes into play. This is why we do our financial consciousness exercise every day, because I want you to have the ability to see things that you cannot see. I want you to be able to elevate your thinking so you don't just look at the here and now. I was talking to my wife today. I'm gonna get a little nerdy for a minute, and I hope that it's okay to do this because I was trying to really understand history and where we are in history and how to really maximize the moment. So here's what I said. I said, okay, so I want you. I said, so when you think about 1942, what do you think about? Do you think about that as like maybe old fashioned, like old timey, old technology, like a long time ago, like maybe your great grandma or something was alive at that time or born at that time, right? You think about that, like the technology was crap. It was really old. People talk funny. They wore different clothes. It was like old fashioned, like it's a long time ago. It's like history, right? And I said, okay, so but think about it like this, right? So, but think about how you look now. I want you to look at the year 2040. And I want you to visualize what you see in the year 2040. Okay. So follow me on this exercise. I hope you get what I'm saying here. So imagine 2040. What do you see? Well, you see advanced technology, right? You see AI, flying cars. You see maybe by then we're going to the moon and then maybe beyond to Mars, right? You see all this advanced stuff. The Jetsons. There you go. Thank you. That's a great thing. Like you just kind of you see the future. Oh my God, that's the future. We're so advanced. But here's what I want you to think about. This hit me. This really made me think. If I think 100 years from now to the year 2124, the people in 2124, black people, are gonna look at 2040 and they're gonna see 2040 pretty much the same way we see 1940. Right? They're not going to see the Jetsons. They're not seeing advanced technology. They're seeing old fashioned, old timey, raggedy ass, rickety rackety technology that's garbage compared to what they're living in 2124. Do y'all get what I'm saying? Are y'all following this? I hope I don't sound too weird. Let me know if you're kind of following where I'm going with this in terms of just visualizing the future and just understanding like where you are in history. You don't really live in the future. You don't live in the past. You live wherever you want to be. And to some extent, you could argue that we're the old-fashioned ancestors. We are the 1924 of the year 2120. We are to 2124 what 1924 is to us. Right, 1924, we laugh. We're like, oh, that's so funny. A house costs $5,000. You could buy a car for $100. Airplanes barely got off the ground, right? Like we're laughing about that, right? Just like they're going to be laughing at us. So the technology. Here's my point. Here's what I'm saying. I don't think that all this stuff we're seeing now, the AI and all that, that ain't the be all end all. That ain't where it all ends. It's not like, oh yeah, we finally invented everything and we are the advanced civilization. No, this is the beginning. This is going to lead us to a whole new world that's going to be completely different from anything we can relate to. If any of us were put in a time machine and literally zapped to the year 2124, they would probably not even we would be dressed weird, we would talk weird, and they wouldn't identify with us very much. But one thing that's interesting though, but here's where the commonalities come into play. If you look back at 1924 though, there were some things, even though they were very different from us, there were some things that they cared about that affected them that do affect us, right? Like if you go back in time and you talk to Carter G. Woodson or W.E.B. Du Bois or Booker T. Washington or Marcus Garvey about racism, and you say, man, these white folks, they're controlling us with their economics, they'd be like, yeah, they are, right? Like they would get it. Think about it. They wrote about things in 1924 that are still relevant in 2024. Do you follow me? Do you get what I'm saying? So there's some common things that we can kind of depend on to remain the same. And then there are some things that are really going to change, right? Things that are going to change on the surface. Like shout out, I love Olita Adams' song. That song, Everything Must Change, right? So a lot of things will change, but then she talks about the things that stay the same, except rain comes from a cloud, sun lights up the sky, hummingbirds do fly, right? So there are things that are going to change and things that are going to remain the same. Both of those things matter, right? Technology is going to change. Financial positions and opportunities are going to change. You want to be ready for change. You want to run in stride with that, and you want to prepare for that. But then 100 years from now, I guarantee you that if I teleported to the future and I'm talking to a black man or black woman in the year 2124, and I say, hey, so is racism still here, or did white people suddenly start becoming really nice to us? They would be like, no, there's still racism. So are black people in 2024, we were dead last when it came to wealth. Are we first place now? Like, are we doing better? They're gonna be like, no, no, you was dead last in 2024. You still dead last now. Just like you were dead last in 1924. Hey, that could be another conversation that and then there's other things we could go into, but my point is to say I want you to kind of practice that and kind of think about the world and the way the world's moving, make sure you're prepared, and also realize the opportunity that we have by living in 1924. That's what we are, the ancestors, right? So if you imagine somebody that was alive in 1924, if you had a time machine where you could go back to talk to your great grandparents in 1924, what would you tell them to do? You'd probably tell them to go buy some property. Granddaddy, please buy as much land as you can. And then, he might say, well, no, land is expensive. I saw a whole house. A house costs $4,000. Who can afford to pay $4,000 for a house? Oh, I went to the grocery store. A loaf of bread was a nickel. Hey, that's crazy. Who can pay a nickel for a loaf of bread, right? And you would be laughing. It would sound like ridiculous. And so I really think that we have to realize the areas where we are insightful and have opportunities, but we also have to accept the idea that in the future we're going to kind of look ridiculous. We're going to look ridiculous to people in the future, especially when you're running around complaining that a house in San Diego costs $1.2 million. They're gonna wish they could pay $1.2 million. Or you say, well, gosh, the stock market's been going up. I gotta wait for things to go down because the Dow is up to 42,000. They're gonna say, what are you talking about? The Dow is at 385,000. So you have opportunities that are all around you. You have to take advantage of those economic opportunities, but also you gotta pay attention to the technology, and don't just pay attention to the things that you see. You must pay attention to the things that you don't see. You have to understand that there are going to be the knowns, the unknowns, and the unknown unknowns. The world is going to change in ways you cannot anticipate. And one thing that's going to remain consistent, things you can hold on to, is that economic positioning is going to matter. Wealthy people in wealthy communities and economically prepared communities are going to be able to survive in this new environment better than economically unstable communities. Communities with stronger families are going to be able to survive better than than the communities with broken families. You understand? So mental health and physical health, same thing. You're better prepared if you're taking care of yourself, right? So you got to protect your assets. So that's my weird thought for today. I appreciate you allowing me to kind of explore that a little bit. And sometimes that's what I'll do. Sometimes I'll literally, so that I don't get caught up in what's happening like right now and around me and get annoyed by that, I'll literally I'll teleport myself 100 years into the future, and I'll look back at where I am now and I'll meditate on that. And what that does is that helps me realize, okay, we've got a great opportunity here to do something amazing. I'm not going to let myself get bogged down by small things. That to me is consciousness. When like that song with T.I., he says, big stuff popping, little things stopping. We got to stop the little things. We stop the petty stuff, focus on the big picture stuff. Start investing for them damn kids and them grandkids, and stop worrying about what's happening next week. So anyway, let me keep reading here. So Dr. Claude Anderson says technology is costing a lot of jobs for sure. That's true. Then he says blacks who are already at the bottom of the job hierarchy often simply fall off the grid. Following technology is the impact of globalization and the influx of legal and illegal immigrants who enter America at a rank higher in the nation's social order of acceptance, and because they are preferable, displace blacks in the economy. This is happening, and we're voting against this. Like we've been trained to support policies that don't directly help us economically. I'm not blaming you if you're a Democrat or a Republican. I'm just saying that there's not a lot of evidence to say that globalization has been beneficial to black people, especially if you're from cities like Gary, Indiana, where my wife is from, where you had a lot of winos, a lot of broken families, and a lot of desperation occur because all of the factories left Gary, Indiana. This happened in Milwaukee. It's happened in Pittsburgh. It's happened all across this country. And a lot of that came directly from various globalization agreements that were made, like the allowing China into the World Trade Organization, NAFTA, things like that. So while that was good for the economy, rich people got richer off this for sure. Multinational corporations are making more money than ever, but that does not mean that your black job is protected. So either one, you're going to have to protect that black job a little bit better and support whatever policy is going to benefit you the most, or two, you're going to have to get into the globalization capitalization and benefit from that by becoming an investor. If you are a consistent stockholder and you're consistently spending as much money buying stock as you're spending on the car note, cell phone bill, and rent, then you're gonna benefit in this economy. So you got to understand this economy is not an economy that's great for everybody. It's not an economy that's bad for everybody. You just got to know where to position yourself. And I believe that as Black people, they want us positioned at the bottom. They train us to say, no, 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 don't try to go and do what rich white folks are doing. You just sit there and take your little Black job. Don't worry about learning all these other ways to make money. You just show up to work every day and you just do what we tell you to do. And then you feel screwed. You're like, wait a minute, I got 80,000 in student loans. I'm not making enough money to get ahead. I don't have anybody helping me, and it's really, really hard because I feel like I'm just worn out. Right? The Surgeon General just issued a warning that American parents are worn out because of the economics mainly. The economics, raising the kids, and also dealing with the job, all that combined is creating an unprecedented amount of stress on a lot of families. And it's really hard when your family's already broken. So this is one of the reasons why I always say, if we're serious about getting kids ready for the future, you gotta really sort of do a type of problem solving that where you really figure out what the problem's going to be and really work on a solution that's going to truly solve the problem instead of just doing what everybody else is doing and what everybody else told you to do. No, I want to figure it out. I want to say, okay, why is Pookie broke at the age of 35? Or why does Shaquanda feel overwhelmed because she's trying to raise kids and provide for herself, without any help? Like, what happened here? What happened? What happened? Why is that 32-year-old mama, you know, doing only God knows what to make money because she's financially desperate? How do we solve that? And I don't think anybody does that. I don't think anybody really talks about it. Maybe they just don't have the tools. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. But in my mind, I'm a mathematician, and when I taught math at the University of Kentucky, we had a mathematical problem solving technique called backward induction. Some of you heard me talk about this. Backward induction, all that is where you start with the end and you work your way backward. So you can use backward induction to figure out how you got to the problem, and you can use backward induction to figure out how to get to where you want to get to. So what does that mean? That means that if I look at, say, a 32-year-old woman who's a single mom with two baby daddies, both the baby daddies ain't shit, and she's struggling financially, she can't pay the bills, she's having a really hard time, and she's overwhelmed, stressed out, and everything else, because she does not feel like she is where she wants to be. She's mentally unstable because of the stress. She's also not financially stable, and her relationships are not where they need to be. Backward induction would make me say, okay, let's go back 10 years. I like to time travel, and I time travel in my head. I can go to any place in time I want to. I meditate on that. So let's time travel. I want to go back to when she's 22 years old. And I want to figure out, before you got the baby daddies, what criteria were you using to select the men that you were choosing to sleep with? And why did you choose the men that you chose? Why did you choose the man who was in and out of jail? Why did you choose the man who doesn't take care of his kids? Why did you choose the guy who was, oh, I get it. I understand because he was cute and maybe he had a car or he had nice shoes or he had swag or he reminded you of your favorite rapper, right? So that would lead me to say, okay, so one potential solution might be educating young girls before they become babies mamas on which men are qualified to sleep with you and which men are not. But no one talks about this because it's patriarchy for me to even bring this up. And you're somehow undermining a woman's right to choose. I'm not undermining none of that. I'm just trying to keep her from being a struggling baby mama with two baby daddies who ain't helping because that's hard. Right. And then I might go back even further and then go back another 10 years when she's 12 and she's got her whole life ahead of her and she can do almost anything that she wants. No baby daddies, no pregnancy, no nothing. She's no struggle. She's in middle school. And I'm going to look at a lot of things. I'm going to look at her home environment in terms of what sorts of male role models are even there in the first place. I'm going to also look at the neighborhood she grows up in and what the value systems are. Like, what are kids actually looking up to? What are they claiming that they want to be when they grow up, right? I'm going to look at the school. I'm going to say, what kind of school does she go to? Like, what were they teaching her in school? Were they teaching her how to be successful in life? Or were they teaching her, how to remember your pronouns and making sure she never learns how to read and never learns how to start a business, never learns how to invest, never learns how to do anything that's going to allow her to be an economically stable 32-year-old. Do you follow me? Are you following me on this exercise? Okay. And then you can keep going. You can then go back another 10 years to when she's 2. when she's a newborn baby, and looking at the family and how did the family become what it is, and what values are driving that particular family structure, those outcomes, the things that might have happened to that child when she's young. So if you do that, if you start using backward induction to understand, little things like thugs are made in America, for example. When you see a 19, 20-year-old kid, I knew there was a 20-year-old kid who shot up a whole house full of, like, a whole family, like all the kids were playing in the house, and he just shot up the whole house and killed a little 3-year-old baby. And I remember I cried about it, because I was like, damn, like in my mind, he's still, I can go back in time, and I'm like, he wasn't trying to kill people when he was 5. Something happened to him. Somebody made him into a gangster, thug, wannabe, killer, whatever the hell they trained the boys to become. And so we have to confront all these things. We have to confront the culture, confront the education, confront the preparation. Because if you go back to the example with the 32-year-old baby's mama who's got 2 kids and 2 baby daddies who ain't helping because she chose to get impregnated by 2 men that are not worth a damn, you create that. It like a life is like a painting or a drawing, where you're drawing with these strokes and you're creating this nightmare in 3D, and every single part of that sculpture had to be sculpted by some sort of set of choices. The choices, every time a choice is made, there's a stroke of the brush. And so if you look at the origins of the choices, you got to look at the value systems and the mentality and the culture and what's incentivized. That'll tell you everything you need to know. So the same way that backward induction can be used to diagnose a problem, it can also be used to solve a problem. If you look at the right side, like, so if you imagine a 32-year-old woman who's got 2 kids with a loving husband, they're financially secure, they're not in debt, they've got, $300,000 in the bank, they own a home, so they're financially stable, financially healthy, plenty of cash flow, doing work that they love. They can go to work if they want to. They don't have to go to work if they don't want to. They can go on vacation whenever they want. They're educated at a level that they're satisfied with. The children are happy and safe. They are doing well physically and mentally. They're because they're eating the right foods, and because they can afford the right foods, and they're mentally stable because they're not getting stressed out by racist white people all day at a job that they hate. Well, how do you construct that? You can construct that too. The same way you can construct the broken, dysfunctional reality, you can also construct the not so dysfunctional reality, the perfectly functional reality, the productive reality, the reality that generates peace as opposed to one that generates chaos. So I think that the same way, here's the thing. I believe that if we spent as much time training ourselves, each other, and our children to play the game of life, if we spent as much time doing that as we spend training to get that white man's job, we would figure this out. Because if you're trying to go get a job working for massa, you'll go to school 4 years, you'll go through all kinds of training programs, you'll learn the whole company protocol, you follow instructions, you're very disciplined. He says get your ass to work by 9 o'clock or you'll be fired. Will you get there at 8:45 because you want to make sure you do a good job? If he says focus and work until 5, you do that every day. You're very consistent when it comes to serving other people because you're trained that way. I think that we can also be that consistent when it comes to serving ourselves and serving our communities and serving our families. I'm never going to be more disciplined working for a white man than I am going to be more disciplined working for myself. I'll never be more disciplined working for massa than I am when it comes to working for my wife. I'm never going to be more disciplined working for them than I am going to be disciplined working for you. So the same way I get up every single day and I talk to you every single day, I'll tell you the truth. I probably wouldn't have that level of discipline if I had some stupid job. I wouldn't. I'd get fired. They would say Boyce is lazy. I say, no, Boyce ain't lazy. Boyce just only puts his energy into things that actually matter. And so at the end of the day, what matters is us. What matters is you. What matters is we. What matters is this. And so I encourage you to really do an assessment of what matters and give everything you've got to what matters. And then everything that don't matter, you wipe that shit off the table and you focus on you. These people don't give a damn about you. They don't want to see you succeed at all. They want to see us in the gutter. That's what they want. And it makes me angry. That's why I talk like this. I'm sorry. It makes me mad. So anyway, let me keep going. All right. So, Dr. Anderson on page 197 of the Black History Reader, he's talking about why black unemployment tends to be higher than white unemployment. And he says several factors of black unemployment are structural. One is economic theory. He says the first structural factor in black unemployment is the economic theory that guides our national employment policies, which is called the non-accelerating inflation rate of employment. It is the level of unemployment that does not cause inflation and intentionally tolerates a structural unemployment rate of 4 to 6%. So when they're operating at what they call full employment, it doesn't mean that there's no employment, or sorry, no unemployment. It means that it's about 4 to 6%. So he says, according to this theory, our national economy functions best with a certain percentage of built-in unemployment to control inflation from year to year. Therefore, the government's goal is not full employment for everyone. Some people must be classified as expendable. It is critically important that Black Americans understand the importance of and the role of this structural unemployment percentage. Any group with an unemployment rate that is in the 4 to 6% range is viewed as having full employment. So when you get to 4 to 6%, they pretty much say, okay, we've done our job. You know, all black people that want to work are pretty much working, but it's not true because there's 4 to 6% that are not. Any group with an average unemployment rate, with an unemployment rate that is 4 to 6% is viewed as having full employment, sorry. Therefore, as far as the government's concerned, unemployment for whites, Hispanics, Arabs, and Asians, which is below 5%, is within the policy definition of full employment, and there is no need to create job producing programs for them. However, Black Americans have a hidden national unemployment rate of 35% that rises to 48% in Detroit, 48% in Baltimore, 49% in Pittsburgh, and over 50% in New York for Black men. Remember, the Black men traditionally are expected to be the providers. So how can you build stable families when your providers can't get jobs, can't get the income that they need? This is why you have to leave the system and teach these boys how to start their own businesses. In fact, I will tell you this. I wouldn't be able to survive economically if it wasn't for the Black people that I partner with. There are other Black people, a lot of brothers that I work with, that I've worked with for years, where I really thank God for them because I said, you know, you understand me. You don't hate me for being Black. You appreciate and value what I do, and I value you. And we all know what would happen if we walk up in that white man's office. We already know that. So, you know, people like that, you know, if you're in that category, I respect you so much because that's what you need. So find your people that really get it and understand the value of those relationships. And that will go a long way also in your economic security. The people around you can keep you secure and protected. And if you have enough of that protection, you don't need the people across town, right? And a lot of communities get this. Cuban communities get it. Asian communities get it. Arab communities get it. Jewish communities definitely get it. We got to get that too. Okay. Let's see here. The only time blacks have had full employment was during slavery. After slavery and Jim Crow semi-slavery, the need for and the importance of black labor decreased so substantially that black Americans became an obsolete labor class. Wow. So number two reason is race. Race is the second structural employment factor. Andrew Hacker, in his book, Two Nations, Black and White, Separate, Hostile, and Unequal, highlights the major role that racism plays in keeping black unemployment so high. Hacker wrote, for as long as records have been kept in good times and bad, white America has ensured that the unemployment imposed on blacks will be approximately double that experienced by whites. Stated simply, if you are black in America, you will find it twice as hard to find or keep a job. Hacker underscored the familiar rule that blacks are the last hired and the first fired. Throughout the nation's history, if white or other business owners had job openings, they would first hire members of their own group. Some call that racism, but honestly, I also call that common sense. And I say that because I just ask you, like, if you have one job available in your business and you have a choice between hiring a stranger or somebody that you're familiar with, somebody from your own family, your own group, what would you do? Would you hire somebody from your own group? Give me a yes. Let's be honest. How many of you would hire somebody from your own group or somebody who looks like you, somebody you can relate to, before you hire somebody that you can't relate to? Right? And I'm not letting anybody off the hook. They do owe us reparations, you know, and all this other stuff for sure. But really, you know, yeah, and you know, I mean, some of us would say I'm going to just hire the most qualified person, but that's not reality, man. People hire people that they are comfortable with, people that they understand and that they know, a friend of a friend, you know, stuff like that. You're right. Well, why? Well, because sometimes qualified people may show up and not be safe for you to even be around. But if it's somebody you've known for years and you know, oh, he's a good guy or whatever, then you're going to hire that person. So the problem with the system is not the human nature aspect of it. Nepotism and all that is always going to exist. The problem is that we have systems where there is paternalism, where we're told, hey, you know what? You're struggling economically. Don't worry. We got a job for you. Well, I don't want a job. Some of us don't want a job. Some of us want a business. Some, or you're struggling educationally. Don't worry. We're building a school where we're going to educate you. Well, some of us don't want to be educated by others. Some of us want to own the damn school. You see, so remember, it's like that difference between being in the car and being in the passenger seat or in the back seat or in the trunk versus being the driver of the damn car and the owner of the car. They want to drive the car and own the car and then put you in the front seat of the car and have you somehow feel that that's the same. That's not the same. The person riding in the front seat, the back seat, or the trunk does not have the same power as the owner and the driver of the car. You have to have cars that you drive on your own, so then you get to decide who's going to ride in the front seat. Okay, so this the thing that frustrates me about politics is that's what they'll do. They'll say, "Yeah, we'll pick plenty of black people to ride in the car with us. We'll let you have this. We'll let you have that. I don't want you to let me have nothing. How about I run the business and I control everything and I decide what I'm going to let you have? Do you think that they would go for that? Do you think they would allow that? You think they would be okay with that? We got a nice affirmative action program here. We're into DEI, so we'll let in a couple of white people every now and then. We'll hire one white person out of 50 managers. Well, 49 black managers and one white guy, and then you should be happy with that, right? That should be enough for you people, right? They don't talk. They don't that talk. You've never even heard anybody talk like that, but when they talk about us, it happens all the time. You cannot make a meal off of somebody's scraps. You can't feed a whole community off of affirmative action, off of a job here and there and these little extra opportunities. And remember, this is about your survival. This is, when people always tell me that who I vote for in the next election is somehow a threat to my survival as a black person, I can't get on board with that because we've all been voting for a long time and nothing's really changing that much. But if you ask me, do I think that economic awareness and changing our behavior is a threat to our survival? I would say absolutely. We have to. We have to change our behavior. And some of you are. That's the thing. Not everybody's going to have the same outcome. So those of you that are shifting your behavior, you will be in a position where you can survive, largely because your survival is not contingent upon whether or not somebody likes you. You don't want to be in that space. It's a terrible space to be. So anyway, let me keep going. All right. So hacker underscored the familiar role. Wait, so let me go. Sorry. Let me go back. For as long as records have been kept in good times and bad, white America has ensured that unemployment imposed on blacks will be approximately double that experience of whites. Stated simply, if you're black in America, you will find it twice as hard to keep or get a job. Hacker underscored the familiar role that blacks are the last hired and the first fired throughout the nation's history. If white or other business owners had job openings, they would first hire members of their own group. Unfortunately, there are no incentives or benefits for whites or others to gain from providing jobs for blacks. In the public sector, nearly 70% of the nation's employed blacks work in some level of government, federal, state, or local. The trend of downsizing government has resulted in many blacks being downsized, out of work, or forced into retirement. As blacks are forced out, positions are filled by incoming immigrant groups. Downsizing government meant de-employing blacks and helped to increase black unemployment. The third factor, he says, that leads to black unemployment rates being so high is, he says, a lack of business ownership. The third structural factor that drives up black unemployment, and perhaps the most important, results from the failure of black Americans to own businesses, a natural source of employment for their own people. Only 2% of blacks find jobs in the few black businesses. Moreover, the few black businesses that do exist typically employ only 1.5 people. So it's not just that we're not building businesses, it's that we're not building strong businesses that are capable of scaling. And so this led to the model I described to you all, where when we talk about the next generation, you have to build sturdy children. Sturdy is STERDY. Sturdy stands for Systems, Technology, Entrepreneurship, Relationships, and Delegation for the youth. Why do I pick that? Why did I put that together? Because the problem is, the reason you don't have enough entrepreneurs is because you don't have people that are even thinking that way. The economic consciousness isn't at the highest level, it's at the lowest level. They're not looking at the economy from the top down, they're looking at it from the bottom up. You understand? If you're starting in the basement, you can't build the penthouse you don't even know what the damn thing looks like. You're trying to get out of the basement. So when you create millions of children, you breed them to simply go looking for a job. Who gonna hire me? Who got a job? When am I gonna get paid? They're not even thinking at the level of an investor. They're not even thinking like, no, actually, I'm going to go borrow $1 million from a bank and go start a business and then delegate and have a whole team of people that are going to help us generate maximum revenue. They're not even thinking that. And then on top of that, because you have so much undiagnosed, untreated trauma that so many of us go through and it's not healed, their inability to form relationships with other people who can help them also becomes a significant inhibitor of their ability to get things done. So let's go back to sturdy. Systems, technology, entrepreneurship, relationships, and delegation for the youth. Systems means that a person who thinks about a whole system can see the whole picture. Let me explain. Systematic racism is a system, obviously. So if you can't think in terms of systems, then you're not even going to understand systematic racism. You're going to think it's all about whether or not the old lady in the grocery store looked at you funny because you're black. That ain't racism. Stop that. It's a system. It's a whole set of rules and procedures and processes, and it's a nexus of protocols designed to keep you in your place. It's like a cage. It's built like a big cage that it's not, so systems um are power. Systems are power. And so not only do you have systematic racism, but you got other systems. You got the educational system, you got the healthcare system, you have the economic system, you have all different kinds you have the prison system, and they extract trillions of dollars out of your community because they built all these systems to make sure they can get everything out of you. Okay. So a child that's raised to think in terms of systems is typically going to be more economically successful because they're going to see even their economics in a different way. So a child who understands systems versus one who doesn't. A child who does not understand systems is going to say, I need to make some money. I need to get a job. I'm going to apply for a job in Amazon. They're going to pay me $22 an hour. That means if I work 100 hours, I'll make $2,200. So they're going to engage in one type of very simple economic math, which is time for money, right? I'm going to give up hours of my life so I can have more money. Okay. Um, a child who thinks in terms of systems is going to know a different level of economic math because their economic consciousness will be on another plane. Sure, they know how to trade time for money, but maybe they'll say, my time is valuable because I'm valuable. So rather than thinking in terms of trading time for money, how about I start a business where I'm trading units of a product for money? So my economic math is not going to be 22 times 100 hours gives me $2,200. I'm going to sell a $22 product and I'm going to sell 100 units of the $22 product. And I'm going to make the same $2,200 that you made, but time is not even in the freaking equation. This gets me excited as a mathematician because what you've basically done is you have elevated your consciousness to another dimension. You've gone to another dimension. You've gone to a dimension where time is no longer relevant. Time is gone. You can make that $2,200 in 8 minutes. You understand? Time is just a secondary variable that has no play in how this equation works out. So you've escaped. You have literally broken out of the trap. We got trap music. We love to rap about trap music and we just love the trap. I'm gonna be the trap, the trap, the trap. Well, guess what? When you have elevated your consciousness and gone to another dimension where you no longer have the time constraint, guess who just busted out of the damn trap? You ain't in the trap no more. You're not in the time trap because the time trap means, man, if I want to make 2,200 this week, I got to work 100 hours. There's only 168 hours in a week. So if I want to make more money, I got to work more. So I got to work 120 hours, 130. Eventually, you're gonna hit a wall. You can't work 10,000 hours in a week. It's impossible. But if you have economic consciousness and you can scale and you can get out of the time trap, you've gone to another dimension. You can see the world in different ways now. And then don't let that child also learn how to delegate because now they're really out of the time trap. Because not only are they thinking, okay, if I sell 2,200 or 100 units of a $22 product, I can make $2,200 in seconds. But then if I buy time from 100 other people that I'm employing, then I can take 2,200 times another 100, which takes me to $220,000. And maybe while other people who are on level one are going to trade time for money because nobody ever elevated their thinking. Nobody ever gave them financial consciousness because they chose to walk away from it. I'm sitting up here and I'm a freaking economic guide because I've got 100 people giving me 50 hours, whatever, no, 30 hours, 40 hours a piece. So I'm literally as productive as a man who's working 10,000 hours a week. See, you got to get your kids out the damn trap. Don't have them show up in this economy as a one-trick pony. They will be absolutely slaughtered, like the rest of America is being slaughtered by these elites. So you train the child, you give him systems, then you jump into technology. We talked about technology, how technology is changing faster than you think. If they know technology, then that's another way to beat the trap. That's how they scale. Entrepreneurship, another form of scaling, another level of economic consciousness. I'm an entrepreneur. Guess what? I can manifest, I can create, I can see opportunities even when there appear to be none. It's like a basketball player who can create his own shot. I don't need you to really pass me the ball or work me into the offense. I'll find a way to still get the ball. I'll position myself to get a rebound. I'll box somebody out. I'll make a steal. I'll just dribble and create space with the defender, and I'm still going to score my points because I'm an economic playmaker. I'm not waiting for opportunities to come to me. I know because I know how to not just find them when there are none, but I can create opportunities for other people. Can you imagine if we had 10 million kids who could do that? You can train children on this stuff. But instead, they got the kids learning how to twerk. Like really, like you could train them the same energy it takes to train them to play football and basketball and whatever the hell the kids are doing when they're not learning how to read, write, and do math. You can train them on this. If someone gave me $20 million tomorrow and said, build a school and teach the kids to be sturdy, I'm on it. I'll have a whole protocol set up for you by tomorrow because I know this. This is easy. And that's the thing about it. The solutions to the problem are not complex. The solutions to the problem are not difficult. The difficulty does not come with the solution. The difficulty comes with the implementation. The difficulty comes with the fact that there are more Black people that will listen to Diddy than there are Black people who will listen to Dr. Claude Anderson or listen to me. Even Diddy listened to Dr. Claude Anderson. I don't know if y'all know about that, but Diddy flew him in one time, and Dr. Anderson was kind of freaked out. There was a lot of weird stuff happening there. It didn't amount to anything because Diddy does a lot of talking, but even he knows that Dr. Claude Anderson was a smart man, that these ideas are powerful. So even he understood that. So my point is to say, we got to change the educational process, and the only people that need to change it and could change it are us. And remember, you're that child's parent, so you're the first educator for that kid. You're supposed to be. And if you don't feel like you are, then you need to step up in there. You need to Bogart in that sucker. You don't outsource the education of your children to nobody. You what you do is you make sure you're part of that process, because there are people that see our children as an opportunity for them to build wealth for themselves, for them to build power for themselves. So sturdy, systems, technology, entrepreneurship, relationships. Relationships matter because if you can have good relationships and you know the tools that all therapists know these tools on how to manage a relationship, how to identify the right relationships, how to repair relationships, then the people like that tend to be wealthier because they got friends, they have allies, they have people they can partner with. You don't want to ever be in the category of these people that get on the internet and brag about how many people they're gonna cut off this year. If I see one red flag, I'm cutting you off. Okay, keep cutting people off. Keep cutting off everything. You keep cutting, chop, 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 and then you'll be out there and you'll be an island. And that's what a capitalist society kind of needs. They kind of need you to be an island. They don't need you to have family. They don't need that woman to have a husband that loves her. They don't want you to have people that have your back. They don't want you to have strong support. They want you to be out here struggling, because if you have people broken apart, they're easier to control. Why do you think corporations like Amazon get so angry when somebody steps in and tries to form a union? Has anybody ever seen how Amazon and Starbucks and all these companies freak out when somebody comes and tries to unionize and bring their employees together? Has anybody ever seen that? They hate that. They're like, no, 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 no. We don't want you. We're gonna be unified. The people at the top, we're unified. The shareholders, we're unified. But we don't want you to be unified, because if you're unified, you're gonna show up, you're gonna start negotiating and saying, hey, I can't live off $22 an hour in Seattle. I need you to pay me more money. And if you don't, then guess what? When you have Amazon Prime Day and you're shipping out 10 million packages an hour or whatever, you're not gonna have any employees to help you get that done. So sturdy systems, technology, entrepreneurship, relationships, and delegation. That's what the D stands for. Delegation just means that you have the ability to delegate tasks to others. That is a specific skill children should be trained on. I kid you not. Here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to say something that's going to sound real arrogant right now, but it's okay because this is my superpower. The economics thing, that's my thing. So I'm going to go ahead and say this. If I had a school where I could educate like 20,000 of our kids a year on just the sturdy model alone, just that, nothing else, that would increase Black wealth by a couple $1 trillion. That would literally create enough generational wealth to last for several hundred years. Just not even all of them, not 100%, literally about 20,000 kids a year, and they all learned it. They all took an exam to make sure they understand all the techniques that go under each category. It would increase Black wealth by a couple $1 trillion. Now, if you want to know why I'm not doing it yet, it's because it's hard to raise money. It's really hard. It's tough. You don't get I believe that when you show up with real solutions and then you talk the way I do. I mean, I'm not perfect. I'm not diplomatic all the time. Sometimes I burn bridges because of how I communicate, and it's life. I live with that. You don't always have the resources that you want to get things done, right? So that's why I will share this with you, because maybe some of you know, maybe some of you are secretly sitting on $1 billion and you can write a big check and you're willing to. I know people that have a lot of money, but somebody having a lot of money doesn't mean it's actually going to matter. It doesn't mean they're actually going to write a check, right? So believe me, if you're sitting on 100 acres of land and you want to donate it to the Black Business School, we will not say no. If you're sitting on $100 million and you say, hey, this guy has some good ideas, I'd like to support that, then yeah, email us support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Again, I'm not pressuring, I'm not fundraising, none of that stuff. But yeah, there are ideas such that I believe if they got financial backing, I think that it would make a tremendous difference for the community. And in fact, if you want to know why I wasted time on the phone with Kanye West for 12 hours, it's because I went through his finances in extreme detail and I saw he was sitting on an insane amount of money. And my goal was to somehow, without violating his territory, let's just say, come on, brother, you got all this wealth. Let's do something good with this instead of doing goofy, silly rapper stuff, and I don't know if he got it. I know he didn't get it, but at the same time, though, this is my dream, right? I think one day, you're gonna have some people, maybe kids coming out of your space, out of one of your families, that are gonna have that $10 billion war chest and implement some of these ideas. And not just mine, but any ideas that will work, and we can solve these problems. These problems are quite directly solvable. The Black unemployment issue is easily solvable, but it's gonna require you to move to a different process of how you educate yourselves, educate each other, and educate your children. All right, so let me keep going. And as I read the last paragraph, I want to remind everybody, if you want to join and be a part of our think tank we do every year, it's a lot of fun. It's like a family reunion slash think tank slash business conference. It's called the All Black National Convention, and it's in Chicago, Lombard, Illinois, specifically, which is right outside Chicago. It's going to be nice and comfortable, and it's a nice hotel. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you want to see who the speakers are, what the sessions are, what we're doing this year. I hope you guys will join us October 25th to the 27th. So allblacknationalconvention.com. Now, somebody said you don't need billions to start a school. No, you don't. So I said billions, but billions will make it easier to get more done. But 10 million, 20 million, or whatever. I think it would be fun, really, actually, on a realistic standpoint, to hire like maybe 10,000 of the best Black teachers and counselors and educators in the country, and have them work in a school where we have the sovereignty to kind of do what we want to do without it being constrained by what the government says is okay and not okay, and be able to sort of create a simple, straightforward curriculum. I think that's doable. And so until that day happens, we talk on the internet. You guys see me every single day online, and that's almost as good. It was good during the pandemic. A lot of people got educated online during the pandemic. So Zoom is fine as well until we're able to get the infrastructure that we want to get. And I do believe we're going to have it. When I die, if I was to die tomorrow, there will be millions of dollars injected into the Black Business School that will come directly from my estate. And that's what we have in place to continue the mission. And we've already made plans for that. So like I when I got back from Egypt, I put Nubus. I got a big statue of Nubus, which Alicia thought it was weird because she said, "Boyce, that's the god of death." And I said, "Well, I'm not planning to die, but he is the god of the afterlife, and I'm not afraid of the afterlife. I look forward to living a long life, but then after my life is over, I want the afterlife to be extraordinary. And you do that by planning your estate, by preparing for the future. You got to have something in place so that when we're done and our lives are over, that people beyond will kind of have a blueprint, something to kind of build on top of. And I think that that's what our job is. So you don't just do it. Document it, prepare, leave the resources so that you can pass that baton and give it off to somebody who's in a better position than you started off in. That's what we're trying to do. All right. So let me just read this last paragraph and then we'll be done for tonight. So he says that the lack of business ownership is the third reason that Black unemployment is so high. He says on page 199 of the Black History Reader, which you can find at powernomics.com, he says that that Black businesses only employ, on average, 1.5 people. An important cultural trait that holds down the unemployment rate in white, Arabs, and Asian communities and other immigrant communities is that they hire their own people in their own businesses. They do not need to seek employment outside their group. Their businesses, on average, employ 5 or 6 people. Compare that set of facts to the circumstances of Blacks. Black Americans have some control over this unemployment factor. They could do what other groups normally do: build businesses and hire members of their own group. While immigrant group behavior can be instructive to Blacks in America, building a business has its own set of problems. The majority of whites, Asians, Arabs, and Hispanics work in their own businesses within their own communities. Blacks live in neighborhoods, not communities. And they are, so pay attention to that, he's not communities. And they are conditioned to look for jobs rather than make jobs. Blacks look for jobs outside of their neighborhoods. So rather than creating a job in your neighborhood, there are so many people who look for jobs outside of their neighborhood. Okay. These trends and public policies ensure that the unemployment rate of Blacks will be twice that of whites. This nation needs a positive race-specific employment policy to correct these structural defects and to protect Blacks in accordance with the equal protection provision of the 14th Amendment. So that's what Dr. Claude Anderson says. All right. Now, before we head out, I want to tell you, if you have any ideas that you do want to share with our team, I would say I would be able to talk to you and meet with you, but I can't. Unfortunately, my schedule gets so full. But I do have people on the team that can, if you have something you want to do or you want to support or something like that, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Amani is in the chat, so you can talk to Amani right there, Floyd, if you want to talk to her directly. And so you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. If you send an idea or proposal, one thing that helps is if you can make it simple. Sometimes people send super long. Now, Amani, Floyd says he emailed you many times and you didn't get it, but that's not true. The support team always responds. So maybe Floyd, maybe what would help is check the email address. It's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. And it looks like Amani's right there. So Amani, maybe you can get Floyd's information and take a look at whatever he'd like to send over to you. And she put the email address right there if anybody wants to use it. But also the other thing that does help too is sometimes we get really great plans from people that want to change the whole world, but they don't have any money to put into the plan. And it's like elaborate and it's like 10 pages. It's going to be hard for me just to read that, just to be honest with you, because the team's already kind of overworked. All of us are. But if you can have bullet points and then also you can tell us what you're doing to kind of help make it happen, that makes a difference. So for example, if you say, we've got some land, we're already doing this and doing this, we've already invested this and this and this is how we can partner. That tends to help in terms of us getting something done, as opposed to saying, I've got an elaborate plan that's going to, create $1 billion in wealth for the Black community. And I have no money and it's an idea that doesn't always fly as much. That's kind of hard for us to do. But yeah, I mean, I'm open to hearing what you guys are working on, what you're doing. Also, bring your plan to the All Black National Convention, because there are people there that would, we have the teachers and the therapists there, and the medical doctors and the attorneys and the estate planners and all different kinds of experts. We spend the whole year gathering Black experts to come together, for the convention. And the collaboration is enormous. There is so much that happens there. For example, if you're into stock options, we're going to have hundreds of people there that are generating lots of money every week not every month, not every year, every week selling stock options. Like the Prime group is very, very real. It's very, very big. You can go to drboyceprime.com if you want to see what we're doing, or you can also text the word money to the number 87948. If you text money to 87948, I'll send you a link right back with a training called How to Make Money Without Working. It does work, and people can verify this. They're doing this. This is not theoretical. This is not hocus pocus. So there are ideas out there. And I don't have them all. My goal is to just help bring us all together, and the convention really is that place to be. But I think that unfortunately though, I think we're almost out of convention tickets, so because I think it's kind of almost sold out. But you can check by going to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right, so last but not least, tomorrow morning we're still meeting for financial consciousness training. Every day we do economic elevation. If you want to be a part of that class, it's free. You can text the word morning to the number 87948. So if you text morning to 87948, I'll send you a wake up call at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We do this 7 days a week, and every day we just do kind of a stream of consciousness about money and finances and whatever's going on in the world that will give you an economic lesson that'll help you understand economics. So don't be afraid of money. You should be a master of money. You have the ability to master money. You definitely have the ability to master your destiny. So join us in class tomorrow, and we can get you started. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you, Amani, for holding it down in the chat. I appreciate you. Calvin McWilliams, I see you. Calvin, I'm gonna have to call him the articulate black man because he's eloquent and smart, and I look forward to meeting you in person. Everybody, how are you today? Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and you probably recognize the brother that is here with me today. I have the great honor of having an opportunity to speak with the one and only Dr. Cornell West. How you doing today, brother?
Brother, every time I set eyes on you, I know I must be doing something right. We go back a long, long time. As young as you are, people wouldn't know that. You're so well taken care of, Sister Alicia, making a big difference. That's a beautiful thing. I know you're taking good care of her too. But it's always a blessing, man. You've been one of the real, for me, just pioneers of all of this new technology, going back with your professorship, and was willing to make that kind of break for the people, man. And your love for black people is undeniable. I'm telling you.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. That means a lot coming from me, or coming from you, and also coming from me. I wanted you to know. I don't want everybody to know. I do not invite anybody really heavily associated with politics on my platform. I don't. The Kennedy brother reached out, and I like some of his ideas, some of them, And when they reached out, I said, "What's the point in having this conversation? I care about what's happening with our people." And it seems like in this whole political game with the elephants fighting the lions, that we get kind of left behind. And
Right.
And when I spoke to your vice president, Sister Melina Abdullah, I felt her energy was exactly what I thought it would be, because I know what kind of man you are, and I love speaking with her. And I was very honored that you decided to join us today. So you're one of a kind, sir, and I definitely have to say that. And also, my wife sends her regards. She and I went to one of your events at the University of Chicago in 1999.
Wow.
And you didn't know me from a can of paint at the time, and you had a long line of hundreds of people waiting to talk to you, and I still remember that. And then also, I don't know if you remember the day we spent about 7 hours together in New York City in 2013.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I saw you at Flager's Church in Chicago.
That's right. That's right. Now that's a great man right there, Father Michael Flager.
Oh, Brother Flager. Yeah, I've been going to his church for 35 years. They canceled me this last year. Wouldn't allow me to go. The Cardinals wouldn't allow me to get in his church. But we broke bread. Me, him, and Tavis just broke bread a couple of weeks ago at the convention. But no, Flager's my dear brother, man. He's my dear brother. You were there. That must have been about 15 years ago, though, right?
It was quite a few years ago. I stopped counting because the years go by too fast.
I understand, my brother.
I can't keep up, but I'll tell you what, I was really surprised when it was announced that you were running for president of the United States. That sounds exhausting. Tell me about that.
It is. It's been 15 months now, brother. I wouldn't recommend it to too many folk because, event after event after event, I've done 600-700 interviews and hundreds of talks and things. And of course, the campaign's been broke as the 10 Commandments financially, and so I haven't been able to do as many as I would like to do. But I started in Mississippi, tribute to Sister Fannie Lou Hamer there in Lexington, Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi, Brandon, Mississippi, and I've been going at it ever since. And it was really based on the sense of same calling. You and I got the same calling. You know, how do we tell the truth, seek justice, how to be of service to the people? We're not here that long, and we want to be able to be a force for good as long as we're here. When I looked up at the electoral political system, is so rotten, it's so corrupt, it's just so hard to gain a foothold for any truth, any justice, any serious love for black people and poor people and working people. That's it. Been running for justice for 50 years. Now it spills over into this electoral political context just to make sure there was a voice that raises the issues of reparations, mass incarceration, of poverty, wealth inequality, genocide in Gaza, AFRICOM in Africa. Just be able to have voices that are raising those issues with a power and a purpose. And so it's something that I'm glad I did, because it's a certain kind of calling. But you can imagine catching hell, man. Legal suits coming at you. Oh, yeah, you know, trying to get ballot access. You got legal suits. You got spies and operatives in your campaign trying to undercut you. I mean, it's a contact sport. I mean, Machiavelli, when he wrote The Prince, and I know with your PhD and everything you read and reread so many of these classical texts, man, he wasn't playing with all of the treachery and betrayal and lies and mendacity. But we had to be willing to go through anything for our people.
Well, you know, I'm gonna tell you, you talk about the treachery, and in politics being a contact sport. I still remember, and of course, we can. I definitely want to hear more about where you stand on things right now. But I still remember how disappointed I was in terms of what happened during the Obama campaign, when I know for a fact, and I'd love for you to share whatever you feel comfortable sharing, but from my perspective, you were instrumental in getting Barack's black support. You played a big role in that, because he didn't have that support in the beginning. A lot of people don't remember that. And then things kind of went left. And what bothered me about their approach was they didn't just say we disagree with Dr. West. They said we want to dismantle and discredit and destroy Dr. West. And they used some of your former friends to do that. Dr. Michael Eric Dyson. I hate even having to say that, but I didn't like that. Can you kind of speak to some of that? You know, clear the record, because I'm not you, but I'd like to get your take on some of that.
Well, no, you're absolutely right about that, though. I mean, early on when he first called me, it was after his speech. Talked about America's a magical place. I said, this brother's going to have a Christopher Columbus experience. He's going to discover that there's a whole lot of social misery and a whole lot of suffering in America. And nothing magical about America at all. Yes, indigenous peoples. Ask those who descend from enslaved Africans, Jim Crow, Jane Crow, lynch black folk, and so on. But we had a long talk, and I told him, what is your relation to the legacy of Martin King, Fannie Lou Hamer? And he said, I know I'm not as radical as you, and I'm hoping we'll be able to work together. I said, well, we shall see, but I was willing to do it. And you're right. I did 65 events for him that first time he ran. And when he talked to me, he had like 4% black folk behind him.
Wow.
Because most of the black political class was over against him. And I didn't do it all by myself, but I was one of the early ones out there in Iowa. And I ended up in Ohio, trying to get black folk on buses and things. I knew, in fact, that he was a kind of moderate. I just felt that it could be a breakthrough and could generate more democratic possibilities for poor people across the board, both here and around the world. But once he brought in Larry Summers, he brought in Tim Geithner. That's Wall Street right there. He kept so many of the counter-terrorists in Pentagon and State Department that had justified torture in Latin America and Caribbean, Guantanamo as well. So it was clear that it was just another black face in a high place that was not going to speak to the serious plight and predicament of black poor and black working people, of poor and working people across the board. And so I began. So from the very beginning, I had a strong critique, and then, the vicious attacks took place. And then Brother Dyson, of course, that was a special thing, because I've known him for so many years. I've known him since he was 18 years old, and he was my close brother and friend. And when he turned on me in that vicious way, I just said, well, what can you say? Folk sell out in a variety of different forms. And it's one thing to have a genuine disagreement with somebody. We all disagree with each other and we respect each other and we wrestle it through. But when you get these ad hominem attacks, especially when you pay big money for it, that was what, New Republic? They paid, thousands of dollars for that, for him to do that. That was low. But I mean, he's a human being like everybody else, and he's got a precious mama and daddy and lovely wife, Marcia. So that it is what it is. You keep moving, keep bearing witness, so brother. You don't let nothing get you down. You're not surprised by any evil. You're not paralyzed by any despair. We come from a great Black people who have known every form of terror and trauma, every kind of abomination. And as Curtis Mayfield say, we keep on pushing.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you what. That in case anybody's listening, I assume I'm speaking with Dr. Cornel West, and I'm gonna tell you that's the thing that I always respected about you. And when I heard you were running for president, my first question was, why would he do that? And my second thought was, I said, I've sat next to you on many occasions, and it's fascinating. One thing that really tells me a lot about America is the fact that you don't approach people with any form of hostility. It's always love, and use the word brother a lot, no matter who you're speaking to. And I said he's a good man who's trying to do a good thing. What makes him radical and dangerous in the eyes of other people? It's almost, it reminds me a little bit of how the world sort of views Minister Farrakhan. I say, look, you can disagree with him. I mean, that's fine. We disagree with each other, but the idea that he's dangerous and some of these other people out here are not, when they are dropping bombs on people and destroying our entire community, and engaging in mass incarceration, literal extermination of our people. At least they would if they tried. But you don't see that. You see that as safe, but these guys are dangerous. That's a big problem there. So tell me about that part of your experience, Dr. West. How do you feel about that in terms of how often I believe you're misinterpreted by the world?
No, I think that every generation produces certain kinds of people who have a profound hatred of injustice, and in our case, a hatred of the vicious practice and legacy of white supremacy, a hatred of seeing people economically exploited. And that hatred is predicated on a love for those people. And the history for 400 years of Black people is any Black man or woman or sibling who has a genuine love for Black people and a genuine hatred of white supremacy will either be assassinated, incarcerated, misunderstood, misconstrued, rebuked, scorned, and marginalized. And I think your witness, it bears that out too, though, brother. From the academy, the courageous break from the academy. We won't go into all the history for everybody, but we go all the way back. I remember Syracuse. We can go on and on, right?
Yeah.
And you just been consistent in your courage because you got a deep commitment to the enhancement and empowerment of a hated and terrorized and traumatized people called Black people. But we bounce back. Yes. Every generation. Here come a new cloud of witnesses. Every generation. Here comes some more freedom fighters. Here comes some more love warriors. Here comes some more wounded healers. Here comes some more joy spreaders. That's who we are as a people. That's part of our greatness. Now we got Black thugs, we got Black cowards, we got Black gangsters and so forth. That's part of our history too. Ain't no doubt about that. You got lukewarm moderates, don't know what to do, waiting to find out, follow a piper. No, think for yourself. Work it out for yourself. Just be a force for good in your own way, on your own terms. That's all a serious spokespersons and leaders all about. It's like a jazz woman, Mary Lou Williams, like a jazz man of Count and Duke. They ain't talking about follow me like I'm the Pied Piper. No, if Gonzalez want to play a 22-minute solo in Newport, let that brother blow. I'm gonna sit at the piano and listen to it. And it's my band, right? That's Duke's band. Because we lift every voice. That's the Johnson brothers from Florida, not the Johnson brothers playing I'll Be Good to You. That's another Brothers Johnson. I'm talking about the Johnson brothers of Rosamond and James Weldon, right? Lift every voice. You've been lifting your voice. I've been trying to lift my voice. Sometimes we make mistakes. Sometimes we change our minds. That's what it is to be human. Minister Louis Farrakhan raising his voice. Jesse Jackson raising his voice. You saw just died today, James Earl Jones.
Yeah, R.I.P.
93 years old. He raised his voice from Mississippi, stuttering for the first almost 18 years of his life, and ends up the most eloquent person in the country, like Demosthenes in Greece, who was born a stutterer and ends up one of the greatest orators in Greece. That's James Earl Jones. That's our tradition.
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
We are at our best, my brother. Oh, yeah.
Yes, that is true. And R.I.P. to James Earl Jones. I don't know if anybody knows that he passed today at the age of 93. But everybody type his name in the chat or put an R.I.P. in the chat for brother James Earl Jones. So, Dr. West, let me ask you about the campaign trail so far. First question I will ask you is, has anything about running for president surprised you relative to what you thought the experience was going to entail?
I wouldn't say surprised, but I've been able to see much more closer just how rotten and corrupt the system really is. That it's such a raw quest for power that either party will do anything and attack everybody in order to keep their power. So that to find a space for some integrity, honesty, decency, some truth telling and justice seeking, it's very, very difficult for it to have traction, man. And so you end up with a system that really doesn't care for poor people, really doesn't care for poor working class Black folk at all. It does care for some Black middle class folks to the degree to which they need to be incorporated in order to reproduce the system. But when and they certainly don't care about Palestinian babies. They've made that very clear. You know, you got 16,000 babies killed in a matter of months, and you don't give a damn. And everybody knows if those babies were white babies, if those babies were Israeli babies, then the U.S. government have the exactly opposite response. So you see the anti-Palestinian racism going on. And here we come along, you know, I come out of Shiloh Baptist Church, Vacation Bible School. Jesus loved little children, all the children of the world, red or yellow, black or white, they are precious in his sight. So a Palestinian baby got the same value as an Israeli baby, got the same value as a Black baby, got the same value as a white baby. I believe that. I still believe it, which means you got to raise your voice. When you raise your voice, what happens? Repression hits. You see, I was head of the student for Palestine at Harvard, the faculty advisor. You know, we could hardly get a room on campus. You think they were concerned about repression of voices? Now, all of a sudden, they got studies in anti-Semitism at Harvard because some of the Jewish students feel they haven't been treated right. We want all the students to be treated right, but a Palestinian student got the same value as a Jewish student. And we won't even get in, you know, my battles with Harvard and getting pushed out twice directly and indirectly and so forth. Hey, that's par for the course. But you can just see the rot, man. You can see the corruption. You can see the hypocrisy, the mendacity that hides the criminality. These are crimes. Mass incarceration was a crime against humanity. Biden, who was the architect, homelessness is a crime against humanity. We 12% of the population, 13% of the population, what? 50% are homeless? We 9% here in Los Angeles, 40% of the homeless. So when I come out and call for the abolition of homelessness and unhousedness, abolition of poverty, that's just extension what Martin was talking about. Martin King, that's just what Fannie Lou Hamer was talking about almost 60 years ago, my brother. Almost 60 years ago, same struggle. When you talk about how do you empower Black folk, how do you make sure that Black folk understand what it means to have access to resources, use your resources in such a way that you're a good steward, so it's not just individualistic, but it's tied to community empowerment, and you figure, how is that radical? Boyce Watkins supposed to keep truth and love and justice, right? How is that radical? Man, they come at you swinging.
Well, you know what's funny, Dr. West, is that because my doctorate's in finance, I often run into people who assume that I'm a capitalist. and I have to correct them instantaneously. I say, no, 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 no. I am not a cat. I know too much to ever want to be a capitalist because I think that a lot of the issues that you mentioned, where bad becomes good and good becomes bad, is rooted in a type of capitalism, especially this practice in America, where money becomes like a god.
That's right. That's
Right. So if it doesn't make money, then you're not going to get the political support. And also, because so much money has been allowed to enter into politics, it has really just tainted and poisoned the system in horrible ways. The fact that it costs a couple $1 billion to run for president, when you have what's going on with APAC and their manipulation of politicians, things like that, you can go down the list. The food that we get served. I got both my parents right now are dealing with some cancer related issues,
Oh, God
and
bless.
yeah, thank you, I appreciate that. And it's if you look at the food we eat, it's poisonous food, and nobody stops it because of the money. So let me ask you about this. What's that been like for you in terms of just dealing with the financial side of run for president? It's very expensive. How have you and Dr. Abdullah been able to raise the money you need to do what you got to do?
Well, I mean, it's been a massive volunteer affair in many ways because I mean, over the 15 months, I've been able to raise about 1.2 million, whereas of course, Sister Harris got 540 million in 1 month.
Wow. Wow.
And Trump gets 350 million in 1 month. So they're gonna both end up in the billions. And I'm lucky to get 1 million over 15 months. And then they still come to me and say, "Oh, Brother West, you're gonna be the cause of American fascism because because your votes are gonna take votes away from this particular candidate, and therefore it would be your full responsibility and culpability as to which way the nation goes." And I said, "Wow, that's something." I'm that powerful. If I was that powerful, black folk wouldn't be poor. Black folk be full of access to resources, self-love, self-determination, self-defense. Poor people, oppressed people all around the world. I wish I was that powerful. So what happens, you can imagine, that I just pay a major salute to the volunteers that have come forward. And then, as you know, when it comes to ballot, you end up with all kind of gangster activity. People, "Oh, we heard the right wingers behind your campaign." We have nothing to do. We have no connection whatsoever. You got different kind of folk, some of them left, some of them right, trying to make sure they organize for ballot access. And actually, and no doubt, some of them are gangsters. There's no doubt about that because they'll do anything for power. We've seen the Democrats do that with Kennedy. First, they fight to keep him off. Now they want to fight to put him on. Back and forth, put him on, keep him off. It's all power, power, power. You just can't become cynical. That's the thing. You see it for what it is, and you say, "I still believe that there's a role for truth and justice. I still believe there's integrity and honesty, moral consistency across the board here and around the world for oppressed people."
Wow. Well, I love that. And yeah, I wish I had $1 billion. I'd love to, write whatever checks need to be written because I believe in what you're doing. And I met Sister Dr. Melina Abdullah, who used to look at your vice president. Yeah, she came in and we had talked on the phone for about an hour. It was my first time speaking with her, and she reminds me, she's similar to my wife. My wife's a professor of social work. And Dr. Abdullah, I can't remember exactly what a doctorate's in. Maybe you can let me know. I know she was
in political science.
Political science.
Yeah. USC. She's a professor of Pan-African Studies at California University, LA, but she's trained in political science at USC.
Yeah, highly qualified.
Went to Howard undergrad.
Say it again.
She went to Howard undergrad, just like Sister Harris.
Did she? She didn't cross paths with her, did she?
No, because she's not that old though. She's not that old, and they both AKA sisters too.
Wow, that's very well. You know what? Shout out to the AKAs. My sister's an AKA.
Lord, yes, no. Toni Morrison. I mean, AKA's got some serious folk now. There ain't no doubt. Irene B. West, my mama was too. But I was just blessed to have Sister Melina say yes. When Anahita, my wife, and I sat down and thought about it and prayed on it and said, we just want to put a smile on Fannie Lou Hamer's face, who of that generation put a smile. She's had a house, as you know, attacked 3 times with the police. She's out there every Wednesday marching to make sure that you raise the humanity of these precious black folk getting brutalized and murdered by the police. And she's, and she's a scholar and intellectual and a thinker, but she's courageous. She's visionary, and it's been wonderful working with her.
Yeah, she is. I love her as your selection, and I think that she is. What was most impressive is that I got this sense that she is somebody who wants to do the right thing for the world. That's what I admired the most in that conversation. I mean, sure, she's got the academic credentials and all that, but you know how academia is. Unfortunately,
Oh
sometimes
yeah,
you can have some educated fools up in there.
you ain't
And
lying. Educated cowards and
yes,
conformists. Oh, ain't
yes,
no doubt about that.
yes, and that is a great woman, and I definitely want to mention that. I have a lot of respect for her, and I want to ask you about this. Let's talk about reparations.
Yeah,
That is that's a topic that seems to be something that is growing in terms of interest and conversation in our community. If the politicians are starting to slightly acknowledge it, I think that they're. I think it's almost like a surface acknowledgement, right? You know, Kamala, when she speaks on it, she talks around it in a way where she won't really directly address it. But do you feel that there is are you happy with the progress that's been made in the fight for reparations, and I'd love to get any other thoughts you have on that in terms of how that battle should be fought.
yeah. I just find it hard to see how people could have a commitment to truth and justice and not have a commitment to reparations, given the kind of economic and otherwise forms of damage against precious black people, hundreds and hundreds of years. How could we not want to find the truth about who constitute the economic foundation of American democracy? Our descendants. And when you find that truth out and you find out what the damage, what kind of repair? Well, that's what the justice demand comes. And that's why Dargady and the wonderful work that he's done with his academic team, as you know, from here to eternity. I forget the sister's name, but she played a very important role too in that book. It's right over here. But that book itself, from here to equality, the strongest case for reparation. Now, see, I sat at the feet of Queen Mother Moore in Harlem. She was a mayor of Harlem in the kind of colloquial sense, who was one of the great proponents of reparations. And that was way back in the 70s. And then with Randall Robinson, God bless him, he just passed, who wrote The Debt and founder of Trans Africa. I was on that board with Charles Ogletree and others. We had the struggles in Tulsa, reparations. We lost that case. But reparations is something that's been part and parcel of my life for over 45 years. And I'm just, it has to be an integral part of any serious talk about truth and justice in the country. And that's true for the Japanese. That's true for Jews in Germany. There's a whole lot of different cases that any Truth and Justice Commission would come up with a recommendation of justice demand for reparations. Now, we were making some progress in California, as you know. Then we got, again, the political cowardliness of the Black Legislative Council. They passed the bill, and the governor says, don't put it on my desk because it's embarrassing. I'm running for president. If I sign it, I'm going to have trouble. If I don't sign, I'm going to have trouble. So don't even put it on my desk. And what did they do? Here's $6 million for another commission. They didn't even put it on his desk. So that's just political cowardliness, you see. Yes. All that work, all that struggle, put it on his desk and see what he does. Is he committed to truth and justice or not? This ain't no game. No, most politicians locked into legalized bribery and normalized corruption. They playing the game. We ain't playing no game. There's human beings down here under all these games you playing.
Yes.
Precious human beings down there. They're suffering and they fight. They exploit it. They're oppressed, but they're also resisting with tremendous resiliency. And part of our challenge these days, my brother, is deeply spiritual. And this is why I've always, everywhere I go, I always have something very positive to say about you, because when it's a spiritual question in terms of, are you willing to raise your voice and take risks and bear burdens in being in solidarity in your truth telling for people who are catching hell? And what has happened is that selling out has become so normal and become so natural that everybody just concerned about getting a deal. Everybody's concerned about getting money. more status,
Mhm.
more position. I mean, I had this with the Harris campaign just a few weeks ago. You know, they kind of reach out and want to be able to set up a deal and provide resources, a possible position. Hey, you got the wrong black man for this. I'm not in no deal making activity. I'm trying to speak the truth. At first, I was trying to win the election, but if I don't win the election, I want to win the cause. If I can't win the cause, I want to win some integrity for myself before the worms get my body and my soul ascends. This is not no game. This is not no deal making for me as an individual. Why would I want to be part of an administration that's denying genocide, that is facilitating genocide, that's going to be tied to Wall Street, it's going to be tied to Silicon Valley, it's going to be tied to the Pentagon, it's going to expand militarism, that's going to have the most lethal, what did she say, the most lethal army in the world? No, that's Alexander the Great. I'm with Jesus the Great. That's a qualitative shift and understanding what greatness is. And then what my dear sister said, what the other day in Chicago, the greatest story ever told is the American story. I said, get off the crack pipe, my sister. Lord, the greatest story ever told. I mean, I think greatest story ever told got something to do with a Palestinian swarthy Jew named Jesus. But my Muslim brothers and sisters would say Muhammad and Jesus and Moses. But the greatest story ever told is so much deeper than anything having to do with America. Hey, the greatest privilege of being alive is to be an American? No, it's to love and be loved. You can get that in Ethiopia, you can get that in Guatemala, you can get that in Brazil, you can get that in Haiti, you can get that in Iran, you can get that in Korea. To love and be loved, that's the greatest privilege of being alive. Quit lying on the public stage like that. You think this brother played a Love Supreme for nothing? That wasn't just a song. Come on, sister. You didn't learn that at Howard. Sterling Brown was there. Mary Baracco came through. Stokely Carmichael came through Howard.
Wow.
You know what I mean? That's the highest standards. We ain't playing no game here.
Wow.
You're too hard. The politicians have to say all kind of things. I'm not just isolating her. I know most of them lie, but we talking about particular one. Now, Trump, of course, is gangster of all gangsters in so many ways. So we know what he is. We have no expectation.
So the greatest story ever told, America. You know, I'm gonna tell you what. If America continues to smoke the crack pipe of capitalism, it is going to be a very short story. This country is a young country, and we are headed to hell in the handbasket in several ways. And the reason I think someone like you is so important, and hopefully people will listen, is because we are headed in the wrong direction in so many ways. I could even start with something as basic as $37 trillion in debt. Over what? And then you're sending these missiles across to Israel to kill children, and you're doing all these things where every day I wake up thinking, when are the chickens gonna come home to roost? When are we gonna, there's gonna be a consequence for this kind of behavior. And as you said, it's always driven by, so much of it's driven by money. And I know enough about money to know the dangers of money and to say, this ain't it. This isn't how, you have to respect the power of money. Money can get a lot of good things done, but money is it's like driving a really powerful tank. You can use it to break through barriers, or you can kill people with it, and it depends on who's driving. And so, Dr. West, I know you are a busy man and you are on the campaign trail, so I'm not going to take much more of your time, but I want to ask you a question. Specifically in terms of reparations. I'd love to get let everybody hear your perspective on what you think reparations should and would look like. If you've thought about that with your campaign, and just a framework, so that as we move forward, we'd be able to say, okay, this is what we're looking for. Because you know how it is in politics. Eventually, if we make them submit to giving something, they're gonna start out by offering us something silly. A bag of potato chips and a hot dog, and So what would you say reparations should look like, Dr. West?
Yes. Well, one is we have to begin with the notion that no amount of money could ever repay what Black people have been through in 400 years, beginning with the bones on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. so that we're not, this is not a quid pro quo exchange kind of situation. We're talking about trying to get as much justice based on truth as we can, but the level of barbarity and bestiality and criminality visited upon Black people can never begin to be repaid. So we had to just be clear about that. So then you say, okay, now given that, how do we proceed? And you got slavery, you got neo-slavery with Jim and Jane Crow and American terrorism and lynching. Then you got Jim Crow Jr., which is now de facto segregation, with discrimination still taking place in a variety of different ways. It might not be legalized, but people have a way of getting in and outside of the law, under and above the law. So that the reparations is not just about barbaric slavery, but it's about the subsequent forms of bondage that have continued, the aftermath of slavery, as people would put it. Now, given that, and again, you know, I follow my dear brother Doherty and others, you know, they come up with 258,000 for each descendant of the dignified Africans who were enslaved. That strikes me as a reasonable starting point. A reasonable starting point. But then we've got to make sure we have a strong enough culture and infrastructure in place that the money that is given is not simply kind of just recycled and recirculated right into the same corrupt system that has been exploiting Black people and poor people and working people all these years. So that there has to be some kind of massive transfer of wealth. There's no doubt about that. And I believe in just redistribution of wealth downward for citizens, no matter what color they are. I believe in free education. I believe housing ought to be a right. Healthcare ought to be a right. Safe communities ought to be a right. And that's true no matter what color you are, just a citizen in the American empire. But when we talk about reparations, that has to do with Black people, specifically Black folk, who just became citizens in 1964 and have still had to deal with mass incarceration, police brutalization, police murder, still have to deal with vicious images that circulate and therefore affect the hearts and minds and souls of Black people, still have to deal with various forms of social marginalization and so on. So that I think the financial dimension has to be noted and it's integral, but it's not the sole one that I talk about. Because you see, for me, in the end, you know, we are spiritual people, man. And it depends on what cultivated capacities for love we have. And if we're taught to hate ourselves, they could give Black folk each one $1 million. And within a matter of months or years, we'd be right back where we were because we haven't loved ourselves enough, respected ourselves enough to forge institutions, to forge infrastructures, so we would be able to flower and flourish over time as opposed to that one particular transfer of cash. And so it's got to be holistic. But I mean, this is something that you've been talking about and writing about all these years, and I've been learning from you about, and all of us have been learning from you about. But it's for me, it's very important. It really is. And it's a way of connecting us with other people all around the world, especially oppressed people around. When you talk about American empire going under, that American empire would take the whole planet. Fossil fuel, short-term gain orientation, the whole planet goes.
That's right.
3 individuals got wealth equivalent to 160 million in the country. 3 people. That level of grotesque wealth inequality, no society can sustain that. Nope. Chickens will come home to roost. You're going to reap what you sow.
Yes.
No lies live forever. Truth crushed the earth will rise again. That's one of the fundamental laws of history.
Wow. Well, you know what, Dr. West, you've given us a lot to think about. And I agree with you, and I want everybody to know that, you know, those who come in here regularly know that I'm not into Democrat Republican stuff. Every election I vote for Black people, whatever that means, and you also are a person I would vote for, and I'd like to ask you just a final question because we are also action oriented. people that they are people of substance, and I respect you, everybody in here watching. I respect you all. How can people help with what you're doing? I got your website up here, cornellwest2024.com. Is there anything in particular that individuals can do to help you and Dr. Abdullah continue on your courageous campaign?
No, I mean, I would just say, if you so choose, provide whatever kind of support you can, but always understand that, you see, as a jazz man and a Jesus loving free black man, I don't believe any of us are Pied Pipers. I don't believe any of us are simply there to be followed. I just want black people to think for themselves, to love themselves, to affirm who they are, to accent the best of their relation to their mamas and daddies and granddaddies and grandmamas, and then to find their voices, not be echoes. Our anthem is not lift every echo, it's lift every voice. You can't be a jazz woman or a blues man if you just an echo. James Cleveland told Aretha, quit being an echo of Marion Williams. Marion Williams, one of the greatest voices of the 20th century. So Aretha had the right model, but Aretha had to find her voice or she wouldn't have been Aretha. And James Cleveland understood that. And her father, Reverend C.L. Franklin, understood that. Brother Boyce, you couldn't just be imitating and emulating. Boyce got a voice nobody else has. That's true for every black person that's listening or anybody else who's listening. And I just have one voice among others. So the important thing is you think for yourself, understand what are the moral and spiritual grounds upon which you engage in living a decent life. And then you come down on the ground, wherever it is. It might be a poet, might be a trade union, it might be a businesswoman, it may be a hip hop artist, it might be a politician. Find your voice and then pursue it with integrity and honesty. That's all I'm trying to do before I go. That's what we need to do. But right now, brother, we got a culture. What is it about? Stimulation, titillation, distraction, addiction. You keep folk addicted to the cell phone, addicted to all of those short-term pleasures. So you end up with a joyless quest for insatiable pleasures. You can get any kind of pleasure you want. That's American capitalism, but you still don't have no joy. Your grandmama had more joy than you do, and she was broke as the 10 Commandments financially, but she knew how to love her people and love her kids and love her church or love her mosque or love her sisters in the deacon board or love her sisters doing other things in the nightclubs or whatever was happening.
Yes.
That's why our music was full of so much love. Tremendous love of a hated people. That's part of our greatness. Let's keep moral, spiritual greatness of our people at the center of who we are. That's what I say to black folk. That's very different than just following me, voting for me. No. This is much bigger. This is grander.
Yes. So now, y'all here in the chat, I want y'all to give me a yes if you understand why I love this man so much. I want y'all to just let me know if you understand why. When I told y'all, I said, when it comes to Dr. West, don't ask me no questions. There's certain people, not to even question my support for, and it's yourself and Minister Farrakhan. And it's not because we agree on everything. It's because this is something bigger than just you as a man running for an office. When you said think for yourself, love yourself. If we embrace that as a people, nothing could stop us. So everybody put that in the chat. Think and love. Think for yourself. Love yourself. And ain't nobody in here telling you who to vote for. No, that's not what we do here. I want you to vote for you. Vote for your family. Vote for your community. Serve the people that matter for you, not these people in Washington and these corporations and all that. You're better than that. So I want to say thank you, Dr. West, for honoring me with your presence.
Let us continue to pray for our dear minister, Louis Farrakhan, because he's getting old. It's unbelievable how he's been able to sustain the level of energy, vitality, and vibrancy. But he is getting old. The same is true with our dear sister Khadijah, both of whom I have great love and respect for. So let us keep them in our prayers, very, very much so. And I salute you and Sister Alicia. Oh, yes, indeed, indeed, indeed,
I
indeed.
will send her your regards 100%. I will tell her, she did when I mentioned I was talking to you today. She said, "Remember that time in 1999 when we talked to him at the University of Chicago?" So she still remembered that. You have an impact everywhere you go, brother, and I want to say
25
thank
years
you.
ago. Wow.
Yes, sir. That was such a long time. Time goes by fast, don't it?
That's
Sheesh.
true.
Yes. So I want to give everybody here is Dr. West's website. If you'd like to go support his campaign, it's cornellwest2024.com. Feel free to go there, check out the policies that are there. Think for yourself, love yourself. That's the message for today, among others. Also, feel free to share this with anybody in your family who's looking for something else to understand what's going on in this world. And also, I want to remind everybody who likes to think for themselves, the All Black National Convention is happening October 25th to the 27th, and that's going to be in Chicago, in Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago. And Dr. West, I want to just also let you know, I know this year your campaign schedule is busy, but maybe next year or something, I'd love to have you in. I know Dr.
If
Abdullah.
you were there, then I'd love to be there, my brother. I can tell you that.
All right. Well, I'd love to have you, and the door is wide open. And I know Dr. Abdullah is going to come down. I think she's going to be on the panel and speak a little bit. But yes, and the door is wide open for you as well. And the All Black National Convention was basically something we put together for for Black people that just want to improve our community. The message is real simple. If you believe that Black people should be mentally and physically healthier, then the convention's for you. If you believe that Black people should love each other and have better relationships and build strong families, the convention's for you. If you believe Black people should also have economic strength and power, the convention's for you. Very simple. So when you get the time, Dr. West, I want to just publicly state the door is open. You have my support unconditionally, and God bless you for all the sacrifices you make, and I appreciate you very much.
Oh, love you, my brother. You stay strong, though. We still here after all of these years and decades. We still here, my brother.
Oh, they can't kill us. They can't kill us. you might kill the body, but you can't kill the spirit.
Right. You can't kill the spirit. That's the truth. That's the truth.
Yes,
indeed,
sir.
Indeed. God bless you, though, man.
Bless you as well. And everybody have a good day. And we're signing out for now. And I'll see you all really soon. And don't forget that tomorrow we're doing our free financial class as we do every morning, Monday in the morning, economic consciousness. That's what we do every morning. So if you'd like to join us, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. So take care, everybody. Have a good day. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye. Thank you, Doc. And your Black power should be something that you live in, you swim in every day. I think it's something that we should just carry with us all the time, everywhere. And I want to mention also that later on this afternoon, I am going to be doing our Stock Market Tuesdays, where you can come in and ask me questions about the stock market. And oops, sorry, let me turn this thing off. And opportunities involving investing in the market. As you know, the market's been kind of volatile. Last week was a bad week, and I mentioned to you all that I think this week would be a good week. And so far, or I predicted that it could be a good week. There's nothing for certain. You cannot predict these kinds of things with certainty. But I was like, yeah, based on the stuff I wrote about in my dissertation, it looks like the stock market is there's a good chance it's going to have a strong week because it tends to overreact. Well, that's what happened. A lot of you made a lot of money yesterday, so congratulations if you did. And I just want to remind you, if you're an investor, which everybody should be, I think everybody should be in the stock market. If you're not in the stock market, please, please, please do that. Because the stock market's where the money is. I want you to be a part of that. And also just be smart, careful, and consistent. If you do that, you're going to be fine. Like, don't be scared. Don't be scared. So anyway, that crash was temporary. Crashes are an opportunity to make money, and a lot of you made money after the dip. If you bought into the dip, then a lot of money popped out. So that's the market. Anyway, we're going to do Stock Market Tuesdays later on today at noon Eastern. And for those of you that want to come, you can do that with a membership in the Black Stock Market Program. The fee is $89 a month, but for those of you that are in Money in the Morning, I dropped the fee to $21 a month, or $22, $21.50 or something like that. So, and that's your price now and forever. So I'll share this link And so that discount will be available for 24 hours if you want to take advantage of it. I'm also going to text it to you later on today if you want to become a member. And if you join, then you will get another email from me inviting you to the private Zoom where we're going to do stock market stuff. You can ask me stock market questions. I meet with the students every single week and talk about the market, and you can ask me about the stocks that you like, stuff like that. So here is the link if you guys would like to take a look at it. And so feel free to share it with your family. Also, is buy one, get one free, get 10 free, whatever it is. So you can bring anybody that you want, because I believe everybody should start investing. Another little financial note is every black child should own stock from the time they're born, really. If you really want to do it right and you have new kids in the family, buy stock for them when they're born. Also, even at Christmas time, we buy all these gifts and everything that are going to be worthless in about 3 months. Instead of buying a bunch of toys, buy them some stock. That stock is going to be valuable for the rest of their life. Why would you pass up the chance to protect them financially so you can give them a couple months of joy from playing a video game or something? I personally think you can do both, but I think it's about priorities. So it's not that toys are bad. It's not that, that fun gifts are not cool. You can get those. Just handle your business first. Get your kids some stock first, and do it aggressively. I'm talking about aggressively, like I believe that if you want your kids to be protected, because remember, if you don't have any wealth in this society, you get financially abused. You get driven into slavery. And what do I mean by that? Well, it means you get in a situation where you can't live your best life anymore. You can't do what you want to do. You have to go to work every day, and you got to be in this toxic, unhealthy environment. Think about this. Your relationship, for some of us, that relationship with our boss, even on our dream job, is very toxic. It's like you're in this toxic relationship where you got to spend 8 hours with your partner every day, and they hate you, and it's stressful, and that's good. That kills you. That really kills you. And so I would say if we prepare our kids financially, then we're saving them from that. We're protecting them from that abuse, and that allows them to be healthier. That really is a sign of love, in my opinion. So it's easy to prevent. It's easy to fix that. All you got to do is buy as much stock for them as you might spend on toys, or spend as much on giving them sort of financial gifts, assets, as you might spend on your car note. So if your car note's $500 and you love your child as much as you love your car, then I think that it would make sense to try your best to buy as much stock as you spend on your car note. Your car note's 500, you buy $500 worth of stock, not $50, not one stock. That's the thing I notice, is that there's a lot of times there's an imbalance. People will spend big on the things that we want, but will spend tiny on the things that we need. And I personally think that's really, it's not just a solution to the problem, but it's also helps us to diagnose the problem. You guys know that our goal was to become like these black wealth surgeons, where we would sort of specifically look into, okay, why don't black people have money? Why is our wealth not growing? What's really happening here? And that's what I noticed, is that a lot of us spend lots of money. We are big, big, big consumers, but we also need to be big, big, big investors. Because if you're a big, big, big investor, you can be a big, big, big consumer. You can. I invest a lot. I've been investing my whole life. And when I want to buy myself something nice, I don't hold back. If I want to take an international trip and fly first class, I just do it. I don't think anything about it. When my wife went to go buy a car, she did not go looking for a hoopty. She got her a Benz. So don't think that investing means you are sacrificing forever and that you are missing out on the joys of life. I'm giving you triple joy. There's triple joy for you if you can engage in one simple idea. The simple idea is this: delay gratification. That's it. Delay gratification. If you can invest and sacrifice and pour into something, then not only will you benefit, but all the people behind you are going to benefit. And before I actually talk about the topic I wanted to discuss today, I actually want to go back to, remember I told y'all yesterday that my wife was tripping because I wanted to get this big statue of Anubis in my office that I got in Egypt. And she said, Boyce, Anubis is the god of death. He's the god of the afterlife. And I was like, that's okay. Death does not scare me. And the afterlife to me is going to be the biggest part of my life. And because my thought is, I like the ancient Egyptians, I said, okay, I get it. King Tut was only a ruler for 11 years, but his legacy lasted 5,000 years because he spent a lot of his life preparing for the afterlife. And so I want to encourage you to consider that basic idea that the afterlife isn't necessarily just like heaven and all this other stuff. The afterlife is what happens to the people you love after your life is over? You know, the afterlife is what are we going to do with this limited time that we have on this earth? You know, so to me, investing for yourself is the same as investing for your kids. When you build that wealth, then what happens is that you get to enjoy life even more later on down the line. But the best part is that you really get to create an infinite amount of joy in the afterlife, right? The afterlife, like maybe 100 years from now, 200 years from now. My wife bought her first house with money that her grandfather invested in 1945. He literally bought some World War II savings bonds in 1945. That's what she used to buy her house. All right. So anyway, let me pop in and jump into the topic that was on my mind today. Can y'all hear me okay? Let me know if you can hear me okay. Somebody said they can't hear me. I want to make sure the audio is good. Give me a quick yes if you can hear me. All right. All right. And also, okay, I see yeses. Thank you, Patricia and Veronica and Tara Redmond and Stephen Gordon. Good to see you, Kendrick. All right, Kendrick. I thought it was Kendrick. Why is that interesting? Well, because I was thinking about Kendrick Lamar. How many of you saw that there was like a little bit of a controversy that Kendrick Lamar about him performing at the Super Bowl? Did anybody see that? He's been selected to perform at the Super Bowl. I guess I don't know all the songs. He's got some great songs. He's got a great catalog. But you know, somebody made a joke and said, "Well, are they just gonna play They Not Like Us like 10 times over?" And just as a side note for the hip hop heads, and a lot of you saw, you know, if you didn't, let me just describe it just to let you know what kind of blew Kendrick up this year. He had I guess, an issue with the rapper Drake, and he made that song "They Not Like Us." They Not Like Us. I assume everybody's heard it at some point. If you haven't, listen to it. It's a good song. And it was big. It was pretty bad. It was really interesting. And also what was interesting though about it was I didn't know how I felt about it because I talked to a rapper friend of mine and I said, I don't know if I don't know how comfortable I am with the idea of everybody sort of dancing on the grave of another person, you know, just kind of like celebrating um the accusations. Like I think he called him a certified pedophile and just really nasty stuff. And I was like, you know, it was a great song and it was cool and everything, but I don't know how much I enjoy the idea of all of us just being like celebrating this idea that somebody got destroyed, but whatever, it's life. That's hip hop, I guess. And so anyway, so Kendrick's going to perform at the Super Bowl, which I have no problem with that. He performed before, he did great. But I guess he's the keynote now, or the not the keynote, the headliner. I guess I not keynote is like keynote speaker. Um, all right, so the controversy came in where Lil Wayne, who is out of New Orleans, he represents New Orleans pretty heavily, and Cash Money Records and all those guys kind of felt like, you know, you're coming to our city, we should be performing too. We should be out there, and I think they're going to probably resolve it by letting them do a cameo or something. I can't imagine them just ignoring them completely because they have a valid point. You know, a lot of people in New Orleans love Lil Wayne and Cash Money Records, and I can't say that I love them completely. I don't hate them, but I did have an issue. I had a Lil Wayne issue about what was it, about 11 years ago now, where he made a nasty remark about Emmett Till. He said something that was completely disrespectful, completely inappropriate. I think in a verse he said, like I don't even want to say it this morning. You know what? I'm not even gonna say it because it's so just it's gonna gross you out. But he made a joke about Emmett Till's face after he got beaten up, after he got, you know, lynched. And I got a call from Reverend Jesse Jackson's people, and we talked about it. And then Emmett Till's family, their representative reached out for my help to basically get them to address this issue. They ignored it for a very long time. Like didn't just because you know the thing is that when white folks are putting money in the pockets of rappers, they think that they can ignore black people. They think black people don't matter. And if you listen to some of Lil Wayne's comments over the years, he's really made some comments that are just dysfunctional in terms of his complete disconnect and disregard for what the black community is experiencing. So, and it just makes me kind of sad that a person of that level of influence would be so pulled into outer space that he would say these things. But that's kind of the nature of the beast, right? The more connected you are to the minstrel show that hip hop has become, the minstrel show of self destruction, the minstrel show of drug addiction, the minstrel show of unneeded violence, the minstrel show of wasting money, the minstrel show of literally being ignorant and proud. The more connected you are to that, the more money they pay you. This is why I always remind you guys as we learn about money, I want you to make money, but I need you to make healthy money. It's just like if I show you how to grow food, I don't want to teach you how to grow poisonous food. I'm not going to teach you how to go get a bunch of candy bars so you can, die from diabetes or something. I want you to grow natural food, something that's going to be healthy where you can still feel full and fed, but you're not killing yourself. So a lot of this music, in terms of the ways that our people are making money, is very unhealthy. It's like you're making money by destroying your community. You're making money by sharing a message that is going to harm your people. And again, I'm not picking on Lil Wayne with this, but I will say, I remember hearing a song where he said something in the song where he literally said, and I asked a woman like about this. She was a fan of his, and I said, did you listen to the lyrics? Did you listen and hear that he just said that he would steal your girlfriend and make her into a prostitute? And then make her go like rob people on his behalf. And then after he's done with her, using her up, he would murder her and send her dead body back to her boyfriend. You do know that in that song that's what he just said. That does not bother you. That does not bother you that a black man would say that about a woman. Like that does not. You're not concerned at all. You don't understand. And she was like, no, it's just music and it's a great song. It's got a great beat. And it really opened my eyes to the subconscious mind and how hip hop music penetrates the subconscious mind of black people, and you cannot disconnect the dysfunction in our communities from the dysfunction in the music. Dr. George C. Frazier, he's OG status. He's about 80 years old now, I think. And he said black people change when the music changed. Literally, he said black people change when the music changed. He said, before the music changed, we were a different kind of people. We loved each other. We were trying to be better. We wanted to be educated. We wanted to be successful. We wanted to do good things for our families. We wanted to love each other. And then the music got messy. Everybody became a Igga or Itch. You know what I'm talking about? And all this other stuff. And next thing you know, things kind of went downhill. So this is all by design. I agree. It's by design. There's a puppet master behind this, and the puppet master's number one tool his number one tool is money. His number one tool is money because the things that he'll let you rap about for your community, he'll never let you say about his. They won't. They won't. These individuals from you know what community they come from. I don't even have to say it. They will never. They would never. Michael Jackson made one remark. Anybody remember that? How many of y'all remember that when Michael Jackson said something that wasn't even that bad? He didn't say anything really insulting, and they literally forced him to take that verse out. They were like, "No, you ain't gonna do that on our watch, boy." So this is what we're dealing with. So before I finish, giving you the big picture on the whole on what I think about the Kendrick Lamar thing, because there's an economic angle I don't think anybody's discussing. I'll finish with the Lil Wayne story. So basically, the lady from Emmett Till's family called me. I remember because I was moving to Chicago at the time, and she said, yeah, we need your help to go and deal with this Lil Wayne thing. And I was like, well, I don't know what to do. I mean, these Negroes, they don't listen to black people because they got too many white people putting money in their pocket. And she said, well, Mountain Dew's about to sponsor his tour, his world tour, with Ti, which I had no issue with Ti, but I was like, really? And she said, yeah. And so she sent me this commercial that Mountain Dew did that was like this really jacked up racist commercial. It was like terrible. It was like, like literally this goat that was supposed to be like basically it was a black goat, but he was like a talking goat, which made it funny. And they did a police lineup where they were trying to figure out who the goat had sexually assaulted. And so there's a scared white woman talking to a white police officer. And she's like, I don't know which one. And all the people lined up were black. Every single one of them was black. And I was like, damn, wow, they got this scared white woman sitting there looking at this police lineup full of black men in the middle. And the part that was supposed to be funny was the goat in the middle. The goat in the middle, he was clearly a black goat. Y'all know what a black goat would sound like, He's like, I'm nasty. Yeah, should have gave me some more. Like he was, and so I was like, wait a minute, like this is crazy. This is so racist. Like, what the hell is this crap? So I just wrote this little article, in the middle of the night, 10 o'clock at night, I wrote this article, and I think I labeled it the most racist commercial ever. Right. And for whatever reason, I guess that title got people's attention. A Syracuse professor says this is the most racist commercial ever. So people are like, let me see this commercial. And everybody agreed. People watching, they were like, what the hell is this? And by the next morning, that article had been read like 100,000 times. I kid you not. Then it got covered by every major media outlet in the country. And so the Mountain Dew executives were like, okay, what is this commercial and who did this and what's going on? It became a PR disaster for them. And I didn't know it was going to happen. I just wrote my article on my little blog and put it out there. Well, long story short, What happened then was I remember that it got to the point where I did also shift the conversation. I wasn't really talking about so much just the commercial. I was talking about Lil Wayne. And I said, this man, I said, look, it's one thing if you go off and you start making your money and you forget about the black community. I can almost forgive you for that. I don't think that's acceptable, but I can almost forgive you for that because that's your right. It's another thing when the only time you bring up black people is to insult us. That's unacceptable. That's just not appropriate. And to think that because white folks gave you all this money, you can just gallivant and do whatever you want, that ain't cool. That is not cool. Our community is we're coming back. We're speaking up for ourselves. We got power and strength that we never had. And remember, this was the infancy of this. This was 2013. So this was before what we have now. Back then, a lot of people thought, we can't do anything about these rappers or whatever. I was like, oh hell no, I'm gonna say something because this is some bullshit. Excuse my French. I won't cuss anymore. I apologize. So anyway, so next thing I know was that so what I did was instead of trying to explain to them why what some of these rappers are saying is inappropriate, I just put his lyric in there. I put the lyric in there about where he said, "I'll take your girlfriend and make her a prostitute, and then I'm gonna murder her and send her dead body back to her boyfriend." And I said, "Is this what Mountain Dew wants associated with their brand? Is this what?" Because I know how corporations think. I know about brand association. Remember, I'm a professor with this, right? So I was like, "Yeah, do you is this the brand you want? Is this what Mountain Dew represents?" And of course, and that's when because that's me. That's why people get mad because I know how to get up inside your head. I can live rent free up inside your brain, and you know it. I wasn't trying to be a jerk. I was trying to be honest, and also just speak on something that I know was frustrating millions of people. So long story short. First thing I noticed, I knew we had some penetration when I heard Lil Wayne issued an apology. But it was like one of those formal statements, like, to all of whom I've offended, I just want you to know that as an artist, we express our creativity in a multitude of ways, and sometimes that creativity can cross the line, right? It's like, and I was like, oh, okay, well, they apologized. I guess that's a start. And they took that verse out of the song. I think one of the executives, Stevie Wonder, bless him, had reached out to Epic Records and said, you got to take this verse out. You can't have your artist talk about Emmett Till that way. So Stevie was responsible for that. So we got the verse removed. And then also we got this apology. And I was like, okay, well, that's it. That's what it's the most we can do. Well, the person who represented the family of Emmett Till, I don't remember her name, but she called me and she's like, that's not enough. She's like, no, that's not enough. This is not cool. Don't know, that's not enough. And I was like, oh, it's not? Okay. Well, what we do now? And so like, 'cause I thought that was the most he was gonna get. But to her credit, she was like, no, this is not, we gonna keep pushing on this. So she kept on pushing and as she kept pushing and we were pushing kind of on the issue, then next thing I know was another apology got issued. And this was one that looked more like it was written by Lil Wayne, because I think her issue was this was not written by him. This was written by a publicist. He ain't even paying attention. He probably off getting high somewhere. And so the second one, though, was like written in kind of broken English. Sometimes I do be tripping and, just right. It's like, oh, okay, that sounds like him. That sounds more, that's got enough ebonics in it. And, but that still wasn't enough. And then what happened? But here's the thing. When I saw that second apology, and then the third thing that really let me know that somebody was in their ear. And remember, I was following the money. In case you want to know what the lesson is here, it's like when you want to understand why some BS is happening in America, you gotta just follow the money. The money will distort reality. The money, it has a power of its own. It has a personality of its own. The money can become the devil, where the devil will have you thinking up is down and down is up. The devil will have you thinking good is bad and bad is good. The devil will have you eating toilet paper thinking that it's chicken soup. Like, right? So whenever you see something weird happen in politics or business or hip hop or anywhere, or even human beings, if you follow the money, usually you can figure out what's going on. Like, why is she dating that fat, ugly man who punches her in the face? Oh, he's got money. Oh, that now it all makes sense, right? Right. So anyway, so here's the thing. I remember, and I kept poking. I wasn't poking at Wayne. I didn't want to talk to Wayne or Cash Money. I didn't care about that. It was more so Mountain Dew. It's like I don't want. This is another thing about following the money. I said I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk to the puppet. I need to talk to the puppet master. Like if Pinocchio is cussing you out. But Geppetto or the puppet master has a hand up his ass and he's controlling his mouth and the puppet's like, you ain't nothing, you dirty bastard, you ain't. You don't argue with the puppet. Like, why would I argue with the puppet? I'm not talking to the puppet. I need to talk to the man who has his hand up your ass. That's the guy I got an issue with. Like, because I understand what the difference between real power and the proximity of power. Like, that's the issue. We think sometimes because we manage something or because we're the economic babysitter of an entity that's controlled by a white man that somehow we have real power. No, you got power until they knock your black ass off the perch. Until they decide, as E40, to quote E40, he said, they'll find a new Igga next year. He's got a whole song. It's called To Whom It May Concern. Go listen to that song. He wrote this song in the 90s, and he's right. He said, they'll find a new Igga next year, right? I didn't say the end part, so I'm trying to keep it clean, right? But seriously, go listen to that song, and it's true. It's like so. This was not a beef with me and Lil Wayne. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm a professor. I'm not trying to argue with you, man. You're a brilliant artist. You're good at what you do, but these people that are paying money or financing our destruction. That's not appropriate. I'm not a fan of any of that. We can't live like that. We will die. Our people will be gone. It's so long. So here's what happened. Here's where I knew something was going on behind the scenes was when he apologized on stage. He went on stage in Florida and he was like, I just want to apologize. I was like, wow, he apologized on stage. Okay, that means somebody is threatening the money. And then about 2 or 3 days later, they canceled the tour. It was a tour. I guess he and T.I. were gonna go on this world tour with Mountain Dew. If y'all remember, he was wearing a lot of Mountain Dew gear at that time. He had the whole skater thing going. Anybody remember that? Like it was weird. It's like he's doing a whole skater Mountain Dew thing, and then all of a sudden that stopped. And here's the thing, I don't want to disrupt anybody's money. I got criticism. People were like, oh, you messing up a black man money and da da da. I was like, no, I'm not trying to mess up a black man's money. I'm trying to save my black community. A black man's money is not worth the destruction of the entire black community. One black man getting money is not a good trade-off for the whole community suffering from the pollutants and the destruction created by sending a message that wants our children to die. Who the hell told you that one guy getting money that he's going to spend on some dope is better than having a healthy community? What led you to this dysfunctional, mentally ill conclusion? That makes no damn sense. You're talking crazy right now. What's wrong with you? But again, remember, money is the devil. The devil will get into it's a poison. It's a drug. It'll get into your soul, get into your system, and just like a drug addict, have you out here doing crazy stuff, thinking that it's normal. That's what money does. If you take the money away, if you take the money out of hip hop, half of these damn songs wouldn't even exist. A lot of these songs wouldn't even be out there. They're out there because some guy, some melanin deficient asshole, decided to pay some financially struggling black man who was never trained to make money any other way. They paid him money and they said, here, put this poison in your community. Yeah, tell the little girls they want to be hoes. Tell the little boys to go pick up a gun and shoot somebody in the 3rd grade. This is a problem. And this is why financial literacy is so important for the black community, because there's a billion ways to make money. There's a billion ways to make money. And who the hell told your black son that the only ways to make money is to dribble a basketball, throw a football, sling crack rocks, or something stupid like that? Who told him that? There's a billion ways to make money outside of slinging rocks and playing basketball. My God, we got like an oversupply of 40-year-old rappers. We have an oversupply of 5'8" basketball players who think they're going to be LeBron James. We have an oversupply of guys who think they're going to get to the NFL, which ain't nothing but a big damn plantation anyway. How about we expand our horizons a little bit and start to respect ourselves and just say, hey, all money ain't good money. And how I make my money is going to have to be consistent with the other things that matter more than money. I can't sell my mama up the river just so I can make an extra dollar, nor can I celebrate that when another man does the same thing. That is not appropriate behavior. That is highly inappropriate. So in fact, yesterday, me and my wife were we were in bed watching this PBS special about white people who for many generations have made money building bridges. There was one guy who said he was a 3rd-generation bridge builder, and his family's made millions of dollars building not just bridges, but like covered bridges and stuff. Like you don't see that many bridges with the cover on, like little, like bridges of Madison County, that type of bridge, like the little, not the big ones, but his family for generations have been making all this money building bridges. I said, how many black people do you know who are even exposed to something like that? All the other millions of ways there are to make money. And I think the challenge too is that it's not as lit as like being a rapper. You're not going to be rich and famous from doing this per se. You might be rich, but you won't be famous. But there's a lot of different ways to make money, and this is another reason why we have to educate our own, because I know a lot of black people who make money in ways that have nothing to do with entertaining white folks, and they're doing quite well. And these are the people that your children need to see more often. They don't need to see another rapper. They already seen that. They don't need they don't need to see more people that are going to tell them to go kill somebody so they can go get raped in prison at the age of 18. Why the hell do you want that for your kids? Why do you even allow that? Seriously, and so to some extent, so with the Lil Wayne thing, and again, I felt kind of mixed about it. I didn't want um to hurt anybody. I didn't. That's not my preference. And in fact, there was another artist I did not know about at the time named Tyler the Creator, who was very angry with me. He's still angry with me. Every now and then he'll say he'll do something at the end. He did a song with Kanye West, and at the end he just randomly blurts out, "Dr. Boyce Watkins is a bitch," because he does that. That's his creativity. He just does these weird things in the songs. He's good at it. And he was mad at me because apparently that commercial, the racist commercial I told you about, the one that kind of opened the door for all this, was a commercial that he did that commercial, and apparently that might have been his big break or something. I have no idea. I was like, dude, I don't even know you, man. I wasn't, you were collateral damage. I was talking about the Lil Wayne thing. I wasn't thinking about who made this commercial. I said, but if you had had somebody mentoring you, they would have told you something that I would have told you, something that your daddy would have told you. I wish your daddy had been around, because your daddy would have told you, if he was smart, he would have said, son, these white folks don't give a damn about you. They don't care about you. Because what Mountain Dew did when they saw the controversy, when they felt the heat coming, you know what they did? They were like, we're gonna fire all these niggas. We're getting rid of all these black dudes. We're getting rid of Lil Wayne. We're gonna push it. We're not sponsoring T.I. We're gonna get rid of Tyler the Creator because we're trying to protect our brand. That's what they did. And I said, if I was talking to you and I'd be happy, I offered, I was like, dude, just call me and I'll tell you what I think. I don't hate you. I really don't. But this is what happens. Colonialism creates civil wars amongst black people who should be friends. Colonialism creates civil wars. The colonizers create civil wars between black people who should be allies, but they end up fighting. You see it right now with this Democrat Republican BS. It's nonsense. That's why I told DL, when DL Hughley called me and cussed me out and was making all these crazy threats over this whole I was like, dude, I'm not going to argue with you over Democrat Republicans. I'm just not. I'll argue with you over my children. I'll argue with you about how we can do more for the community. I'm not going to argue with you about whether you think Kamala is better than Trump. I don't give a damn. They ain't neither one of these people going to solve the important problems in our community. You're wasting energy right now. This is not interesting to me. I want to be a conscious man. A consciousness, and we've talked about this every day. We do economic consciousness. Consciousness is leveling up. Like I'm not gonna argue with the puppet. I'm gonna level up. I'm gonna talk to the puppet master. I don't want to talk to the child. I want to talk to your daddy. Bring your daddy outside. Me and your daddy need to talk because you just repeating what you heard your daddy say. So I need to go to the source. So same thing is true with anything that's dividing us. This Democrat Republican stuff, that is not the source of what you're going to of either the problem, nor is it the source of the solution. They are not going to solve a single damn problem in the black community that's going to put us in a better situation. It's not going to happen. So ultimately, I'll just say that it was kind of a mixed bag. I don't regret it. I felt bad about like Tyler. I said, look, man, I feel sorry. I didn't mean to do this. But I can't take it back because you're a pawn. You're a pawn in a bigger battle in terms of white supremacy and colonialism and what they're trying to do to our people. They're doing things to our people that they wouldn't do to their own. There is no sacred person in the Jewish community that they would ever allow to be disrespected on a rap album. Give me a yes if you agree with that. Give me a yes if you understand what I'm saying. They would not let you disrespect Anne Frank in a hip hop record. I'm not even going. I could make up a verse right now that would be disrespectful to Anne Frank. But I'm not even gonna do that because I know how inappropriate that is. But they'll come in there and they'll piss all over Emmett Till's legacy and act like it's okay. Well, the song was lit and the beat was dope, man. Shut up. Shut up. It's crazy to me. It makes no sense. So what I want to do actually, in terms of sort of closing this up, I'm gonna tell you the real reason I even brought up this conversation. I promise you, the Lil Wayne story was not even one I was thinking to share today. I just y'all know me. I stream of consciousness. I go on tangents, but I always want to bring it back before we're done. So with Kendrick Lamar performing in New Orleans, and so the controversy is with Lil Wayne and all that other stuff. Here's my opinion, my thoughts on this. Um, Again, consciousness. Kendrick Lamar performing at the Super Bowl doesn't really mean a whole lot in the whole scheme of things. What I look at is not so much who's going to perform. I'm thinking about the NFL itself. The NFL itself is basically a big plantation. LeBron James even said that, and I agree with him 100%. The NFL it's a damn plantation. 70% of the athletes are black. They're running out there. Now they're making money. A lot of them are. Not all of them now. Not all of them. Their careers are very short. So be careful about sending your son to the NFL because NFL doesn't stand for National Football League. It stands for not for long because you dedicate your whole life to get a job that's going to last about 2.3 years. And when you're young, when you're 19, you're not thinking past the age of 25 because your brain isn't even fully developed. And so what is unfortunately occurring in football is a lot of these young men, very talented athletes with undeveloped brains, are having those undeveloped brains brain damaged through massive hits to the head, CTE, and all that. The studies show all this. It's not even debatable at this point. And so while we're out on the fields, getting jacked up, busting our heads open, fighting for these little spots on these teams, so we can all go serve Jerry Jones, you got the guys in the owner's box who are sitting back and saying, wow, look at that Negro. That Negro show can jump. That Negro show is fast. That Negro is so talented. And what's happened is if you look at the ownership structure of the NFL, I don't think to this point, tell me if I'm wrong, but there is not one black majority owner of an NFL team. Not one. Not one. Now we have minority ownership. I think Melody Hobson, through her white husband, she was able to get a little bit of ownership. And I think Magic and some other people, some celebrities own pieces, right? They got some crumbs. They got some tiny little spots. I think Serena and Venus own a little piece of a team, something like that. So we got minority owners, I guess because they're minorities. But when it comes to the majority ownership, that is something that they protect and that they don't allow black people to have access to. Basically, what you are is you're not here to be the owner. You are the entertainment. You are the entertainment. Kendrick Lamar is the entertainment. Am I lying? The player on the field running the 40-yard dash in 4.3 seconds. Oh, he's the entertainment. The guy getting his head busted open, getting brain damage for life. Oh, he's the entertainment. We like to watch Negroes crack their heads open for fun. Now they do make some money, so I don't want to neglect that part. And some of them make a lot of money. The ones who do, God bless them. But overall, in terms of whether or not it's a win for the black community, the NFL is not a win for black people. It is not a win. Jay-Z got a little job where he gets to be the entertainment director or something. And so he's picking rappers to go perform at the Super Bowl, which is fine. That's his job. But honestly, I kind of wonder at what point are we going to become conscious enough to stop celebrating Negroes with fancy jobs? Like I really, when you have a job, what you are, here's what I want you to understand. The institution that you work for, when you have a job where you are managing some part of that institution, you're basically kind of what I would refer to as an economic babysitter. You didn't actually have any kids yourself. You're just watching other people's kids. And so you're doing a lot of the work, but then when mama comes home, daddy comes home, they tell you to go home and they say, these are my children. You can't, all the work you're putting into raising other people's kids, that's not the same as having children of your own. They may feel like they're your children. You may really think like, gosh, I spend so much time with little Billy. I spend more time with Billy than his daddy does, but you're not Billy's daddy. That's not what you are. You're the babysitter. So to some extent, black people, just like back in slavery, we did this in slavery. We've always been the babysitter of other people's assets. We are the ultimate economic babysitters. We get trained for that, just like the lady in Coming to America, where they trained her to simply serve the king. It's like, well, he's like, so what do you like? Whatever you like. Well, so what do you want to do? Whatever you want to do. right? So we are trained from birth to pretty much serve as economic babysitters for entities that are owned and controlled by white people. Ownership is almost like a cuss word. You're not even introduced to the concept of ownership because ownership is seen as like the impossible dream that you shouldn't even consider, you shouldn't even pursue. The easiest thing for you to do as a black person is to go get you a good job and go babysit a white man's business. That's what you're pretty much trained to do. So when I look at the NFL, I find it utterly fascinating that we are contributing 70% of the talent and get 0% of the ownership. Am I tripping? Or is there a point here? Or is this something to kind of think about? What do y'all think? I mean, do you think this is something to think about? Or am I just being a troublemaker again? Because I told you, Tyler the Creator was cussing me out like crazy. And he got so many more Twitter followers than me. I'm sure there's like millions of little white kids who hate my guts and don't even know who I am because Tyler was tweeting about me for a while. So am I just being a hater? Am I just being a player haterologist? Or is this something worth thinking about? And I bring this up because I really want you to understand when I look at Kendrick Lamar and I look at the NFL and I look at Jay-Z and I look at all the players and I look at all of us getting the brain damage and I look at the Jerry Joneses sitting in the owner's box and saying we're not going to let Negroes own any major percentage of a league. You know what I think about? Again, because I try to be conscious about it. I think, oh, this is integration. This is the manifestation of integration. This is and again, you've been trained to love this dream. They've been prepping you just like they were raised a geisha girl in Japan, a geisha girl, kind of like a glorified hooker, basically. They train them when they're little to literally dream and be excited about serving men. So you are trained to be a little economic hooker. That's what we're trained to. We let our kids get trained to be little economic hoes, where we sit here and we say, "Oh my God, he gave me a great job, and look at how important I am, and look at this big responsibility I have." When really the reality is that if a resource comes out of your community's supposed to own and control some portion of that resource. Like if you're an African country and you've got $1 trillion worth of diamonds in your soil, you're not supposed to have anybody that's in poverty. There's something wrong with if you go again, because this is colonialism. They do this all around the world. They don't just do this to you. They do this in India. They done did this in Africa, all over the place. How the hell? I went to Nigeria and I was like, how in the hell do y'all got hundreds of billions of dollars in oil in the ground and you ain't got nothing but poor people everywhere? You got a couple of rich Negroes running around bragging about how well off they are, but you got millions of people in poverty. You should be ashamed of this. This is embarrassing. I'm part Nigerian. This hurts my feelings. Like, what the hell happened? Who did this to you? But remember, go back to my basic point. Remember, I was telling you how money is a drug. Money is like the devil. Money will have you doing stuff and getting used to things that are clearly dysfunctional and clearly problematic. If I go to Dubai and Saudi Arabia, I don't see the same poverty I see in Nigeria. They doing good. They driving supercars. They're sitting right in the middle of the damn desert with all the money in the freaking world, and there's money for everybody. How come I don't see that in a Nigeria? And also when you come back to the African American community, how do I see a community that's got trillions of dollars in resources, trillions of dollars in talent, trillions of dollars that we've given to this country, but we got so many people in economic despair? That don't make no damn sense. That means you have a resource allocation issue. It means you have an issue when it comes to how your children are setting their goals. You signed a bad contract. Integration itself is not a bad thing. I think everybody should live together with everyone else. Everyone should trade with everyone else. But you signed a terrible contract. You made a deal where they said we're going to integrate you, but we'll never let you. You ain't gonna own nothing up in here. You don't own this place. You can move into the house, but you got to sleep in the basement. You can come in, but we're going to integrate you the same way we might integrate the maid into the house in the babysitter. Like you're the maid and the babysitter, but this ain't really your house. As long as we're clear on that, but we can do this integration thing as long as you don't own nothing, because we have enough vision to know the importance of ownership and protecting the things that we control. So not only are we not going to share ownership with you as in the NFL, but we're not even going to facilitate or allow you to even create a culture that even values ownership. When your kids go to school, first thing they do in many of these schools, y'all see this in Baltimore, they got 23 schools where not one single child can read or do math at grade level. So if they keep you stupid and ignorant, then you ain't never going to really own nothing. You can't, how are you going to succeed in a complex society when you don't even have the basic skills? So we're going to take your biggest resource, your children, put them in a building, teach them absolutely nothing, and then put them in a competitive world as adults with no skills to survive whatsoever. We're going to make sure we win the competition by breaking your legs before the game. That's what we're going to do. We're going to break their legs before the game begins so that when my white baby shows up, my Indian baby shows up trying to be a rocket scientist, trying to run $1 billion corporation, your son's going to be off getting high with his homeboys, listening to somebody's hip hop music, trying to be a rapper, trying to be a basketball player. He's not even going to be in the stadium. Do you understand? Like this is the problem that you should deeply offend you, and it should help you understand why I'm so diligent about the idea that we got to educate our own kids. Because I can guarantee you there ain't no kid that's listening to me every day gonna be thinking like that. Not one. Some of y'all bring in your kids. Good, keep bringing them. I want to talk to them because there's no child that's gonna be in a space like this who's not gonna go out here with the preparation and the confidence and the desire to own and control assets and resources long term. I just want to scale it up. That's the goal, the long-term goal. If you ever want to know what is Boyce's goal, why is he doing this stuff every day? Because we're gonna scale this up. We already reaching millions of people. I want to reach billions. I really want this to be the standard, the protocol. So I'm going to do my best to make that happen, because you should sort of look at situations like that where you're making the majority of the contribution, and also just finish the damn sentence. Finish the damn sentence. Finish the sentence. I'm making the majority contribution, therefore I expect to have the majority of ownership. That's it. It's just finish the sentence. Take it all the way to the rack. You got to go in and dunk the ball. You can't pull up and shoot a jumper when you got a clear lane to the basket. Finish the sentence. Finish the sentence means that we also, in addition to learning how to be great employees, in addition to learning how to be great athletes, in addition to learning how to be great entertainers, we must be great owners. We must be also willing to lose a couple of friends to demand what we want. You know, you cannot compete in any game, whether it's football, basketball, or the game of life. You cannot be a true competitor and still expect everybody to be your friend at the end of the day. So this whole need for validation from other people, or needing other people to like us, or being afraid of being mislabeled as the dangerous black man or dangerous black woman, we got to let all that go. Of course you don't like me, because I'm here to take some of what you got. Of course you're mad at me because I don't accept the idea that I'm inferior to you. Of course you're upset because we're going to compete a little bit, because I want to eat at the big kids table. I want to sit at the head of the table like you. So we're going to have to fight for that chair, and that's okay. That's all right. What are you fighting for? That's what I would say with black people. What are we fighting for? Or are we just settling into the position that society wants us to have? And because right now, if you look at the NFL as a microcosm of America, they love black people. They don't hate black people in the NFL. They're like, we love our Negroes as long as they know their place. We love black people as long as you know that you're not supposed to be an owner. If you try to become an owner, then you become a troublemaker. We're going to get mad at you. But as long as you know that maybe you can be a coach, that's progress in their minds, right? You can definitely be an athlete, because we love black athletes, and there's nothing like them. And then at the Super Bowl, we'll let you perform. We'll let you be the entertainment. But one thing I want you to understand is that it's always been like that. It's been like that since slavery. Black people have been the entertainment since, if you go back to 1644, and we were the entertainment. So ain't a damn thing changed in that category. I want to just ask, what is it about anything that you are a part of in your life right now that you can leave down to your children? What is it? Because Jerry Jones, when he dies, his sons and I guess he's got a daughter or something too, I'm not sure. His children are going to own the Dallas Cowboys. When the guy at the Lakers died, I think it was Buss. Was it Dr. Buss? Is that his name? When he died, his children, they now own the Lakers. So when you die, what are your children going to own? So I encourage you to start small. Start with shares of stock. That's easy to do. That doesn't mean you have to go buy an NFL team. Just go buy some shares of stock. Well, that's an asset you can pass to your children. What can you not pass to your children? Well, you certainly can't pass a damn job to your kids. That job. So if you're putting all your energy into the job and putting no energy into owning anything, then I think that's the wrong allocation of your energy. Put your energy into things that are going to have a lasting legacy. That's how you win the game of economics and the game of economic power. That's it. I'm done talking. I hope everybody has a great day. A reminder again, later on today at noon Eastern, we're going to do Stock Market Tuesdays where you can come in and ask me questions about the stock market. I'll share some stocks that I like, stuff like that, that'll help you make money. Here's the link if you'd like to join the stock market investing class. 76% off. I think the regular price is $89 a month. You can join for 76% off, which is about $22 a month or something like that. So feel free to grab that link. And also, I'll text it out to you. It's going to arrive in your phones at about, what is this? This is 10:47, 11 a.m. Eastern. You will get a link as well. So make sure you get on the text list. If you want to be on the text list and also get an invitation to this class, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. The reason it's morning is because this is called Money in the Morning. And this is where we do the art of economic elevation, where we become financially conscious. I want you to rise up, see the economics so you can understand how to make your next move and make your next move your best move. All right. So one more time, text the word morning to the number 87948. Also, we got some copies of Dr. Claude Anderson's book, Black Labor, White Wealth. I went to the Andersons. We ordered a few hundred copies for the Black Wealth Mastery Store. And the reason I wanted to get copies of that book is because this is the best book on reparations that's out there, or one of the best anyway. And it'll really open your eyes in terms of understanding the specifics of exactly why we're owed reparations and how the wealth was taken and how much was taken. So that book will be available soon. It's not in the store yet, but it'll be there probably in the next week or so. And if you want to go take a look at the Black Wealth Mastery Store, just go to drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com. And also, again, one more time for the text list, if you want to get on the text list for this class, text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. And also Thursday, I got brother Nuri Muhammad coming in. He's a great black man, and I cannot wait to talk to him because he'll knock your socks off. He's a bad boy, one of the greatest leaders in this country, and I just have so much respect for him. So he'll be here Thursday. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning. Take care. Bye bye. Or maybe this afternoon if you want to come by and talk with our stock options investing classes and stuff like that. You'll know that today's the day that a lot of your options expire. And and today's Friday the 13th. And y'all remember, anybody remember when you were little and you were scared that that was a really unlucky day? And so it is Friday the 13th for sure, and which was one of the craziest, most classic movies of all time. So yes, today's Friday the 13th also. And it's also a day that if you are a stock options investor, you know a lot of your options are expiring. So I encourage you to look at your contracts today before noon and try to do your roll-ups early. That's one little tip. If you try to roll up too late, or roll down, or whatever it is you're planning to do, you could end up putting yourself in a tough spot. So just keep that in mind. All right. Let's see here. Let me ask y'all a question. Give me a yes or no. How many of you are hip hop fans? Give me a yes if you are a hip hop fan. I'm a big hip hop fan. Give me a quick yes if you are a hip hop fan. Let's see here. All right. So, okay, I see a lot of you are saying yes. Some of you are saying no. I've been a hip hop fan for a long time. I follow hip hop, pretty consistently. I've been doing that my whole life. It's not something I just started doing. It's something I've done since I was a little kid. And also, I'm gonna ask you another yes or no question. How many of you are aware of an artist named Kendrick Lamar? I don't know. I know a lot of you are different ages, and some of you are young and some of you are older. I personally think that cross-generational communication is beneficial for the Black community, because I think that young people should know what older people are thinking, because old people have wisdom, and older people need to know what young people are talking about, because that really affects the future of our community in terms of what they are taking in, what they're thinking about, what is influencing them. Brother Nuri Muhammad, who was here yesterday, he eloquently stated at one point, another time when I spoke to him, where he said that there was a time where the biggest before integration, the biggest influences on Black youth were things like the church, the school, and their parents. Now the biggest influences on Black youth are like hip hop, their friends, and social media. And that's really kind of scary in a way. And it does affect your economics because it leads to like a lot of really bad choices that have massive consequences for not just money, but for things that matter more than money. And because number one, when you are a teenager, give me a yes if you agree. Most of your friends are stupid. Give me a yes. If you when you were 14, tell me, everybody raise your hand. Give me a yes. If when you were 14, if at least 70% of your friends gave you really terrible advice, that was me. Most of my friends were stupid. I had two friends. I'm not even gonna say their names because who knows? I guess a lot of people know my name now, and I don't want them to get offended. But I had two guys I used to hang out with, and both of these guys just made terrible decisions. And I looked up to these guys because they were the coolest kids in middle school. They were really cool in middle school, but the things that are cool in middle school are not always cool when you get to the real world. And last time I checked, one of them was a convicted felon as an adult. Actually, both of them are convicted felons. Now that I think about it, and one of them lives with his mama. And remember, I'm not like 12 years old. I'm not 25. I'm not 35. I'm 53. And when you're 53 living with your mama, that's kind of tough. Now it's okay if your mama lives with you because we get aging parents and all that. That's fine. Good for you. You're taking care of your mama. But if you're living with your mama and it's the same house you lived in when you're in the eighth grade, and I just don't know what to say about that. But anyway, so really, when you talk about hip hop, one of the interesting things about hip hop that I think, which is why I think it needs to be on the forefront of Black discussion, is because so many people think that hip hop is Black culture, and it's not Black culture. It is culture. It is hip hop culture. That's what it is. And hip hop culture can vary. It goes all the way across the board. It can be it's very powerful culture for sure. It's culture that can be used for good or for bad. I think somebody compared hip hop to kung fu. That would be a good analogy. I don't know what the purpose was exactly, but I would agree with that. That anything that's powerful is not inherently good or bad, right? Money is powerful. Give me a guess if you agree that money is power. How many of you agree that money is power? All right. So a lot of us agree that money is power, but is money good? Well, it could be. Is money bad? Well, it could be. So it's not that money is good or bad. Money's always powerful though. Just like a car. I was explaining to our 20-year-old the other day, I was teaching him how to sell stock options, and he was really excited because I was like, this is the best way to make money out here. I mean, you can go get a job if you want to, but he a little bit I'm not gonna say he's lazy, but we working on that work ethic. Now I was like, dude, if you don't want to go to work every day, you really don't have to. Just get you a capital base and you can make money off the capital base. Because in the work world, you are the capital base. You are the capital. You are the cash cow. You are the asset. Instead of you being the asset, you can do like LeBron. LeBron doesn't have to be the asset anymore. He doesn't have to play basketball anymore because his financial assets make more money than him. So ultimately, we have that conversation, and so. Generally speaking, let's circle back to young people. I don't want to get too far off on a tangent, but I pay attention to hip hop because hip hop impacts the thinking of our youth. Our youth are a huge asset to the community. They are our $1 trillion commodity. That's what they are. Your children are an asset. We've talked about that in class on many occasions. Now, with that said, I wanted to actually talk about this interesting thing. Now, let me ask y'all one more question. How many of you are aware that there's a little bit of a controversy about the Super Bowl? How many of you heard Kendrick Lamar has been chosen? And if you're not following this, that's okay. I'll catch you up. Kendrick Lamar was selected to perform at the Super Bowl. Anybody hear about that? I guess his profile has grown a lot because he had this beef with another rapper, Drake, and now Kendrick's the hottest thing out there, so they picked him for the Super Bowl, and this was offensive to a lot of people. Lil Wayne, in particular, in Cash Money Records, that's his label. They're right out of New Orleans. They kind of represent New Orleans in a lot of ways, but there's a lot of talented artists in New Orleans. So some see it as a little bit offensive that it's one thing if you have a West Coast artist perform at the Super Bowl when you're playing in Pasadena or something. It's another thing when you come to New Orleans, right, where they've already got talented artists down there and stuff like that. And why is this happening? Why is this a big deal to the people involved? Well, because the Super Bowl is a big money maker. The Super Bowl is if you are a hip hop artist or any kind of artist, the Super Bowl has a direct impact on your bank account. So to kind of help you understand how important this is from a financial standpoint, I grabbed some data to kind of help you realize what the Super Bowl does economically for an artist in terms of their career. First off, there is just this massive global exposure. The Super Bowl has about 100 million people that watch every year. The viewership in 2023 was about 113 million viewers. Rihanna's halftime show drew about 118.7 million viewers. I would argue that Rihanna being a billionaire today is connected to her performance at the Super Bowl because she was able to then monetize that exposure with her makeup line Fenty. I think that's what it's called. I don't wear makeup, so I don't know. My wife and girls would know for sure. I don't. You tell me if I get something wrong. If I get it wrong, just chalk it up to my ignorance. I'm not an attractive man, so I don't wear makeup. But anyway, with that being said, 118 million people watch that performance, and so typically artists will see a big spike in their streaming numbers. Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, and Eminem, they all saw a 200% increase in their streaming after they performed at the Super Bowl. Secondly, there's a boost in your music sales. That's another cha-ching, another way the money pops up. Basically, artists have a 200 to 400% increase in album and song sales right after their Super Bowl experience. So Shakira, Shakira, she used to do the hip thing. She saw literally a 1,000% increase in her record sales after she performed at the Super Bowl. So this is why a lot of artists, they clamor to perform. A lot, I don't think they get paid. And this is an economic lesson to some extent, because I know a lot of us, we're trained to only work if we're getting paid. I talk to people like that all the time when I do business, and if your first question is, well, how much am I going to get paid? What's my paycheck going to be? That's an economic consciousness restraint that you want to work on. That's a limitation on your economic consciousness. If your financial consciousness is low, then you can't see past the paycheck. Do you understand what I'm saying? I remember when I was on the Breakfast Club with talking to Charlemagne once, and he made a quote that I agreed with. He said, some people can't see an opportunity unless it's attached to a paycheck. Right. And the thing is that a paycheck certainly is a type of opportunity. It's an opportunity to have a paycheck. But sometimes if you only see the little opportunity, you miss the big opportunity. You understand? And so if you're going into business with somebody and they say, I'll give you either a paycheck or I'll give you a percentage of ownership in the sales, or a percentage of ownership in the company, you'll really want to think about that a lot, because a lot of people can't motivate themselves to work unless they're going to get paid on Friday. And I see a lot of opportunities get missed that way. In fact, I'll give you an example. Some of you may know this story. If you already know it, then I'll just hopefully say it in a way that's a little bit different. So, because sometimes hearing the same thing more than once can help us. How many of you know how I kind of got my big break, if you will? And I don't really call it a big break. I mean, I may not even be that successful, but I've done okay. Right? How many of y'all know that? Give me a yes or no if you've heard my quick big break story. Like how people got to know who Boyce Watkins is. Give me a yes or no. All right, a lot of you said no, so I'm going to tell you the story really quick. Actually, there's a couple of stages to it. First thing I'll tell you is that it wasn't like there was one moment that just blasted me into the stratosphere. It wasn't like I was on a rocket that where like the rocket to fame or whatever. Like it was just like I get on the rocket, 3, 2, 1, I'm there, right? 2 days later. It doesn't happen that way typically. It just doesn't. But I will say that I think I achieved some of that because I've got about 1 billion views on YouTube over time. I can go to cities around the world where I don't know anybody and people will recognize me on the street. So I think something has worked, right? Some things have worked. So here's how it happened. Let me tell you a little breakdown of it. I can't tell you the whole story, but I'll tell you some of it. So one thing that happened was I remember when I was on the faculty at Syracuse and I said, okay, I know a lot about finance and I'd like to teach this to Black people. I love my students. They were white, Asian, Jewish, all that. I love them all. I had no problem with any of them, but I was like, damn it, I want to teach my own people. And the problem is Syracuse costs $73,000 a year to go to. It's probably 83,000 by now. Every year the tuition goes up. Most of the Black students I had at that time are still in debt from student loans. They literally borrowed money in 2004. They're like 40 something years old, still paying off the student loans. Raise your hand if you've been hit by the student loan epidemic. It's a financial crisis. It's like a financial virus. It's a big problem, and people saw this coming. By the way, who was it? Not Nancy Pelosi, the other one. Oh gosh, I can't remember. She's a professor at Harvard. Her face is in my head. I can remember faces, but not names. But anyway, she predicted this. She predicted this when Elizabeth Warren. Thank you, Elizabeth Warren. When Biden tried to pass, he has two interesting parts of his legacy. One was the crime bill, where they literally wanted to exterminate black people, and this is something I'm still upset about, to be honest with you, because this costs you trillions of dollars. You deserve reparations for this, by the way. But then second was the student loan crisis. He wanted to pass a law that says if you declare bankruptcy, you cannot write off your student loans. Right? Does anybody? How many of y'all know that? A lot of y'all know that. That was the catalyst, right? It was like you're trapped with this debt. This debt now is not something you can shake off. There's no cure for this financial disease. There's no way to kind of clean it out of your financial body. It's like an STD that will never go away. It's a financial STD. That's what I call it in my book, Financial Lovemaking, financial STD, something that you just can't get rid of. So Elizabeth Warren predicted that back in 06, 07. She said, if you pass this law, you're going to have a student loan epidemic of unbelievable proportions. They didn't care. They passed the law, and they didn't do it for the people. They did it for the banks. The banks, because there's nobody that's protesting, holding up picket signs in Capitol Hill saying we want our student loans to never go away. Like there was nobody. There's nobody out here that says this, right? So the banks went to the politicians. And I told you all, the politicians work for the people that have the money. They work for the money. They don't work for you. They work for the money. Your vote gets them in office, but then when they get in office, they work for the people that gave them the money. That's just the reality of it all. So I'm not trying to be a cynic. That's just the truth. So basically, working for the money, they get this law passed. And now student loan debt is at an all-time high. In addition to student loan debt being at an all-time high, you have credit card debt at an all-time high, mortgage loan debt at an all-time high, car loan debt at an all-time high, credit card debt at an all-time high, all types of debt at an all-time high. And they did this deliberately because consumer spending is an important part of the economy. They need you spending money so they can get rich, so they can be wealthy. This is why I tell you to invest. You have to invest. You have to invest. You have to invest. Did I say you have to invest? All right. So let's go back. All right. So a lot of my students from Syracuse are still in debt. And I remember saying, man, it kind of sucks that I'm kind of behind this guarded wall where you have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to learn from me. So let me try to use the internet to be able to teach more people. Instead of teaching 30 people at a time, I'd rather teach 30,000 people at a time. I didn't even know I was going to create the Black Business School and all that. I just knew I wanted to talk to the world. So long story short, what I did was I started to take my money. I had a decent salary. I was making about 115,000 a year, and I would take about 70% of my money and I would dump my money into trying to figure out what the next move would be. I did it wrong. I was sloppy. I was investing in all the wrong things. I gave money. I got scammed. Hiring a publicist is the most frustrating thing in the world because they don't promise you anything, but they all charge you at least $2,000 or $3,000 just before they lift a finger. And they'll all talk a good game and like, oh, I can make you as famous as Denzel and all that crap because they might have worked with Denzel on an Arby's commercial 30 years ago, and they will use that person's name forever. And it was just terrible. It was so traumatic. I talked to one lady on the phone for a really long time, and she was trying to get my money, and she was really into me and saying, "Oh, I think I can do this and do this and do this." And I sent her the money, and I remember when I sent the money, the bank stopped the check because they thought it might be fraud, and so she literally calls me and says, I got all your stuff here. I'm ready to start working, but the check didn't go through. And I'm like, oh, here's what happened. The bank made a mistake, but we can still get started. She's like, yeah, well, I can't start until the check clears, right? So she would not even lift a finger until the check freaking cleared. So the check clears. Check this out. This is real stuff. This is real life. This is why this ain't for the faint of heart. This lady literally gets the check, and I swear to God, I did not hear from this lady for 3 weeks. I could not every time I called her, she was too busy to talk to me. She wasn't available. She didn't get me any results at all. Nothing. Like she gave me all the attention in the world. Remember I told you all, in class we talked about this. In finance, they refer to this as moral hazard. Moral hazard is when you know that money is power. And when you transfer resources to another party, you're giving them power. So she had power. It was almost like somebody trying to sleep with you, and after they get, you give them a little something, they don't call you no more. That's how I felt. I was like, I feel used. I feel like she took some. I feel violated. This lady done took the best of me, and then just ran off, wasn't calling me back, and my feelings were hurt. I was mad because I thought we were friends, and so I told my brother, I said, I said, watch this. I said, I bet this lady, I said, I bet you, I said, the next payment is due on the 3rd. I said, I bet you she's going to start calling about 3 days early and she won't have anything. She won't have any real results. She's going to do what the politicians do. She's going to say, well, if you make the payment, I'm almost there. If you make the payment, I can keep going and we're going to get this result. So that's literally, and so that was my prediction. I said, she's not going to have anything real because it sounds like she's not very good at what she does, but she's gonna have stuff that's like almost there, right? And lo and behold, that's what she did. She started calling me again, right? Because again, that's what happens. Your ladies, you know what I'm talking about. You know that guy that's been ghosting you, and then he realizes he wants something, so he calls back again, trying to see, hey, what you doing? Text you WYD or something like that. Well, that's what she did. And I remember I said, so I said to her, I said, yeah, you know what? She was like, I got these great opportunities. They're almost there. There's this place that wants you to come speak, and I'm almost done with the contract, and then there's this and this and this. And I said, okay, wow, you got all these speaking engagements for me. And she had like 3 or 4. She's like, yeah, they're gonna pay you $3,000 to speak and blah blah. And I was like, okay, that sounds really good. I said, but here's the thing, I cannot give you a guaranteed payment because I ran out of money. But what I can do is if you get me those speaking engagements, I'll give you 60% of everything that I make. You can have 60%. That's a great deal, right? Any money, if I want to make this $10,000, you get 60%. That's $6,000. Good for you. And I never heard from her again, right? Because she was full of crap. But anyway, I had to go through this process where financially speaking, I had kissed a lot of freaking frogs before I got to the point where something actually worked. And what did actually work was, and there's so many financial lessons connected to this. Like there's literally financial theories on this. There's another theory called the lemon theory that I would like to explain in connection to this, but I'm not going to do it because I get my ADHD kicks in and I end up sharing everything that's in my brain and it sounds confusing. But I kid you not, it was a white girl, believe it or not, a young white girl. And she said, I read your book. The book was called What If George Bush Were a Black Man? She said, I'd like to represent you as your publicist. And by the time I'm all jaded, I'm like, man, F y'all publicists, man. Y'all just out here taking people's money and stuff. I done lost thousands, And she said, no, I read your whole book and I really liked it. And I think I can represent you. And she said, I can make a deal with you. And I said, well, what's the deal? She said, I won't want any money up front. She said, but if I get you on national TV, you have to pay me $5,000. And I was like, okay, 5 grand is a lot. Remember, the publicists were asking for about 2 grand. But I said, well, shit, I mean, if you can get me on national TV, yeah, I'll pay you the 5,000. Because I didn't think she was gonna be able to do it. And I'll be damned, this little white girl, 25, 26 years old, just getting started, got me on national TV. Now it was a terrible first appearance on national TV though. It was actually Fox News, and that was at a time where I didn't know how horrible they could be. And I literally went on the air right after Hillary Clinton and Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, right? So a lot of people were watching. And when I tell you my heart was about to bust out of my chest, I was so freaking nervous. And Sean Hannity it was Sean. I don't know if y'all, well, you don't know Sean Hannity. I mean, he ate me up because I didn't know how vicious they were at the time. I'm thinking like, oh, it's a nice interview. We're just gonna talk. Psh, Fox don't play, right? Now I know. Now I've done that stuff hundreds of times, and it's not a big deal. But here's the other thing too. I falsely thought that maybe one national TV appearance was going to kind of change everything, and it didn't. Life just kind of kept going, and you had to keep working up the ladder. And so there were other little moments that did require significant investment in myself in order to get there. The way I got my first shot appearance on the Wendy Williams show, which was really a catalyst in terms of introducing me to the Black community, was I paid money to send out these press releases. I'd find some stuff in my research and data about Black wealth and Black economics. I'd write something up and I put it out in the press release. It would cost hundreds of dollars each time I did it. And Wendy Williams's manager, her name was Nicole. Nicole was very mean, and she's a nice lady. I like her. Like I got to know her. She's nice when you get to know her. But woo, buddy, she was tough lady. But anyway, she called and invited me on Wendy's show, and after that I was on there several times, right? So there were a few other instances that happened, and I want to make sure I get to the point of why I'm sharing all these ridiculous stories. But now that I'm thinking about it, I don't really talk about this much. So maybe it does help somebody out there if you're trying to create something, build something, trying to grow something. And the last piece, the biggest piece was when I went to work with um AOL Black Voices. And I remember they were like, well, we can't afford to hire a professor like because I was making 6 figures, and they're like, we can't afford to pay you that. And I said, well, how about I make it easy for you? You don't have to pay me anything. Don't pay me anything. And they're like, oh, okay, well, I mean, you have a PhD and you'll work for free. That's great. So I literally started writing articles for them, and I didn't just write articles for them every now and then. I didn't just do it in my spare time. I didn't put it at the bottom of my priority list. I put it at the top of my priority list. Anything they needed, I was on it. I ain't gonna lie, I had people, I had some haters. When you performing at the top of your game, you're gonna have some haters. Like I told, like I text my friend D1 after D kind of got shouted out on the Kendrick Lamar song recently, and he was talking about getting hate from even people in his own city. I said, good for you. You got haters now. I said, like Nipsey Hussle said, haters are a blessing. Haters make you greater later. They do. The haters will keep you sharp. When somebody's hating on you, typically they're not doing as well as you, and they want something you've got, and it's just natural competition. That's what it is. So yeah, so Kendrick Lamar, his last song, I think it's called "Watch the Party Die." He shouts out D1, and I love that. And I wonder, is this strategic? Because D is from New Orleans, and where is the Super Bowl gonna be? Put in the chat. Where's the Super Bowl gonna be at? And where's Kendrick gonna be performing at the Super Bowl? What city? New Orleans, right? So I was like, that would be so cool. I would love to see my friend on the stage at the Super Bowl, and he deserves it. D's been performing at the All Black National Convention on many occasions, him and Killer Mike, and I would just love to see him on that stage. He deserves it. He's from the city. He's similar to Lil Wayne in a lot of ways, except it's like D1 kind of represents a certain aspect of hip hop culture, right? It's almost like a contrast to Lil Wayne. But if you look at them in terms of just how they speak, they both have dreads. They're both from the same city. They know the same blocks. They're very similar. And I said that to D once. I said it on a Vlad TV interview. I said, yeah, these two guys are kind of the same, but they're like a dark side and a light side of the same idea, just this hip hop talent and all this other stuff. And D actually, after he saw that, he put out an album called Separated at Birth. And he had a picture of himself and a picture of Lil Wayne. And he took all of Lil Wayne's beats, his brilliant beats, and he just switched the lyrics and made the lyrics positive instead of negative. And I thought that was a very powerful display of what hip hop can be. Because if you know Lil Wayne's music, I'm not an expert on this guy, but I've listened to him enough to know that some of the lyrical content is a little bit problematic. Some of it, it involves the release of trauma that he's had, where it's almost like a glorification and celebration of the things that are destroying Black people, right? The drugs and the killing and everything else. And I think that that's unfortunate, because that represents what we used to be during the era of mass incarceration. It's what we used to be during the era of just drugs everywhere. It's what we used to be when we had music that glorified the drug dealer, glorified the murder, glorified everything else. I don't think it's a reflection of who we want to be, right? And I think that probably played a part in terms of whether or not a Lil Wayne or a Kendrick would be great for the Super Bowl, because who wants to just sort of remember all the horrible trauma that we've gone through as a community? I mean, it's cost you trillions of dollars, by the way. It's terrible. It's just all the death and the pain and single parent households and children, getting locked up at 12 years old and all that. And so anyway, just circling back, I think that the haters are good, right? So going back to AOL Black Voices, when I was there, I definitely had haters because I was working extremely hard and I made it a top priority. And the reason I made it a top priority, this is where part of the economic lesson comes into play. I made it a top priority not because I was trying to be a sucker. I didn't make them a top priority because I wanted them to use me. Because I had people say, they were like, wow, you're really doing a lot for them. They using you, man. They using you. People get in your head and tell you, like, this is stupid. Why would you do stuff for somebody who's giving you nothing? And I said, what are you talking about? They're not giving me nothing. They're giving me access to one of the biggest platforms in the whole Black community. At that time, that website got millions of views. Companies would pay thousands, if not millions of dollars over the course of a year to advertise on this platform. And you're giving me free access to this? Holy crap. Thank you. Thank you. Right. But that required a certain level of financial consciousness for me to be able to see the value, to see the wealth. Because I know a whole lot of people where they could have got that same opportunity who would have said, well, y'all trying to play me because y'all won't even give me no paycheck. Y'all up here paying everybody else, but y'all ain't paying me. That ain't right. Right? No, that was not my approach. My approach is like, man, this is that really you gonna let me? So I just went in there and I wrote a ton of articles for them. Eventually, I negotiated for money and they gave me whatever I wanted because they saw I was serious and I was productive and I was good. And then also, just ironically, one of the other little catalysts it was a horribly tragic event, but it was a catalyst for me reaching a lot of people was the death of Steve McNair. Steve McNair, if you remember him, he played for the Tennessee Titans. He was one of the greatest quarterbacks in NFL history, and just one of the greatest HBCU players of all time at Alcorn State. And Steve was tragically killed by a girlfriend, side chick, whatever you want to call it. And it was really messy. And it was interesting because I saw Steve that year in 2006. I actually saw him in a bar, and I took a picture with him. I still have that picture. And so anyway, so Steve gets killed. So here's what happens. So it's Thanksgiving, or not Thanksgiving, sorry, 4th of July weekend. I want to say night 2006, maybe 2007. And everybody was taking the weekend off. All the normal humans, all the normal people who were not nerds like me were, going to picnics and barbecues and hanging out with family and all this. I wasn't doing that. I was working. I was 100% dedicated to building and being the best I could be, period. So I did that every single day. So that whole weekend, I was the only one on the staff that was actually working and writing and doing stuff. And so here's what happened. So Steve McNair gets killed on Friday night, if I'm not mistaken. And the editor calls me, and her name was Abena, I think that was her name. And she calls me and she says, Dr. Boyce, I have an emergency. And I said, what is it? She said, well, Steve McNair just died, and we got to cover this story, and there's nobody else available to write this article. And I was like, oh, I'll do it. Yeah, sure, no problem. So I wrote up something about it, and that article gets like 1 million reads, right? Because it's a big deal, right? And then here's the thing. The whole weekend, there's all these developments. So each time I'm coming in and I'm writing again and writing again and writing again and writing again. The whole weekend from literally Friday through Tuesday morning, because remember, Monday was a day off. I had the biggest website, one of the biggest websites in the entire Black community, all to myself, right? And so here's the thing. So each time when I would write my articles, I would say, I would put a little line at the bottom. I say, if you enjoy this content and you'd like to get Dr. Boyce articles emailed to you, just click this link, click here. So I started building this email list because I wanted to have distribution. I needed to have distribution. That's the difference between the artists that people hear about and the talented artists that nobody hears about is distribution. That's it. If you don't have distribution, it's very hard to have people even hear or see your work, right? And white people tend to control distribution. That's how they get in and take all of our wealth, because hip hop and all this stuff, we have the talent, but we don't have the ability to distribute the content or the product to the world. Do you understand? If we had distribution and we have business minded people that were thinking about these things, then all the trillions that have been made in hip hop would belong to us. But white folks come along and they're like, oh, I got a record label. It's White Boy Records, and we really like your music, and we're gonna put out an album, and we're gonna take our big cut, and then we're gonna eventually cut you out of the deal because the distribution is where the power is. So I really said to myself, especially given the type of message I have, I said, white people don't like me very much, and I understand, because I think I'm a true threat to them because I'm smarter than they are. I know more about economics than they do, and I don't apologize for being Black, and I know where the bodies are buried, and I have the receipts on this, on reparations and all this stuff, and I'm not going to stop. So of course you would hate me, of course you would block me, of course you would not distribute these ideas to the masses, because that's going to undermine your ability to steal trillions of dollars from the Black community. If you got, just like when I used to write articles and I would just sort of directly, logically explain exactly why Black athletes should be paid and exactly why you're a bastard for stealing all their wealth. The white coaches did not like it. They saw that as like a threat. But what's happened now? Well, now the athletes are getting paid, because thank God people are starting to figure this out. But every time I would go on CNN, eventually I would get on more national TV shows, right? And eventually, like I was on, when I would go on CNN and we'd have a debate, like, should college athletes get paid? Which to me wasn't a debate. I was like, well, that's like asking, should workers get compensated for their labor? Like, that's a silly question, right? But they would always say the same thing. They'd say, well, Dr. Boyce, we asked for a representative from the NCAA to come and take the other side of the debate, and they declined. I said, of course they declined, because you're defending bullshit. You're defending theft. You're defending racism. You're defending not just a type of economic oppression, but you're literally taking it. Don't even make, you can't logically explain why this coach has a private jet and a yacht and a mansion, and his star basketball player's mother is living in the projects. You can't explain that. So why would you? So if I were you, I'd do exactly what you're doing. I run and hide. Just, we're gonna keep making this money. We just hope that they don't make us answer no questions, because you can't defend that nonsense. So anyway, that was the part of what drove my ability to kind of first start reaching people. A lot of you, in fact, give me a yes if you're on my email list. How many of you have ever been on my email list, text list, something like that? Some kind of been connected to me somehow in that way. Like that's probably how you got here, right? A lot of you, right? Well, that's where it started. It started with that first 1,000 people, 2,000, 10,000, 25,000, 30,000, etc. And so long story short, here's the deal. This goes back to the Super Bowl. We were talking about the Super Bowl and why artists perform at the Super Bowl. Well, why they do it for free? Well, because you're getting access to distribution, you're getting access to a platform, right? This distribution of the Super Bowl, yeah, this 100 million people that come together, you got to understand there's a history of people that sacrifice to build to carve out this distribution channel called the NFL. You know, a lot of these teams in the NFL that are now worth between 5 and 11 billion dollars each, the value is going to go up now that they're accepting private equity money. The NFL valuations are definitely going to skyrocket because now they're bringing in private equity money. These teams, your great grandparents could have bought any of these teams for like $500 or $600. Most of them, they could have bought the Chicago Bears for under $500. They could have bought the New York Giants for $300. So the reason these teams are now worth 5-6 billion is because somebody was sacrificing. They didn't build the NFL by signing the back of the paycheck. They built the NFL by signing the front of the paycheck. And it's hard. It takes guts to be willing to sign the front of the check. It don't take a lot of guts to sign the back of the check. Somebody's sending you money. It's instant gratification. It's easy. What's hard, what requires consciousness and some type of vision is the ability to say, man, I got this three grand sitting over here and I could keep it in my pocket or I could invest it in my dream. If you don't do that, if you don't invest in your dream, I don't blame you because it was really hard. It was really difficult to do the things that I did. It was tough. Sometimes you feel stupid. When I gave that money to that publicist and she never called me back, I was like, man, that's so dumb. Like, why are you trusting these people? But I had to do it again. I had to try somebody else because I had something I was trying to get to and it required investment. So really, so let's circle back to the Super Bowl. Um, the Super Bowl is not as risky of an investment now, though, right? Because the market's big and it's 100 million people. So a lot of artists will perform at the Super Bowl for free because it gives them access to important distribution that will help to build their long-term brand. So let me keep reading a little bit more in terms of stats. Shakira saw a 1,000% increase in her sales after the Super Bowl performance. J-Lo had a 335% increase in her music sales after her Super Bowl performance. I think she might have performed with Shakira. Also, and you get a lot of brand value endorsements. Like Lady Gaga got a bunch of endorsements with major brands like Tiffany and stuff like that, and Versace and all that. If you're on tour, Beyonce announced her World Formation Tour in 2016, right after she performed at the Super Bowl. And that tour went on to make about $250 million. She sold 2.2 million tickets. Lady Gaga saw a 1,000% increase in her ticket sales within 24 hours of performing at the Super Bowl. Also, it's just big for your legacy. After you perform at the Super Bowl, it's kind of like, you can say, I performed at the Super Bowl, and that just sort of makes you great. And Janet Jackson, Michael had probably, in my opinion, the most epic performance at the Super Bowl ever. In fact, the people from Living Color, I don't know if y'all know that story, but when the Wayans did their Super Bowl halftime show, I remember watching that, and millions of other people left the Super Bowl to go watch Living Color. And after that, that was when Michael Jackson performed because they were like, you're not going to take our audience like that anymore. And so, long story short, performing at the Super Bowl is a big deal financially. There's a reason why artists are happy to do it. They are happy to do it for free. And what I would say to you, generally speaking, in terms of how it translates to you, is that, I would just tell you that if you want to build something, I encourage you to do things for free. But remember, when you're doing things for free, you're not really doing it for free. You're doing it to receive wealth. It's just a different kind of wealth. If I come in, I've done so many things. Like for example, I have respect for Tariq Nasheed. We've been friends for a long time. If Tariq Nasheed called and said, "Hey, Dr. Boyce, I'd like for you to host a weekly show on my platform, but I can't pay you any money," I would do it for free. I'd be like, "Okay, no problem." And it wouldn't be like, oh yeah, man, this guy's playing me. He's trying to use me. No, it would be like, no, I get it because I understand this. You're giving me distribution. You're giving me access to speak to people that maybe I couldn't speak to before. And I'm very happy to come and share my message on Black economic empowerment with new people. And that's really how I think you want to get in the habit of doing business if you want to level up. Whatever it is you're trying to do, when you level up, you have to have more of a collaborative energy than a competitive energy. When you're overly competitive, what you're doing is you're taking somebody that could be a collaborator and you're making them an adversary, and it just doesn't typically work out. Like one thing I wish Kendrick Lamar would do is I wish somebody had sat Kendrick down and just said, maybe if you collaborated with Drake, you don't have to agree with him, you don't have to like him, but maybe y'all found some way to kind of work together. It might even be something as stupid as like, we're gonna have a versus with each other, and I'm gonna play my music. He's gonna play his whack ass music, and because I don't like Drake's music. I ain't gonna lie. It sounds like a black McDonald's commercial to me. That's why I compare. It's like that would be something like da 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 da. I'm loving it, right, or whatever, right? Like I think he could make a McDonald's commercial sound really cool. Whereas Kendrick, I listen to Kendrick, I'm like, wow, this is lyricism. He's a poet. He's really getting creative here. Drake is like the same freaking melody over and over again. It just drives me crazy. But then again, that's probably my generation. DMX hated Drake too. So a lot of people hate Drake. But then again, Drake is making money. So who am I to talk about this man? But I would say that I almost feel like that when you see the bigger picture, there's a collaborative energy. Like if you remember, every time Mike Tyson would go in the ring to try to murder somebody, after the fight was over, he would give him a hug and say, "Good fight," whatever. And if it was a fight that drew a lot of attention, he would want a rematch. He'd say, "Yeah, we should fight again." Right? When Lennox Lewis beat him up, I mean, he beat Mike pretty bad, and Lennox, was talking crazy. Like afterward, Lennox was like, "Well, I had to punish him. He was speaking loud like a child, so I had to punish him." I said, "Oh my God," he called Mike Tyson a little kid. But even then, Mike was still like, "Hey, I'd like to do a rematch because I really think that we would have a great fight together, and he's a great guy, and I enjoy going in the ring with him." Right? Well, that was all about the money. That was all about sort of seeing the bigger picture to say, you know what? I think they did. Did they have a rematch? Did he fight Lennox again, or was it Holyfield he fought twice, or did he fight both of them twice? I remember those fights happening, and it was kind of like Mike had kind of lost his whatever he had before he went to prison. And it just kind of makes me sad, honestly, because I sort of watched long documentaries about what happened there, and I don't believe Mike broke the law when it came to that to Desiree Washington. But then again, we can debate that. But I think what got me about that Desiree case, I'm gonna be honest, is that her ex-boyfriend literally said I was trying to call the court to tell them that she had falsely accused me also. I don't know if y'all heard that or not, but it was her ex-boy. It was a white guy. And he was like, yeah, he said she did the same thing to me. She accused me because she was so ashamed that she had slept with me. She didn't want to tell her father, who's very religious. So she lied and said, he assaulted me. Now, again, that doesn't mean Mike Tyson never did anything wrong. I'm sure maybe he did at some point. He wasn't a perfect guy, but I didn't like that incarceration. And also, just like Muhammad Ali to some extent, it took away like the best of him. Ali still had something left. He had that fight with Foreman and did some amazing things. But it's like with Tyson, it was like you're waiting for the old, I don't know if anybody else remembers that. It was like you were watching, waiting for the old Mike Tyson to emerge. And I just didn't see him anymore. He kind of left in about 1993, 94. So anyway, with that being said, let's circle back around though to the economics of all this, right? So the message here, the lesson here, the financial consciousness lesson here, I want to make sure we get this so that we don't think I'm just, some guy rambling, which I am rambling, but hopefully I'm rambling about something that will help you, is that the same way artists will perform at the Super Bowl for free because they see the long-term economic value, the person with an entrepreneurial or investment mind is going to do the same thing in their own life. Investing requires you to not necessarily receive something right now. You're giving something up today so you can have more later. That's called delayed gratification. Or another way to kind of look at it is it doesn't mean you are doing something for free. It means you're investing. You're giving up resources now, which might be time, money, or whatever, so that you can have more later. And people that tend to think that way tend to be the ones who are the most successful. There's a whole experiment at Stanford. Did anybody heard? How many of y'all have heard about the Stanford marshmallow experiment? Anybody heard about that? The Stanford marshmallow experiment was very powerful. It basically tested kids by offering them. It said, "Look, you can either have a marshmallow right now, or you can wait 15 minutes and get 3 marshmallows." And they left the kids in the room, so they had to sit and think about this choice. Like, dang, like what am I going to do? Am I going to eat it or what? Some kids were like, YOLO, and they just ate the marshmallow. But there were other kids who were like, gosh, I want to get the 3 marshmallows. That's the real win. I want 3 marshmallows. So the kids would sit there, they would do what children do. They would sit and sing to themselves and distract themselves, right? Look around, turn away, not look at the marshmallow. Whatever it took to sacrifice, whatever it took to take their brain off of the instant gratification, they did it, and they waited for the 3 marshmallows. And you know what they did? They followed these kids through life. They followed them for the next 30, 40 years. And they found that the kids that were able to delay gratification were more successful in every single measure of quality of life. They were happier, they were wealthier, they had more education, their marriages lasted longer, they were physically fit relative to the other kids. Every single thing you can imagine, right? So what is this saying? This is saying that those who can elevate their consciousness and focus on the future and factor in their future with their present are gonna have a much more prosperous, much more successful life. The people who can say, I'm a pass up on this today so I can get a whole lot more later, they're not being, they're not torturing themselves. They're not, discipline does not mean that you are a glutton for punishment, or that you're a sucker, or that you just want to give it all away for free. No, discipline means that you still want the big reward, but you want the biggest reward. You say, you know what? Like when I was in college and people say, why aren't you having no fun? You studying all the time. You in the library at 10:30 on a Saturday night. You should be at the step show. You should be at the club. You should be kicking it. And I was like, no, I don't. It's not that I don't enjoy fun. I like fun too, but I don't want to just have fun in college and suffer for the rest of my life. I want to suffer a little bit in college so I can have fun for the rest of my life. Because let me just tell you, when you got money, life is fun. When you have freedom, life is fun. When I married the girl of my dreams, life is fun. I'm having a blast. I've been partying like a rock star since I was 21 years old, since I left college. But it's because of the balance. It's the sacrifice, man. It's a sacrifice. You cannot have a harvest if you did not plant any seeds. You got to plant a seed. You got to make a sacrifice. Somebody's going to have to sacrifice. And if you're really smart and you really have consciousness, then what you can do is go even further and say, I'm going to sacrifice not just for me, but I'm going to make sure those benefits are protected so I can pass them down to your children. Remember, you can't pass that job to your kids. There's no company that I know of that you can work for where your children get to legally inherit your job. They do not get to inherit your job. So I would say, what are you sacrificing for now that's going to give you long-term benefits that your children can inherit? Your children can inherit your real estate. Your children can inherit your stock. Your children also can inherit your values and your culture and your beliefs. That's going to make a big difference too. So don't think this is all just about money. But really, at the end of the day, anytime you see somebody doing well, just know somebody made a sacrifice. When I see the NFL doing well and they've got all these teams that are worth between $5 and $11 billion, the values are about to go up. I look at that and I say, I'm not just mad at them. I'm not really mad at the owners. I get it. Yeah, they're a bunch of racists and they run in a plantation and they don't let black people own nothing. But they did make a sacrifice. The Hallis, I think it's the Hallis family that owns the Chicago Bears. Oh, they've been owning the Bears since the beginning, and like any other logical family, they're not letting that go. They're not letting that go. They're like, why would we give away the golden goose if we are the ones who gave birth to the goose? We grew the goose. We invested in the goose. You wouldn't shoot no jumpers in the gym. You can't own none of this. This is ours. So I say the same way the Hallis family, I think it's Hallis family, maybe I got the name wrong. The same way the Hallis family protects their ownership of the Bears, you have to build and pour into something and then protect the ownership of the thing that you built and then allow your family to benefit in the same way. So that's my message. That's my thought for today. Overall, I'll say this too about this whole Super Bowl thing. Just sort of a side note. I kind of liked Kendrick Lamar being picked for the Super Bowl. Because I kind of feel like Lil Wayne and Cash Money, as amazing as they are, I just kind of feel like black people are just ready for a new era. And also, unfortunately, chickens come home to roost. And so there were years where they would ask Lil Wayne. I have no idea why they torture these poor rappers by asking them about political issues and some of them can astutely speak on politics, but some of them just they don't want to, right? So Lil Wayne, they're like, so what do you think about Black Lives Matter? He's like, Black Lives what? What is that? Like stuff like that, right? And so and unfortunately, because he wasn't really prepared to answer the question, he said things that just didn't come out right. He said things that made him sound aloof and disconnected. And I can tell you when we had that interesting interaction with Wayne in 2013 over the whole Emmett Till thing, where he said some things about Emmett Till that were highly disrespectful. And I knew exactly where to kind of go. And I went after the money. I went after Mountain Dew. I didn't go after him. I went after the people that were paying him. And I said, this is not appropriate. This is not cool. You can't be disrespecting black people and still think you can just keep making money like it's not a problem. We're going to give you an issue with that. I remember feeling a little bit frustrated because it was almost like there's a belief. There has always been a belief among rappers that if enough white folks are giving me money, I don't have to pay attention to black people. If I got enough love outside of my community, then I don't have to worry about what black people think. Well, now we're kind of in a different era where what black people think really matters now. It really matters more than ever. And now I think that what's also coming up is that when people are like, well, do we want Kendrick, the guy who gives us some element of black pride, at least will kind of speak on some of the issues we're dealing with, or do we go with somebody who literally just didn't even understand what Black Lives Matter meant, said racism doesn't exist, or it doesn't exist in his world. I think he said, well, I don't see racism or something like that, right? And of course you don't, because when you perform, there's like these crowds full of white people who love to sit around and watch black people call ourselves niggers and to brag about how we love to kill each other. And because money's attached, this is the money lesson, because the money is there, we think that's okay. Because why? Well, money is a drug. Money is a drug, and drugs will make you crazy. Drugs will make you think up is down, down is up, that right is wrong, wrong is right, left is right, and right is left. They'll make you think the world is something other than it's not. But at the end of the day, when you take away the money, I don't care how much money those white folks are paying you to get on stage and to embarrass yourself and to act like a damn fool. There has to be a line with that. There has to be a line that's drawn. So when people say, Dr. Boyce, you hate rappers, I'm like, no, I don't hate rappers. Let me tell you about the rappers I love. And the reason I love these rappers is because they know how to get money, but they know how to get the right money. The rappers I love are guys like Killer Mike. Killer Mike, is a guy, he's been a friend of mine for a long time. He performed at the All Black National Convention in 2015. He didn't perform, I'm sorry. He spoke at the All Black National Convention when we first got started, and I love him for that. Killer Mike is a guy that, understands the community matters, but he's still making money. He swept the Grammys this year. Good for him. Another one, Immortal Technique, is a guy who did a really good, he actually said something on this channel years ago that was really profound, where he explained a very simple idea. He said, all money ain't good money. And he was saying this at a time where a lot of artists weren't even hearing that. Like, this is about maybe 2014 or so. People weren't really saying that. Now people kind of get it, because generational wealth, and you have Invest Fest, and you have all these other areas where economics, black economics, is becoming part of the culture, which I just love. I think that's very powerful. But before then, Immortal Technique spoke on this issue. And what I love about him is I talked to him one time on the phone, twice actually. We got on the phone two times, and each time we talked for like 2 hours. And he was as smart and as sharp and articulate as I thought he would be. Also, it's great when you meet people you admire and they actually are admirable people, because I've met people that I admire and it was very disappointing. And also, he's a strong man. He's not black. I think his family's from not Panama. It's another smaller country. Say it in the chat so I don't say it wrong. But anyway, but we related in terms of understanding what Peru. Thank you, Black and Peruvian. Thank you, JP. I don't know the details of it, but I like that idea. It was like, okay, your father was a military guy. My father was too. You understand the importance of being ready, staying ready, and strength and discipline and everything else. I got that from my dad too. So there was a great connection there. And I personally believe that if you want to talk about the black community, when you talk about wealth, or you talk about challenging white supremacy and really standing up to the things that are designed to oppress us, we're going to need to really build stronger boys and men. We're going to need that. We're going to need to educate our own kids. We're going to need to talk to them. Even if they go to school during the day, well, you're going to sit with me, son, at night, and we're going to talk to you about the real deal. We're going to talk about what life is really like, because if we don't do this, then we're going to have a lot of confused kids that are going to be pushed in this direction or the other direction, and it's costing you everything. It's not just costing you trillions in economics, it's costing you so many other things that money cannot buy. So that's why I appreciate Immortal Technique. So yeah, I do love hip hop and I do love artists, but I don't love them all. I ain't gonna lie. There's some artists that will see me and probably try to punch me in the face, and I don't blame you, but it's okay, because like, you punch me in the face, I might punch you back. So don't mess with me, because I'm not scared. So anyway, that's it, guys. I'm done. Thank you guys for listening. It was awesome to see you today. Just a reminder, one thing. I was thinking about AI today. I think you should invest in AI. If you want a list of AI stocks, I'm going to send that list out tomorrow morning. Text the word money to the number 87948. If you text money to 87948, I'll send you a list of my favorite AI stocks. And also, you'll instantly, when you send that text, you'll instantly get a text back that has a link to a training I did called How to Make Money Without Working. It's an introduction to how to make money selling stock options. It does work. It's not hype. Thousands of people do this. You should learn how to do it too. I was showing it to my son the other day. Secondly, don't forget the All Black National Convention is going to happen in Chicago, October 25th through the 27th. We've lined up all of our experts. We have so many that we have to, unfortunately, we have to turn people away now because we got so many people that experts that wanted to chip in and come and be a part of it. It's going to be in Chicago, Lombard, Illinois. If you'd like to join us at the convention and learn about everything from economics to therapy to what math and science and legal issues, estate planning, whatever it is you want to learn about, whatever types of people you want to connect with, that's what the convention's for. It's for learning, connecting, and we also have a lot of fun. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Now, if you want that number, some of you are asking me to repeat that number again, text the word money. So pull out your phone and type money in the little text box. And this is the number. The number is 87948. That's 87948. So somebody type that in, make sure other people can see it. And I'll send that list out tomorrow of the AI stocks. And these are some stocks to kind of start with. All right. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. And I will see you all soon.